Hello guys, welcome to the course on SQL development. In this video, we will learn about databases. Before learning about the database, first let's understand what data is. So, data can be defined as raw and unorganized facts that can be stored or recorded. It can be of various types, such as in the form of text, numbers, images, video, and audio. The processed data with some context is called information, or we can say meaningful data is called information. Now, a database is defined as a collection of related data. For example, the set of all related data of students, departments, and faculty consists of college database. The formal definition of database is defined as a database is an organized collection of structured information or data typically stored electronically in a computer system. In today's time, the amount of data we use and generate is huge, and it is constantly growing. So, we need tools to simplify the management of data in an efficient manner. For this purpose, we use database management system. It is the software used to store, retrieve, define and manage database. Some examples of database management systems are SQL, Oracle, and MongoDB. Databases are widely used in every organization, such as in banking, airline industry, universities, and many more. There are various types of databases, such as relational, object-oriented, NoSQL, cloud databases, and many more. The relational databases are based on relational model, in which data is represented in the form of rows, also called tuples, and columns, also called attributes, and they together form a table, also known as relation. Each table in the database carries a key that makes the data unique from others. It was invented by Edgar Frank Codd in 1970. Some examples of relational database are MySQL, Oracle, and Postgres. Next, we have object-oriented databases which are based on object-oriented programming. So, data and all of its attributes are tied together as an object. Object-oriented databases are managed by object-oriented database management systems. These databases work well with object-oriented programming languages such as C++ and Java. We also have NoSQL databases. NoSQL stands for not only SQL. It is a wide set of databases which is non-relational, such as graph databases, which stores data in graph-like structure. NoSQL databases are mostly used for big data. Then we also have cloud databases that are databases which are built and accessed through a cloud platform. Here the data is stored in a virtual environment and executes over the cloud computing platform. Some examples of cloud databases are Microsoft Azure, AWS, and Google Cloud Platform. Let us now understand why database is needed. What is the actual use of database? These are very useful because with the help of a database management system, we can define the structure of our database, the data types, and their constraints. A constraint is the restriction we put on data. For example, the age of person in the voter database must be greater than 18 years. So, we have to put a constraint on it, as the age cannot be less than 18 years. dbms also provides data manipulation, which means we can insert data, modify, or delete data in the database. The dbms also makes the retrieval of data easier. Multiple users can retrieve data from the database at the same time, which can be used further. It also provides user administration, where the administrator can register and monitor the users, maintain the data integrity, enforce the data security, and monitor the database performance. Traditionally, in our computer systems, we use file system to store our files. So, why do we need dbms? What is the need? Databases are needed because it has various advantages over the traditional file system. Firstly, it provides data independence, which means the data representation should not be exposed to the application. So, dbms provides an abstract view of data and such details are hidden. Secondly, it provides efficient data access. The access of data becomes very efficient using dbms, and it also provides concurrency control. And multiple users can access data at same time from the database. Third is the data integrity and security. Using dbms, we can apply integrity constraint to our data. It also provides access control, which defines how the data should be visible to different class of users. You must have seen in the bank database that it contains data of all customers, but while using online banking, you have access to only your data. Apart from these, dbms also provides easy maintainability and backup facility. So, these were some of the advantages of dbms, but it has a few disadvantages too. That is, it is quite complex and its running cost is higher. In this course, we will be focusing on relational database. We have already learned that this is based on relational model. In relational database, we use SQL or structured query language to communicate with the database. Now let us look some of the characteristics of relational database. Relational databases follow ACID properties, which provide a mechanism to ensure correctness and consistency of a database in a way such that each transaction is a group of operations that acts as a single unit and produces consistent result, acts in isolation from other operations, and updates such that it makes the data stored durably. The first property is atomicity. By this property, we mean that either the entire transaction takes place at all or doesn't happen at all. There is no midway, that is, transaction cannot occur partially. Each transaction is considered as one unit and either runs to a completion or is not executed at all. Then we have consistency. This means that integrity constraints must be maintained so that the database is consistent before and after a transaction. It refers to the correctness of a database. Third, the isolation property ensures that multiple transactions can occur concurrently without leading to the inconsistency of the database state. Transactions occur independently without any interference with each other. Changes occurring in a particular transaction will not be visible to any other transaction until that particular change in the transaction has been committed. The last property is durability, which ensures that once the transaction has completed the execution, the updates and modifications to the database are stored in and returned to disk, and they persist even if a system failure occurs. The effects of the transaction are never lost. Now let us look at an example of a relation. In this diagram, you can see how the data is stored in a relational database. Here we have the student data. You can see that similar kind of data is put on a single column, which is also referred to as attribute. Here we have 4 attributes for student. The first one is ID, which stores the ID number of each student. The second column is name, which stores the name of every student. The third is the department, which stores the department for each student, and the fourth one is city. A record is a row in a database table, and it is also called a tuple. Here we have 7 records in the table. Now, in the process of creating a database, we design the database at different levels, and data modeling is the process of creating a data model for the data to be stored in a database. It is an abstract model that organizes data description, data semantics, and consistency constraints of data. The data model focuses on what data is needed and how it should be organized. It is just like the architecture of our database. At different stages of database design, we use different models at each stage. The three levels of database modeling are the high level or the conceptual level. In this level, we represent the database using diagram and charts. They are very easy to understand and can be considered as first step for creating the database. The most popular data model at this level is ER model, which stands for Entity Relationship Model. Second, we have the representational model or implementational model, which defines the logical structure of our data. It is like the blueprint of our database. Then we have a low level or physical level model, which deals with how the data is stored at the physical medium, how we will access it, and what will be the physical structure of our data. Now we have seen what is a data model. One of the most popular data model we use at conceptual level is ER model. ER stands for Entity Relationship Model. It uses graphical representation, which is easy to understand and implement. There are various components in an ER diagram. The first is entity. Any object in database is called an entity, such as student, employee, department. It is represented using rectangle in the ER diagram. An entity which depends on another entity is called a weak entity. It doesn't contain key attribute of its own, and it is represented using double rectangles. Second, we have attribute, which describes property of an entity, such as for the entity student, we can have student ID, name, and department as the attributes, and it is represented using ellipse. At last, we have relationship, which describes how the entities are related with each other, and they are represented using rhombus. Now let us look at the various types of attributes. First is the key attributes. It is the unique element in the record which is used for identification of the record. For example, we have student ID, which is unique for every student. They are underlined in the ER diagram. The attribute, which is made up of one or more attribute, is called a composite attribute, such as the name. The name can consist of first name, middle name, and last name. So we can say that name is a composite attribute. Next, we have multi-valued attributes. These are the attributes which can have more than one values, such as a person can have more than one mobile number. So it is an multi-valued attribute, and it is represented using double ellipse in the ER diagram. At last, we have derived attributes. These attributes can be derived from another attribute. For example, age can be derived from date of birth. So age is an derived attribute. They are represented using dashed ellipse in the ER diagram. The third component of the ER model is relationship. These are used to describe the relation between entities. In simpler words, they show how the entities are related in the database with each other. Diamond or rhombus is used to represent the relationship in the ER diagram. We have various types of relationships, such as one-to-one, one-to-many, many-to-one, and many-to-many. Let us understand each type of relationship. First is the one-to-one. When only one instance of an entity is associated with the relationship, then it is known as one-to-one relationship. For example, a HOD can have only one department under him, and a department can have only one HOD. So this is a one-to-one relationship. We can also see in the diagram that A is related to E, B is related to F, C is related to G, and D is related to H. So it is a one-to-one relationship. Next, we have one-to-many relationship. When only one instance of the entity on the left and more than one instance of an entity on the right associates with the relationship, then it is called one-to-many relationship. For example, a department can have many students, but a student can only be admitted to one department. So it is a one-to-many relationship. Next, we have many-to-one relationship, which is similar to one-to-many, but here there is only one entity in the right which is related to many entities in the left. At last, we have many-to-many relationship. When more than one instance of the entity on the left and more than one instance of an entity on the right associates with the relationship, then it is known as many-to-many relationship. For example, an employee can work on many projects, and a project can have many employees working on it. So this is a many-to-many relationship. Now let us understand what are keys. Keys are the data item that exclusively identifies a record. For example, the student ID, account number, and employee number. There are various types of keys. First is the super key. The set of attributes which uniquely identify a record is called a super key. For example, if we are given a student name and address, we can easily identify the record in the student table, because no two students can have the same name and same address. Next, we have the primary key, which is the minimal super key. For example, the student ID. Given a student ID, we can identify a student in the student table. Then we have the foreign key. In a relation, the column whose values correspond to the value of a key in another relation is called the foreign key. For example, if we have two relations, one is student and the another is faculty, then the department column is common in both and it can act as the foreign key. This is an example of an ER diagram. Here we can see that we have entities as student and course, and the relationship is steady. In the student table, we have the attributes as student ID, first name, last name, email, department, and batch. Whereas in course, we have the attributes course number, credits, instructor, and department. The student ID is the primary key of the table student, and the course number is the primary key in the course. We can see that the department column is common in both the tables, so it can act as a foreign key. Now, we have seen the ER model, which is the model used at conceptual level. Now, in the implementational level, we have the relational model, which represents the database in the form of tables. It shows the actual representation of the data in the relational database. It has various components, such as domain, which contains a set of atomic values that an attribute can take. Next, we have the attribute. It contains the name of each column in a particular table, and each attribute must have a domain. Next, we have relational instance. In the relational database system, the relational instance is represented by a finite set of tuples, and relational instances do not have duplicate tables. Then we have the relational schema. A relational schema contains the name of the relation and name of all columns or attributes. Then at last we have the relational key. In the relational key, each row has one or more attributes. It can identify the row in the relation uniquely. Now let us look at various properties of relational model. First is, no two relations can have same name in the database. Second, each relation cell can contain only one value, which means composite and multi-valued attributes are not allowed in the table. For this, we convert these attributes to atomic values first. Also, no two attributes can have the same name. A tuple can also not contain any duplicate values. Some of the attributes may have some same values, but all attributes with the same values are not allowed in a tuple. It is also called uniqueness constraint. Then, the primary key cannot contain null values, and this is also called entity integrity. Also, a single column can have similar type of values only, which means student name can have only string values. It cannot contain numerical values. Now, we have seen this ER diagram previously, and now I have converted this ER diagram to the relational model. Here we can see the attributes are converted into the column names in the relational model, and the relationship is represented using the foreign keys in the relational model. So that's it for the relational model. Hello guys, now that we have learnt about the basics of relational database, let's now start with the SQL. SQL stands for Structured Query Language, and this language was developed by IBM in 1970. It is the language we use to communicate with the database management system. It is used for storing, manipulating, and retrieving the data stored in the relational database. It is the standard language for all the relational database systems. All the relational database management systems like MySQL, MS Access, Oracle uses SQL as the standard database language. Also, we may see slight variations of SQL for each of these databases, such as Transact SQL for MS SQL Server, PL SQL for Oracle. Now, let us understand why we need SQL. First, it allows us to access data in the relational database management system. Second, it allows us to describe, define, and manipulate the data in the database. We can also embed SQL with other languages. It also provides connectors to various other languages. Finally, it allows the users to create and drop database and tables. It is very much similar to the English language and can be used by users with no programming background. SQL language is itself comprised of many sublanguages. It is divided into 4 main types. So we can say that it is a hybrid language. The first component of SQL is the data definition language. This set of the language deals with the script to create and modify the structure of database object in the database. And this language includes commands such as create, alter, and drop. Second is the data manipulation language. This is used to add, retrieve, or update the data from the database. And this language includes commands such as insert and update. Next, we have the data control language, which is used to control the user's access to database objects. And this language includes commands such as grant and revoke. Fourth, we have the transaction control language. This language is used to manage changes affecting data in a transaction. This language includes commands such as commit and rollback. We have already learned about relational databases. The simplest form of data storage in relational database is a table. And we can define a table as a collection of related data entries. The table can further be broken down into columns, which are also called attributes, and rows, which are also called records. Here is an example of a table. We can see that this table has 5 columns, and each column name is the attribute. The user ID, name, email, gender, and address are attributes. And each row in this table represents a record. So here the user ID is the primary key of the table and the table name is users. Now let us look at the SQL data types. SQL data type is an attribute that specifies the type of data of any object. Each column, variable, and expression has a related data type in SQL. We use these data types while creating the tables. Every column in the table has a particular data type based on our requirement. The most commonly used data types are listed here. First is the date time. This data type is used to store date and time. Second is the char, which is a fixed length string of maximum length 255 characters. The third is the varchar, which stores variable length character string. And for storing integer type values, we have int data type. Similarly, for floating point numbers, we have the data type float. And for storing boolean values, we have the data type bool. There is a special data type timestamp, which is used to specify a timestamp. Now let us learn about the SQL operators. An operator is a reserved word or a character used primarily in SQL's statement in where clause to perform operations such as comparison, arithmetic operations, and logical operations. Operators are used to specify conditions in an SQL statement and to serve as conjunctions for multiple conditions in a statement. Operators in SQL can be categorized into three categories. First is the arithmetic operators. These operators include addition, which is used to add values, and subtraction, which subtracts right-hand operand from the left-hand operand, the multiplication, which multiplies the value on either side of the operator, the division, which divides the left-hand operand by the right-hand operand, and the modulus, which divides left-hand operand by right-hand operand and returns us the remainder. Then we have comparison operators, which include operators such as equals to, not equals to, greater than, less than, greater than equals to, and less than equals to. Then third are the logical operators. So here is the list of logical operators. The AND operator is used to check for multiple conditions in a statement. So it allows the existence of multiple conditions in the where clause. Next we have the OR operator, which is used to combine multiple conditions in a SQL statement's where clause. Third is the between. The between operator is used to search for values that are within a set of values given minimum and maximum values. Then we have the in operator. The in operator is used to compare a value to a list of literal values that have been specified. After that we have the not operator. This operator reverses the meaning of the logical operator with which it is used. For example, not exist, not between, not in. This is a negate operator. After that we have the exists. So the exist operator is used to search for the presence of a row in a specified table that meets a certain criteria. And at last we have the like operator. The like operator is used to compare a value to a similar values using wildcard characters. Now let us understand the null values in SQL. A null value in a table is a field that appears to be blank, which means the field with a null value is a field with no value. It is very important to understand that a null value is different than a zero value or a field that contains spaces. A field with a null value is one that has been left blank during the record creation. Now, constraints are the rules enforced on data columns on table. These are used to limit the type of data that can go into the table, and it ensures that the accuracy and reliability of the data in the database. Constraints could be column level or table level. Column level constraints are applied only to the column, whereas the table level constraints are applied to the whole table. The constraints can be specified during creating the table in the create table command and after creating table using the alter table command. So these are the list of SQL constraints. The first one is the not null constraint. It ensures that a column cannot have null value. By default, a column can hold null values. If we do not want a column to have a null value, then we need to define a constraint on the column. Second is the unique constraint, which ensures that all the values in the column are different. It prevents two records from having identical values in a particular column. Next is the primary key. A primary key is a field in a table which uniquely identifies each row or record in the database table. They must contain unique values and they cannot have null values. So we can say that primary key is the combination of not null and unique constraint. Also, a table can have only one primary key, which may consist of single or multiple fields. When multiple fields are used as a primary key, they are called a composite key. Next we have the foreign key. The foreign key is key used to link two tables together. It is also called referencing key. It is a column or a combination of columns whose value match a primary key in a different table. After that we have the default constraint. This constraint provides a default value to a column when the insert into statement does not provide a specific value. So if no value is given, it sets the default value. At last, we have the check constraint. The check constraints enable a certain condition to check the value being entered into a record. If the condition evaluates to false, the record violates the constraint and is not entered into the database. In this video, we will look at various SQL commands. Now to create a database in a SQL server, we use the create database statement. So the syntax for creating the database is create database and then we define the database name. For example, if we want to create a database named student, so we will write the query create database student. So this will create a database student in our server. Now to check the list of all the databases in our server, we use the command show databases. So this will print the list of all the databases in our server. Now to delete a database from the server, we use the command drop database. So the syntax is drop database and then we write the database name. For example, if we want to delete the database student, so we will write the command drop database student. So this will delete the whole database student. When we have multiple databases in our SQL server, then before performing any operation, we have to select the database in which we want to perform the operation. For this we use the SQL use statement. So this statement is used to select an existing database in the SQL server. So the syntax is use, then we give the database name. For example, if we want to select the database student database, then we will use the query use student_db. So this will select the student database for performing all the operations. Now to create a table, we use the statement create table. So creating a table involves naming the table and defining its column and each column's data type. So the syntax is create table and then we give the table name, and after that inside the brackets we give the table definition. So we write the column and its data type. For example, if we want to create a table student with the column student ID, first name, last name, address and city, then we will use the query create table student and inside the bracket we will write student ID, and after that we will define the data type as integer and then the last name, its data type varchar and its maximum length as 255. So this query will create a table student with the following columns. Now to remove the table from the database, we have two methods. The first is the drop table. So the SQL drop table statement is used to remove the table definition and all its data such as indexes, triggers, constraints and permissions. So the statement is drop table and then we give the table name. Now second we have the truncate table statement. So this statement will only remove all the records inside the table and it will not remove the table's definition. So the command is truncate table and then we write the table name. So it only removes all the records inside the table. Now to add, delete or modify columns in an existing table, the alter table statement is used. Now for adding a new column, we use the statement alter table and then we give the table name and we write add and then we give the column name and its definition. For example, in the student table, if we want to add two more columns, address and phone number, then we will use the statement alter table student add and inside the brackets we have given the column definition. So first we have the name, address and its data type varchar, and second we have the phone number and its data type varchar. So it will add two columns in the student table. Now similarly, for removing a column in a table, we use the statement alter table, then we give the column name and then we write drop column, and then we give the column name. For example, if we want to remove the column address from the student table, then we will use the statement alter table student drop column address. So it will remove the column address. Similarly, for renaming a column, we also use the alter statement. So the query will be alter table, then we write the table name, and then rename column, and then we write the old name to new name. So if you want to rename the column phone number to phone_number in the student table, then we will write the query alter table student rename column phone number to phone_number. So this query will change the column name from phone number to phone_number. Now to delete the rows inside the SQL table, we use the delete statement. So the query is delete table, and after the where clause we write the conditions. Now if we want to delete the student detail from the student table whose ID is 7, then we will use the query delete student where student ID equals to 7. So this command will delete the record for the student whose student ID is 7. If we want to select the data from a table, then we will use the SQL command. So SQL command is used to select the data from a database, and the output result is stored in a result table and is also called the result set. So the structure for the select command is select, then we write the expression, and after from we define the tables, and then we use the where clause, and after that we define the conditions. Here in the select command, the where clause is used to specify a condition while fetching the data from the table. If the given condition inside the where is satisfied, then only it returns the specific value from the table. So we can say that the where clause is used to filter the records and fetch only the necessary records. The where clause is not only used with the select command, but it is also used with update, delete and manage statements. There are many optional clauses in the select command, such as where, group by, having and order by. Now if we want to print all the records from the table while eliminating the duplicate rows, then we will use the distinct keyword. So the query will be select distinct column name from the table name. So it will eliminate all the duplicate rows. Now often we want to retrieve the data from the table in a particular order, such as ascending or descending. For this we use the order by clause. So the syntax is select all from table, order by, then we define the column name, and then we write the order, such as ASC for ascending and DESC for descending. So here the asterisk means all columns. So this query will select all columns from the table and order by them of the particular column in descending order. For example, if we want to select all the records from the student table in the order of the name of the student in ascending order, then we will use the query select all from student, order by, name, and then we give the order as ascending. So this query will print all the records from the student table in ascending order. Now many times we don't want the records from the table, we want the number of records. So for this we use the count function. The count function returns the number of rows that matches a specified criteria. For example, if we want to count all the records in the student table, then we will use the query select count all from student. So this will return the number of records in the student table. Similarly, in the next statement, we have counted the number of distinct cities from the student table. So the query is select count distinct city from student. Now in SQL tables, we have the null values which represent empty or blank values, which means that the value is missing or is unknown. Now one thing to remember is that 0 and null are different values. 0 is a numerical value, whereas the null represents an empty value, which means that the value is missing or unknown. So these two are different. Now to perform the addition operations in a numeric column, we use the sum function. So the sum function returns the total sum of a numeric column. Next we have the as command. The as command is used to rename a column or a table with an alias. So it assigns a temporary new names to the table column. Then we have the group by statement. So the group by statement is used in conjunction with the aggregate functions to group the result set by one or more columns. So here in this example we have a table orders. So this contains the city, month and the sales in the particular month for the city. Now here, if we want to retrieve the sum of the sales for a particular city in all the months, then we will use the query select city, and then we will apply the sum function on the sales column, and we will name the total for the sales as total sales. So we will use the as command, and then we have written the table name. So we have written from orders, and then we have used the group by statement to group the output by the column city. So we have written group by city. So here it will print this table as the output. Here we have the city with their total sales. So here it has grouped all the cities and printed their total sales. And the column name for the sum of the sales is total sales, as we have defined in the as statement here. Now to insert the data into the table, the insert into statement is used. So there are two commands to insert the data into the table. So there is a choice that if you want to specify the column names or not. So we can either specify the column names or not. So specifying the column names is optional. Now the syntax for inserting is insert into, then we give the table name, then we write values, and inside the brackets we give the values. So here in this query we did not specify the column names, so it will insert the values in the order of the columns as that are in the table. Now in the second command we have defined the column names and their values. Now in this example we have stored the student details in the student table. So we have used the query insert into student, and in the brackets we have defined the column names, the ID, name and the city. So we will give the data for these three columns. And after values we have written the values. So 57 will be stored in the ID column, Rohan will be stored in the name column, and Chennai will be stored in the city column. So this will store the data into the student table. Now to update a record in a table, we use the update statement. So the syntax is update, then we give the table name and we write the set, and then we give the new data, and we can also define the where conditions. So here we have changed the city for the student whose ID is 45. So the query is update student set city equals Delhi where ID equals 45. Hello everyone. In this video we will learn about joins in SQL. So the joins are needed to retrieve data from two tables related rows on the basis of some condition which satisfies both the tables. One mandatory condition for joins is that one set of columns should be taking values from the same domain in each table. In simpler words, the join clause is used to combine rows from two or more tables based on a related column between them. So mainly there are three types of joins: inner join, outer join and the cross join. The cross join is the Cartesian product of the two tables, while the outer join itself constitutes of three types. First is the left outer join, second is the right outer join, and the third is the full outer join. Now first let's look at the inner join. Inner join is the most common operation used in applications and can be regarded as the default join. This creates a new result table by combining column values of two tables based upon the join predicate. So we can say that it returns records that have matching values in both the tables. So here in the diagram we can also see that the columns which are common in both the tables are printed in the inner join. So the structure for the query for inner join is, first we write select, and after that we define the column names which we want to print, and then we write from and give the first table name. And after inner join we define the second table name, and after the on we give the condition for the common column. Now let us understand this with an example. So here we have the table T1 which has the column ID and name, and second we have the table T2 which have the columns ID and city. Now when we apply inner join on these two tables, this result is printed. So here the common column is the ID, so we will use this column as the common column. So the query is select all from T1, inner join T2 on T1.id equals T2.id. So this is the matching criteria for the records in both the tables. So here you can see in both the tables the matching ID is the ID number 2. So in the result set the records whose ID is 2 are printed. So the first two columns are from the table T1 and the second two columns are from the table T2. So here both the IDs are 2 which is common in both the tables. Now let's look at the left outer join. In left outer join, it returns all the records from the left table, which is the first table, and the matching records from the right table, which is the second table. If there is no match, a null value is returned. So here in the diagram we can see that all the records from the left table are printed and the matching records in the right table are also printed. So the structure for the query for left outer join is select column names from table 1 left join table 2. So here we write left join and after on we give the condition. So here we have two tables. First is the table T1 and the table T2, and if we apply the left outer join on these two tables, we get this table as the result. So the query for the left outer join will be select all from T1 left outer join T2 on T1.id equals T2.id. So here in the result set we can see that the two columns are printed from the first table. So every record is taken from the first table, and from the second table only the matching records are printed. So for the table whose ID is 1 in the table T1, there is no matching record in the table T2, so null is printed. But for the ID 2, we have a matching record in the table T2, so the record is printed here in front of the ID 2. Now let's look at the right outer join. It is very similar to that of the left outer join, but the difference here is all the records from the right table, which is the table 2, are printed, and the matching records from the left table, which is the first table, are printed. Now similarly, if there is no match, the null is returned. So the structure for the query for right outer join is select column from table 1 right join table 2 on table 1 dot column equals table 2 dot column. Now let's understand this with an example. So here we have table T1 and the table T2. Now if we apply the right outer join on these two tables, the output will be this table. So the query is select all from T1 right outer join T2 on T1.id equals T2.id. So here we can see we have all the records printed from the table 2. So table ID 4 and 2 are printed here. So these are the records in the table T2. Now in the first two columns, the matching records are printed from the table T1. Now we can see that for the table ID 4, there is no matching record in the table T1. So null is printed here. But for the table ID 2, we have a matching record in the table T1. So this record is printed in front of the ID 2. Next we have the full outer join. The full outer join combines the effect of applying both left and right outer joins. Now where records in the full outer join table do not match, the result set will have null values for the every column. Now the records in the full outer join which do have a match will print a single row. Where records in the full outer join table do not match, the result set will have null values for every column in the table that lacks a matching row. But for those records which do have a match, a single row will be printed in the result set. So this is the diagram for the outer join. Here we can see we have records from the table 1 as well as the table 2 and as well as the records which are matching in both the tables. So the query for the full outer join is similar to that for the left and right outer join, but here instead of writing the left or right outer join, we write full outer join. And we can also define the condition for the records which we want to print. So here we have the table T1 and the table T2, and this is the output for the full outer join. So the query is select all from T1 full outer join T2 on T1.id equals T2.id. So first it has printed all the records from the table T1. Now for the ID1 of the table T1, there is no matching record in the table T2, so null is printed here. But for the ID2, we have a matching record in the table T2, so that record is printed here. Now till here all the rows for the table T1 are complete. Now we will print the records for the table T2. So the record for ID2 is already printed here and the ID4 is remaining, so that record is printed here, and for that record there is no matching record in the table T1, so null is printed here. Now at last we have the cross join. The cross join returns the Cartesian product of rows from tables in the join. It will produce rows which combine each row from the first table with each row from the second table. So the query is select all from T1, T2. Now the number of rows in the result set will be the number of rows in the table 1 multiplied by the number of rows in the table 2. So here we have two tables T1 and T2. Now for each record in the table T1, we have printed the record for the table T2. So it has 4 rows in the output because there are 2 rows in both the tables T1 and T2. Now let us look at the most commonly used function in SQL. So first we have the lcase function. So this function takes a string input and converts it to the lowercase. Similarly, we have the uppercase function. So it also takes text and converts it to uppercase. Next we have the len function. So this function returns the length of a string. Now one thing to note is that the trailing spaces at the end of a string is not included when calculating the length, but the leading spaces at the start of the string is included when calculating the length. Next we have the min and max functions. So the min function returns the smallest value of the selected column and the max function returns the largest value of the selected column. So they both require the column name as the input. Next we have the round function. So this function rounds a number to a specified number of decimal places. So it takes two inputs. First is the number and then the decimal places up to which we want to round the number. Now let's look at the wildcard characters used in SQL. So these characters are used for searching data in the database, and they substitute one or more characters when searching for the data, and they must be used with the like operator. So first we have the while character %. So this indicates 0 or more characters in a string. Then we have the underscore, which represents a single character. Now after that, to represent a single character from a given set, we use the brackets. So inside the brackets we give all the characters and it represents one of the characters inside the bracket. Now similarly, to not represent any single character, so we use the square brackets and before the characters we include this sign. So this represents all the characters which are not in brackets. Now to represent a range of characters, we use the hyphen symbol. So inside brackets, we define the range from character 1 to the character 2 and we separate them with the hyphen. So this represents the range of characters, which is a single character in the specified range. Now let us look at some of the examples. So if we want to select all the names starting with the letter A, so we will use the query select names from students, and in the where clause we will write where name like, and after like we have to give the string. So here the string is A %. So it will select all the strings whose starting letter is A, and % means any number of characters after the A letter. Now the second query we have select names from students where name like, and we have given the range from R to T, and then we have written the ampersand sign. So it will mean that the name starts with any letter between R and T, so R, S and T, and after that there are any number of characters. So it will select all the names starting with R, S or T. Now dates are the most important data type in SQL. So some of the dates data type is, first we have the date data type and its format is year, month and day. Then we have the date time data type, so it also includes the time field. So its format is year, month, date, hour, minutes and seconds. Then we have the timestamp, so its format is similar to that of the date time. And then we have the year, so it is a year in 4-letter format. Now we have various functions for date in SQL. So first we have the now function. So this function is used to check the current date and time value. Now this function does not accept any parameters and returns the current date and time value. Next we have the current date. So this function returns the current date, and similarly we have the current time function. So this returns the current time. Next we have the extract function. So this returns the single part of a date or a time. So it has the parameter the part and the date. So we write the part which we want to extract and then we define the date. The part can be the microsecond, second, minute, hour, day, week, month and many more. Next we have the date add function. So this function adds a time interval to the date. And at last we have the date difference function. So this returns a number of days between two dates. In this project we will also use PHP. PHP stands for Hypertext Preprocessor. It is a popular general purpose scripting language that is specially suited to web development. It is very fast, flexible and is object oriented. It can be embedded into HTML and it also supports databases. The PHP code is written between this tag. Echo statement is used to print the output and the PHP variables start with a $sign. Here is an example. This is a PHP code. We have defined three variables here, str, x and y. Str is a string, x is a int and y is a float. PHP is a loosely typed language, so we do not have to define the data types. Here we have printed these variables. we will use PHP for form handling. We can create and use forms in PHP. To get the data, we have to use two superglobals, get and post. The get request is the default form request, and the data passed through get request is visible on the URL. So it is not so secure, and we can only transfer limited amount of data through this request. Second is the post. Post request is widely used to submit forms that have large amount of data, such as file upload, image upload, login form, passwords, and registration form. The data passed through the post request is not visible on the URL of the browser, so it is secure. We will also use PHP session variables. PHP session is used to store and pass information from one page to another. It creates a unique user ID for each browser to recognize the user and avoid the conflict between multiple browsers. PHP session is an associative array that contains all session variables. It is used to set and get the session variable values. The session start function is used to start the session. It starts a new or resumes an existing session. It returns existing session if the session is created already. Otherwise, it creates and returns a new session. And if we want to terminate a session, we use session destroy function. It destroys all the session variables completely. Now there are two ways to connect PHP to database. The first one is using the MySQL connect function, and the second one is using PDO. PDO stands for PHP Data Object. Now the MySQL function allows us to access MySQL database servers only. The various functions used with MySQL connection are MySQL_close. It is used to disconnect with the database. It returns true if the connection is closed, otherwise it returns false. The connect function opens a new connection to the server. The fetch array function fetches a result row as an associative, a numeric array, or both. The MySQL query is used to execute the query, and the prepare function prepares an SQL statement for execution. It is important to prepare the SQL command before executing because it eliminates the chances of SQL injection. The fetchAll function fetches all result rows as an associative array, a numeric array, or both. The PHP PDO extension is that defines a lightweight and consistent interface for accessing a database in PHP. It is a set of PHP extensions which provide a core PDO class and database specific driver. It supports many databases, and each database driver can expose database specific features as a regular extension function that implements the PDO interface. Now let us look at some differences between PDO and MySQL. PDO is more flexible as it supports multiple databases, whereas MySQL is used only to connect to MySQL databases. Also, PDO is more secure than MySQL. Both are object-oriented, but MySQL also supports procedural API. Both support prepared statements. These are important for web application security as it protects from SQL injection, and both provide a good performance.
Hello everyone, welcome to the course on SQL development. In this project, we will create a secure registration system. So we will design a form to enter the user data into the database. In the database, we will also store information like password. We will also implement various kinds of validation in our data. And we will also create a page to retrieve the data from the database to the web page. And at last, we will host the project on cloud. The various topics covered in this course are: first, we will look at the introduction to registration systems. After that, we will understand what is the project structure, and then we will build the database for our project, and after that we will develop the project, and at last, when the project is complete, we will host the project on cloud. Now first let us understand what is a user registration system. So user registration systems are screens, forms or profile pages that request information from a user. The information can be of any kind, such as the user's name, the address, the contact number, the image, and the password. It stores the data securely in the database, and mostly they are used to create a web-based account, profile, or used to fill forms, such as survey forms. Using these types of registration system, an organization can create a connection between their audience. Moreover, the data provided by the users through the form can also be used for analysis purpose. So the various tools which we will be using in developing our project is, we'll use MySQL for database, we'll use PHP for backend development, and in the front end we will use HTML and CSS with Bootstrap.
Now let's look at the project structure. So first we will create a home page. So this page will contain the link to all the other pages. Next we will create a sign up page which will contain the registration form and will include the form fields such as the name, email, password, etc. Now after filling the registration form, we will also create a verify OTP page. Now when the user will fill the registration form, we will transfer the user to the verify OTP page. Here the user has to enter the OTP which he has got in the email. We will verify the OTP, and if the verification is successful, then the registration will be successful. Next, we will also create a view registered users page. So this page will show the list of all the users which are registered in our system. We'll also create a login page. So using this, we can see how we can log into our website, and after that we'll also create a logout script. Now this is the ER diagram for our database. As you can see, we have two entities. First is the user and second is the registration. So in the user we have the attributes such as the user ID, the first name, last name, email, gender, address and password. And next we have the registration. So here we will contain the registration details. Actually this is not required, but just to keep the track of the registration data, we are creating this entity. So the registration will contain the serial number, the email, OTP and the timestamp. In the registration, the prime attribute will be the serial number, and in the user, the prime attribute will be the user ID. Now these are the tables which we will create in our database. So first we will have the registration table. So we will use this table to store the registration details. So this table will contain the serial number, the email, the OTP and the timestamp. So this table will keep track of all the data for the email which we are sending the OTP. Next we have the user data table. So this table will contain the user data which the user has filled during the registration process. So the primary key here is the user ID. Then we have the first name, last name, email, gender, address, and along with this we'll also have a column called password. Now we have seen our project structure. Now let's create the database. Now before creating the database, make sure that the localhost server is running on your machine. So for this we have to start the servers in the XAMPP control panel. Now to access the phpMyAdmin interface, we have to click on the admin button of MySQL. So it will take us to the phpMyAdmin interface. Here in the left hand side, we can see the list of all the databases in our local machine. So I will create a new database. So I will give the database name as user database. I will click on create. So as you can see, the database is created. Right now the database is empty. So we'll create the tables using SQL. So I'll go to the SQL tab. Now here in this field, we have to write the query for creating our tables. So first I will write the query for creating the table registration. So I will use the command create table. And I will give the table name as registration. And inside the bracket, we have to give the column names. So the first column is the serial number. and its data type will be integer, and I will set the constraint as not null. Now as this is the primary key, so we will set it to auto increment, and I will also set it as primary key. Now the second column is the email, and its data type is varchar. Now for the varchar, we have to define the maximum length, so I will set it as 50, and I will give the constraint not null. Next we will store the OTP, so its type will be varchar, and I will also set it to not null. Now the last column is the timestamp, and its data type will also be timestamp. Now since timestamp is a data type, so we have to put it inside the apostrophe, and it will be not null, and we will store it by using default value. So we'll use the keyword default, and we'll set it to current timestamp. So this is the registration table. Now we have to create the user table. So I'll use the command create table, and I will set the name as user data. Now the first column is the user ID, and its type is integer, and I have given the constraint not null, and this will also be the primary key, and we'll also set it to auto increment. The next column is the first name, and its type is varchar, and I will set the maximum length as 50 and set the constraint not null. Now similarly we have the last name, so I will copy this command and change it to last name, and similarly we have the email, then we have the address, then we have the gender, and at last we have the password. Now the maximum length of password will be 255. So I have set the length of password as 255 because we will create a hash for the password, and the length for the hash will be 255. So now I will click on the go button and execute the query. Now as you can see, two tables are created. First is the registration, and the second is the user data. Right now the tables are empty, so we will fill the data in these tables using our system. Now that we have created our database, now let's create our project directory. So the project directory will be inside the htdocs folder, which is inside the XAMPP installation directory. Now to access that folder, we have to click on the Explorer button here. So it will take us to the XAMPP installation directory. Here we have various folders. So we have to click on the htdocs folder. So inside this folder, we have to create our project directory. So I have already created the project directory here. Now I will open this directory in the text editor. Now I have opened the project directory in the text editor. As you can see, inside the directory, we have various folders and files. So this is the about.php file. So this file contains the about details. Then we have the dashboard. Since we are creating a login page, so this is a simple dashboard. There is nothing inside this page, but we will demonstrate how to log in and log out. So that's why we have created the dashboard page. Next we have the display user.php page. This page will contain a table to show the list of all the users who are registered in our database. Next we have index.php. This is the home page. And then the login.php page. This page contains the login form. The logout.php file contains the logout script, and the otp.php page contains the field to enter the OTP for verification, and the signup.php page contains the signup form for the user. Now inside the components folder, I have kept some files. So the first file is the connection.php. This file contains the connection to our database. Then we have footer.html to contain the footer for our website, the head.html which contains the head tags for our website, and the header.php file. This file contains the navigation bar and the title for our website. So these 4 files are required in every page. So I have kept them in a separate folder called components. Now inside the image folder we have the website favicon, and inside the CSS we have the CSS file for our website, and inside the phpMailer folder we have the phpMailer class files, the SMTP class file, and the phpMailer file. Now the mail.php file contains our connection to our SMTP server through which we will send the OTP email to the user. Now first let us look at the connection.php file. So as you can see, I have used PHP to connect to our database. So here I have defined few constants. So the first is the database server name, which is set to localhost, since right now we are using this on our local machine. So I have set the host name as localhost. Next we have the username, which is set to root. So root is the default username for our localhost. And next I have set the password, which is null by default. And the database name is the user database. So here I have defined all the parameters, and after that I have used the try catch block for exception handling, and inside the try block I have defined our new connection. So the method that I have used for connection is PDO method. Now I have created a new object of type PDO, and here I have given the parameter names. So first I have defined the database type, which is MySQL. Since PHP supports connection to various types of databases, so we have to define the database type here. Next I have defined the host name, which is our localhost. So this is the database server, I have passed it here. And after that I have passed the database name and then the username and the password. Now after that I have set the PDO error mode to exception. So what this will do, it will set the error mode to exception, and whenever an error will occur, it will not only show us the error code, but it will also show us the error message. Now after that in the catch block, if there is any error, then it will print the error message. And I have used the die method to print the message and exit from the script. So here I have used the message, error could not connect, and then I have printed the error message. Next we have the footer.html file. So this file contains the footer tag for our website. So this is the footer tag, and inside this we have printed a message. Now this is the head.html file. This file contains the head tags for all our pages. So we will include this file in every page. So first is the meta tags, then we have the CSS tag, and then the Bootstrap, and then the fonts and the favicon. Now this is the index.php page. This page is the home page for our website. So this page contains the link to various other pages. Now first in this page, I have included the head.html file inside the head tag. So this will include all the head tags which are required. Next we have the JavaScript, and then we have the title, and I have set the title as home. Now inside the body tag, I have first included the header.php file. So this file contains the title and the navigation bar, and this file is inside the components folder. So this is the header.php file. So this file first contains the heading for our website. So this is the heading block. I have defined this class as container fluid, which is the Bootstrap class, and then I have printed the title as user registration system, and I have used the tag h1. Now below this I have given the subheading, and this is the heading block. Now below this we have the navigation bar. So this is the navigation bar here. I have used the class navbar here, and I have set the theme as light, and I have also changed the background and set the background as a linear gradient. Now inside the navigation bar we have various links and buttons. So the first link is for the home page. So this is the home page link, and this will take us to the index.php page. The second link we have is for the registered users. So this will take us to the display user.php page. This will show us the list of all the registered users. The third link is the about link, which will take us to the about.php page. Now besides this, we have two more buttons. The first is the login.php button. So this button will take us to the login.php page. And second, we have the sign up button, which will take us to the signup.php page. So that's all in the navigation bar. Now in the home page, below the navigation bar, we have a short welcome message. So this is the message. I have used the h2 tag and an unordered list here to print the message. Now in the center of the body, we have two cards. So I have used Bootstrap cards here. And the first card is for the users, which has the message view list of all registered users. So on clicking the go button of this card, we will be redirected to the display user.php page. Now second card, we have the register card. So the message is registered as new user, and on clicking the button here, we will be transferred to the signup.php page. So that's all in the body part of the home page. Now at last I have included the footer.html file. So that's all in the home page.
Now let us look at the sign up process for the user. Now for signing up in the system, first the user has to fill a form with the details, and after filling the details, the form data will be validated, and after the successful validation, an OTP will be sent to the user's email, from where the user has to enter the OTP in the otp.php page. Now after entering the OTP, if the OTP verification is successful, then only the user's registration will be successful, otherwise the registration will not be successful. Now this is the signup.php page. This page contains the form to enter the user data. So first in this form, inside the head tag, I have included the head.html file. So this file contains all the head tags which are required in this page. And below this I have set up a title. So the title is sign up, and below is the CSS file. Now in the body, I have first included the header.php file. So this file contains the title and the navigation bar. Now below this I have created a division. So I have given it the class container. So this is the Bootstrap class, and below this I have created a sign up form. So I have given the class as sign up form, and then I have given the heading in the h2 tag as new user registration. Now below this I have printed a message. So this is the PHP variable message, and by default this message is null, so nothing will be printed here. We will use this variable to print any error messages which we want to show to the user based on the condition. Here I have created a form, and the method for the form is post, and below this I have created the form groups which contains the input fields. So the first field is the first name, so its input type is text, and its name is first underscore name, and its ID is also first underscore name, and I have set it to required because this thing will be needed in our database, because we have kept the not null constraint on this field. Now I have set the placeholder as your first name. Now we have the second form group. So this is for the last name. Here the input type is also text, and its name is last name. And I have also set it to required, and the placeholder is your last name. Now the third is the email address. So it is required, and its type is text, and its name is email. And I have set the placeholder as your email ID. Now below this I have created another form field which is the gender. So this is our drop down menu. Here the label is gender, and it has three options. The first is the male, second female, and third other. So by default the selected value will be male, and its value is male. Next we have the value female and the other. Now below this we have a text input. So this will be for the address, and its name is address, and the placeholder is your address, and I have also set it to required. Now at last we have two fields for the password. So we have created two fields for the password because to avoid typos. So many times it happens that the password field is not visible to the user because the input type is password. so it will not show the input string to the user. So there is a chance that the user may enter the password incorrectly. So for avoiding such typos, we will enter the password 2 times. Now this is the first field for the password. So its input type is password and its name is also password, and I have set it to required. And I have also set the minimum and maximum length for the password. So the minimum length is 4 characters and the maximum length is 16 characters. And I have also given it the ID pass1. And in the placeholder I have written that it must be between 4 to 16 characters. Now below this we have the second field for the password, which is for confirmation, and its input type is also password, its name is confirm password and is also required. And I have also set the minimum and maximum length as 4 and 16, and its ID is pass2, and I have written the placeholder as re-enter to validate. Now in the second field of the password, I have also set up an attribute which is onKeyUp. So this attribute fires when the user releases a key on the keyboard. So whenever the user will release a key on the second password field, this function will be called. So I have defined this function below, and below this I have created a container using span, and by default this is blank, and I have given it the class confirm message and its ID is confirm message. Now at last in the form we have the submit button. So its type is submit and its name is also submit and the ID is also submit, and I have given it the class button and button success. So this will print a green button, and this is the Bootstrap class. So that's all in the form. So when the user will click the password, so on pressing the key, the check pass function will be called. So this will be useful for the client side validation of the password. We often use client side verification for password to improve the user experience. So this validation will be useful because when the user will enter the password in the second field, it will tell the user that the password is matching with the first password or not. So this will improve the user experience and will let the user know that he is entering the second password correctly as the first one. So this is the function checkPass. Now inside this function I have defined two variables. So the first variable is pass1. So here I have used the method getElementById. So this method returns the element that has the ID attributes with the specified value. So here I have provided the value as pass1. So it will store the value of the pass1 in the variable pass1. So as we have seen, the pass1 is the first password field which was entered by the user. So it will store the password 1, and in the second field I have stored the password 2. So here I have stored the second password in the pass2 variable, and I have also stored the confirm message in the message variable. So this confirm message is below the second password. So here is the field confirm message. Now after that I have defined two colors. So the first color is the green color and second is the red color, and I have stored them in the variables. Now we have checked for the equality of both the passwords. So here I have used the if statement. Now if pass1.value, so .value will return the value for the password 1 is equals to the pass2.value, which means that both the passwords are correct and they match. Then we have set the background color of the password2 ID. So this pass2 is the input field and it will set its background color to green. So the green color will be reflected in the pass2 field. And after that I have also set the message color as green, and I have shown the message as passwords match. So this message value will be shown inside this span tag, which is just below the second password field. Now in the else condition, if the two passwords did not match, then we have set the background color of the input field as red and also set the message color as red, and the message that will be shown in this case will be the passwords do not match. So that was all in the client side verification of the password. Now when the user will click the submit button, the PHP script will run. So here at the top of the page we have written the PHP script. So we have first set up the page name as signup, and after that we have first required the connection.php file. So this file contains the database connection, Then we have also required the mail.php file. So this file contains the mail function which will be required to send the OTP. Now after that I have started a session using the session start function. So we use the session to store the information into multiple pages. So the same information can be transferred between multiple pages using a single session. So we can also use cookies, but the cookie information is stored in the user's computer while the session variables are stored in the server side. And all the session variables are stored with the PHP global variable session. So here we have started a session, and after that I have created a message variable and set it to null. So this message variable will be used for printing the error messages. Now after that I have used the if statement to check whether that the user has clicked the submit button or not. So the method for the form was post, so that's why I have used here the post variable, and the name of the button was submit. So this will check whether that the submit button is set or not set. So I have used the isSet function which checks whether a variable is set or not set, which means that it contains a null or not null value. So when the user will click this button, this condition will become true and all the statements inside this if block will execute. Now after clicking the submit button, the first thing we have done is to remove the illegal characters from the email. So for this I have used the filter var function. So here I have given the first input as the variable email which is to be filtered, and second I have given the filter name. So the filter I have given is the filter sanitize email. So it will remove any illegal characters from the email address. And then I have stored the filtered email address in the email variable. And after that I have validated the email. And for this I have also used the filter var function. And here I have passed the filtered email. And then I have used the filter validate email. So this filter validates the email address. Now here I have checked if the return value is false, so which means that the entered email is not valid. Then we have set the value for the message variable as invalid email address entered. So here in the next condition we have used the else if statement and we have checked for the password validation. So here we have used the trim function on passwords. So the trim function removes the extra trailing spaces from the input field. So many times it happens that the user may accidentally click space button before and after entering the password. So that's why I have used the trim function. Now here we have checked for the equality for the password. So this will be the server side validation. The client side verification which we have done using JavaScript is not enough because sometimes the user may disable the JavaScript. So that's why the server side validation is very important. So here we have checked for the equality of both the passwords. Now if this condition becomes true, which means that the two passwords are not equal, so it will print the message that the passwords must match. Now if this condition is true, then we have stored all the form data into the session variables. So for all the variables we have used the filter var function and we have used the filter as filter sanitize string. So this filter will remove any illegal characters from the input fields. And I have also used the trim function to remove any extra trailing spaces. So I have stored the first name from the form into the sessions variable first name, and the last name is stored in the session variable last name, and the filtered email is stored in the session email variable. The gender is stored in the gender variable. The address is stored in the sessions address variable, and for the password we have used the password hash function. So we will not store the password directly to the database because password is a very sensitive information and we cannot store it directly into the database. So storing the password directly into the database without any encryption is not a good idea because it may happen that the database can be accessed by some unauthorized person and the password may get leaked. So it's always preferred to store the hash for the password in the database. So here I have used the password hash function. So this function creates a password hash for the given password using a one-way hashing algorithm. And here I have given the two arguments. First is the password and second is the algorithm which is used for hashing the password. So this is the default hashing algorithm. So this password hash function will return the hash for the password, and then we have stored the hash for the password in the session variable password. And after that we have created a result variable and initialized it to 0. Now after entering all the details and validating them, we have to check whether that the data entered by the user already exists in our database or not. So which means that the user has already registered in our database or not. So for this I have used the query select count all from user data, and I have used the email field to retrieve the data, and here is the placeholder, and then I have prepared the SQL query. So prepared statements are useful when we want to execute our same SQL query repeatedly with high efficiency. So as you can see, we haven't provided the email here. So when we have executed this query, then we have given the email for which we want to retrieve the data. Now after that I have used the fetch column method, and this method accepts a column index we want to retrieve. When we do not provide the column value, this method returns the value of the first row from the result. So this variable will store the number of rows in the output of the entered query. Now if the result is greater than 0, which means that a matching record is found with the entered email, so this means that the user is already registered in the database. So then we cannot move forward, and we will print the message that the user already exists. Now after that we have the else condition, which will execute only when the user is registering for the first time. So till now we have entered the data and stored them in the PHP variables after validation. Now we have to send an OTP to the user's email. Now to generate an random OTP, we have used the rand function. So this is the lower limit and this is the higher limit for the OTP. So this function will generate a 6-digit random number, and we have stored that number in the OTP variable. And after that we have stored this variable in the sessions variable OTP. Now after this we have sent the OTP to the user's email using the send OTP function. So here first we have passed the email of the user. So the OTP will be sent to this email, and then we have passed the value of the OTP. So this OTP will be sent to this email. So this send OTP function is inside the PHP mailer folder. So this is the PHP mailer folder, and this is the mail.php file. This file contains the function send OTP. So here as you can see, it has two arguments. The first is the email and second is the OTP. Now inside this function we have first required all the PHP mailer files, and below this we have defined the message body variable. So this is a string which contains the message, and here we have used the string concatenation to include the OTP in the message body variable. So here the message body contains the message that your one-time password for registration is, and then we have concatenated the OTP, and then we have written that please don't share your OTP with anyone. So this message will be sent to the user's email. So we have defined that message here. Now after that we have created a new PHP mailer object mail, and after that we have set the SMTP as the class to connect with the mail server, and we have also set the SMTP auth as true and debug as 0. Now after that we have defined the mailer protocol. So the protocol which we are using is SMTP. SMTP stands for Simple Mail Transfer Protocol. Now after that we have defined the host. So the host we are using is smtp.gmail.com. Now for using Gmail, the host name is this smtp.gmail.com, and the port number for the Gmail is 587. So here I have defined the SMTP encryption as TLS. Now below this I have defined the username and password for the Gmail ID from which we will send the email to the user's email address. Now after that we have defined the set from variable. So this will show the email from which we want to send the mail. So this detail will be visible in the from section when the user will receive the OTP. Now after that we have added the address. So here we have passed the email variable, which is the email of the receiver. Now here I have set the isHTML as true because our message body contains the message which contains the HTML tag. The tags in our message body will be treated as HTML tags and not as a string. Now after that I have set the subject for the email as verify email OTP. Now after that I have passed the message body and then I have sent the mail using the send function. Now I have also used the if condition here, and inside the if condition I have checked whether that the send function returns true or false. Now if this is not true, which means that the message send is failed, then we have returned 0 to the calling function, else we have returned 1. So if the message send is failed, it will return 0, otherwise it will return 1. Now here in the signup.php page, we have stored the result for the send OTP in the result1 variable. So after that we have checked if the result1 variable is 1 or 0. So if the result1 variable is 1, which means that the OTP send is successful. Now after that we have retrieved all the matching records for the given email from the registration table. So we have used the query select all from registration where email is the given email. So this statement will check if any record for the given email is present in the registration table or not. Now we are storing the OTP and the email in the registration table. So it may happen that the user may send OTP for more than one time. So if the user wants to send OTP more than one time, then we will not add the record again in the database. We'll then update the OTP in the email. So first here we have retrieved the number of records in the registration table for the given email. Now if the number of records is greater than 0, which means that the user has previously sent an OTP, then we have used the SQL query update registration set OTP as OTP where email is the given email. So this query will update the record for the user and set the OTP as the new OTP which he has sent. Now after that we have executed this query and then we have shown an alert that the OTP was sent to your email. And then we have transferred the user to the otp.php page. After that we have the else condition. So this else condition will execute when no matching record for the email is found in the registration table, and which means that the user is registering for the first time. So then we have used the query insert into registration, and here I have given the column names and their values. So this will insert the email and the OTP in the registration table. Now after storing the data, we have alerted the user that OTP was sent to your email and then redirected the user to the otp.php page. Now this is the else condition. If the result 1 was 0, which means that the OTP send failed, then we have shown an alert that OTP send failed. So this else will execute when the OTP send is failed. Now after doing all this, I have set the connection variable as none, which means that we have disconnected from the database. So till now we have stored the form data into the PHP session variables and stored the email and the OTP in the database.
This is the otp.php page. Now after filling the sign up form, an OTP will be sent to the user's email, and after that the user will be redirected to this page. So this page contains a field to verify the OTP. Now first in this page I have started a session. So we have previously started the session in the sign up page, so the session will continue here, and after that we have checked if the session email is set or not set. This is because if a user tries to access this page directly, he won't be able to access this page. First the user has to sign up, then only he can access this page. So here I have checked that the session email is set or not set. Now if the session email is not set, then the user will be transferred to the index.php page. Now after that I have required the connection.php file, and below this I have created a form. So this is the body. Here first I have included the header.php file. This file contains the title and the navigation bar, and below this I have created a form. So the form has only one field. So the input field is the OTP value. So its type is text and its name is OTP value. Now here in this form I have used the post method, and after clicking the submit button, this condition will become true here. So this if condition will become true, and after that we have checked for the equality of the OTP. So this is the post OTP value which the user has entered in the form,
and this is the session OTP value which we have generated and saved in the signup page. So that OTP was sent to the user's email address and this OTP is entered by the user. Now if both the OTP values are equal, which means that the verification is successful, then we have to enter the user data into the user data table. So for this the query is insert into user data, and these are all the column names and their values. After that I have prepared the SQL query. So it is important to prepare SQL queries because it prevents SQL injection and is fast. And in the execute statement, I have passed all the input fields. Now the insertion of data is complete. Now after that I have used the session unset function to unset all the variables, and then I have used the session destroy method to destroy the current session. Now after that I have shown an alert that the registration was successful and then redirected the user to the index.php page. Now this is the else condition. This condition will execute when the OTP entered by the user is invalid. So in this case an alert will be shown that the OTP was invalid. So this is the whole signup process. We have seen how to enter the data, validate the data, and then verify and enter the data into the database. Now let us look at the login process. So this is a basic login page. So here first we have included the connection.php file, and then we have started a session. After that we have to check that if the session is already running. Now if the user is already logged in, then we have transferred the user directly to the dashboard page. So here we have checked that condition. If the session ID is set, then we have transferred the user to the dashboard page. Now below is the login form. Now this is the login form. Here I have given the title user login, and after that I have printed a login message. So we will use this message variable to print any error messages. Now this is the first form group. So this is for the email address. Now it is required and its type is text and its name is email. The second form group is the password. So it's required, its name is password and type is also password. And at last we have the submit button. Now when the user will fill the form and click on the submit button, then this PHP code will execute. So here we have first defined the message variable, and after that we have checked if the login button is clicked or not clicked. So the method for the form is post, and that's why we have used here the post variable. After that we have stored the form data into the PHP variables. So I have used the trim function and then stored the email into the email variable and password in the password variable. Now after that we have validated the data and checked that if the data entered is blank or not. So if the data is not blank for both email and password, then we have used the try catch block to verify the user. So here we have first selected all the records from the database with the matching email which the user has entered. So the query is select all from user data where email is the given email. So this email is the email which was entered by the user. So I have prepared the query and then I have used the bind parameter function to bind the parameter with their values. And then I have executed the query and I have stored the row count into the count variable. Now if the row count is equals to 1 and the row is not empty, so this means that the user exists with the given email. So the email verification is complete, the user exists in our database, and after that we have to verify for the password. So here I have used the password verify function. This is because during the signup process we have stored the hash for the password in the database, and now to check for equality for the password with the hash we have to use the password verify function. So this has two parameters. First is the raw string for the password. So this is the post password variable entered by the user, and second is the rows password. So this is the password hash which we have retyped from the database. Now if both of these password matches, then this function will return true, otherwise it will return false. Now if this value is true, which means that the password was correct, then we have started the session and set the session ID as the user ID and the session email as the user's email. And then we have printed the message that login successful and then transferred the user to the dashboard.php page. And then I have used the exit method to exit from this script. Now in the else part, when the password verification is not successful, then we have printed the message that incorrect password. And if this count is not equals to 1, which means that the email entered by the user is not found in the database, then we have printed the message as incorrect credentials. Now in the catch block we have printed the error message here. Now this is the else part for the if condition, where we have checked that both the fields are null or not null. Now if both the fields are null, which means that the user did not enter the data, then we have printed the message that both fields are required. So this was the process for the login. So after logging in, we have set up two variables, the session ID and the session email. Now this is the dashboard.php page. So this will be the dashboard for the user after logging in. So no user can access this page without logging in. So here we have to first start the session and check if the session ID is set or not set. So when the user will log in, then only the session ID variable will be set and the user can access this page. Now if this condition is false, which means that the user has not logged in, then we have transferred the user to the login page. Now below this we have the dashboard, and here I have also created a logout button. So this button will take us to the logout.php page. So this is the logout.php page. Here we have started a session, which means that we have continued the previous session. So actually this method start a new session if a session does not exist. Now if the session is already existing, then it will continue to execute. Now after that we have inserted the session ID and the session email. So this will remove all the session variables, and after that we have destroyed all the cookies, and then finally we have destroyed the session. Now the logout script is complete. Then we have redirected the user to the index.php page. So that was the login and the logout process for the user. Till now we have seen how to enter the data to the database. Now let's see how to retrieve the data from the database and print them in the table. So this is the displayuser.php page. Here we will print the details of the users who are registered in the database. So first in this page I have required the connection.php file because we will be retrieving the data from the database. So this file is needed. And after that we have used the SQL query, select first name, last name, email, gender and address from the table user data, and then I have used the order by clause and sorted the results in the ascending order of the email. So this will select all these columns. Now after this I have prepared the SQL query and then executed the query, and below this I have stored the results in the results array of PHP using the fetch all function. So this fetch array function returns an array containing all the output rows. Now we have stored the data into the PHP variable. Below this I have printed the table to print the data. So the title for the page is registered users, and here I have included the head.html file. Now in the body, first I have included the header.php file. So this file contains the navigation bar and the title bar. Now below this I have created a container and then printed the table. So the heading I have given is registered users, and here I have created a table, and the class of the table is table bordered and table stripped. So this is the Bootstrap class, and then I have defined the column names. So first is the serial number, then you have the first name, the last name, email, gender and address. So these are the columns which we will print. Now inside the table body tag, first I have defined a variable count and set it to 1. So we will use this variable to print the serial number. Here I have used the statement to check if the row count of the query is greater than 0 or not. So if the row count is greater than 0, which means that at least one record exists in the output, so then we have printed the result, and for traversing in the results array, we have used the for each loop and stored the each record in the result variable. Now here we have printed the result variable. So first we have printed the count variable, and then we have printed the results first name, and here I have used the HTML entities function. So this function converts the characters into the HTML entities. Next I have printed the last name, then the email, gender and the address. Now after printing our record, I have incremented the count variable, and in the next iteration it will print the second record. Now in the else condition, if the row count is not greater than 0, which means that no record is found, so then we have printed the message that no results. Now here we have closed the table tag, and then at last I have included the footer.html file. So this loop will print all the records in the table. Now we have completed our project. Now let's host the project on the web server. Now for hosting the project, we will use the site Infinity Free. It provides free and unlimited web hosting. So first we have to sign up in this site. So I will click on the sign up button. So as I have already signed up, it has taken me to the dashboard page. Here we can see the list of all the sites. So to create a new site, we have to click on the create account button. So here I will create a new account. Now it is asking us for the subdomain and the domain extension. So we have to enter the subdomain here, and I will set the subdomain as registration system. And then we have to select the domain extension. Since it is a free hosting site, so we have a limited domain extension here. We have to choose one of these. Now I will click on the search domain button. Now it is saying that the domain is available. Now here we have to enter the account details. So the username is generated automatically, and we have to set the account password. Now I have already created an account. So I will go to the dashboard. Now I will click on the manage button to manage the web server. So this is the control panel for our web server. Here we can see various options. So first here we have the account details. Below this we have our MySQL details, and then we have the FTP details. So FTP stands for File Transfer Protocol. We will use FTP to upload our files to the web server. Now first let's create the database in the web server. So I will click on the control panel button. So this is the control panel for our web server. Here we can see various options. Now to create the database, we have to click on the MySQL databases button. So this is the MySQL databases panel. Here we have the field to create a new database. So I will create a new database here and set the name as user database. Now I will click on the create database button, and the database is created here. Now I will click on the admin button of the database to access the phpMyAdmin interface. So this is the phpMyAdmin interface in the web server. Right now the database is empty, so we will import the database from our local machine. So this is the phpMyAdmin interface in our local machine. So I will click on the user database, and then I will click on the export button to export this database. Now I will click on the go button, and it will download our database into our computer. So our database is now downloaded. Now I will click on the import button here in the web server. Now it is asking us to choose a file. Now I will select the user database.sql file. Now we have to click on the go button. So this will upload our database to the web server. Now the database upload is complete and it has executed all the queries. Now let's go to the structure tab. Here we can see our data is uploaded. So now our database upload is complete. Now let's upload our website files. Now for uploading the files, we have to click on the file manager here. And it will open the file manager in the web server. So here we can see we have an htdocs folder which is similar to that of in the XAMPP installation directory. So we have to upload the project folder inside this folder. Now I have already uploaded the project folder here. So I will open this folder. So these are all the files in the web server. Now after uploading the files, we have to make some changes in the database connection file because the database connection is different in the web server. So I will open the components folder and edit the connection.php file. So inside this file, we have to change the database server name, the username, the password and the database name. So the server name is given here in the dashboard page. So this is our MySQL hostname. So I will copy this from here and paste it here in the place of localhost. Now we have to copy the username and I will paste it here in place of the root. Now we have the password. So I will copy the password and paste it here. Below this we have the database name. So we have to copy the prefix for the database and paste it here. Now I have updated all the details in the connection file and I will click on the save button. So now our file is saved. I will close the file and our upload is complete. Now let's open the website in the web browser. So now our website is hosted successfully in the web server. As you can see, this is our home page. So first we have the title and below this we have the navigation bar. Here in the navigation bar we have three buttons. First is the home page, then we have the registered users button and the about button. Now in the right side we have the login button and the register button. Here in the body we have two cards. First is the users card and second is the register card, and this is the footer. Now let's first go to the register page and sign up in our web page. Now this is the signup.php page. So this contains the registration form. As you can see, this is our registration form. So here we have all the fields. So first we have to enter the first name. So I will enter the name here and then the last name. And here I will enter the email ID. Now below this I will enter the gender and then the address. Now we have to set the password. So I will enter a password here. And it is asking us to validate the password. So as you can see, it is showing us that the password did not match. Now after entering the correct password, it has changed the background color to green and has shown the message as password match. So the validation is working fine. Now I will click on the submit button. Now it has redirected us to the otp.php page. Now an OTP will be sent to my email and I have to check for the OTP there. So this is the email which I have received in my email ID. So here we can see we have the message, your one-time password for the registration is. So this is our password and here is the message, please don't share our OTP with anyone. So I will copy this OTP. Now first here let's enter a wrong OTP. And I will click on the confirm button. So it is saying that invalid OTP. Now I will paste the correct OTP and click on the confirm button. Now as you can see, it is saying that registration successful. Now I will click on the OK button and it has redirected us to the index.php page. So now the registration is complete. Now let's click on the login button. So it is asking us for the email and the password. So I will enter the email here and first I will enter a wrong password and click on the submit button.
Now the message is shown that incorrect password. Now I will enter a invalid email to check whether that email validation is working correctly or not. Now it is saying that incorrect credentials. Now I will enter the correct details and click on the submit button. As you can see, it is saying that you are now logged in. Now I will click on the logout button to log out from this dashboard. So now I am logged out. Now I cannot access the dashboard page. So if I try to access the dashboard page from the URL, so I will enter the dashboard.php page here. As you can see, it has redirected us to the signup.php page, which means that without logging in, we cannot access the dashboard page. So this is working correctly. Now I will click on the registered users button. So it will show us all the list of registered users. So here we can see it is showing the details in the form of table. So these are the details which is stored in the database. Hello everyone, welcome to the course on SQL development. In this video series, we will create a project, the library management system, and which will be able to manage the books and the students in a library, and we will add the functionality to issue books and return the books, and it will keep record of all the issued books. Now let us look at the topics covered in this video. So we will first look at the introduction to library management systems. Then we will build the database for our project. After that we will look at the project structure, and then we will do the project development, and at last, when all the steps are completed and the project is completed, we will host the project on cloud. Now first let us understand what is a library management system. A library management system is a software that is used to maintain the record of the library. It contains work like the number of available books in the library, the number of books which are issued, or returning or renewing a book, or the late fine charges. It helps to maintain a database that is useful to enter new books and record books borrowed by the members. It also reduces the manual record burden of the librarian, and it allows the librarian to maintain the library resources in a more operative manner that helps to save the time. It is also convenient for the librarian to manage the process of books allotting and making the payments. The library management system is also useful for students as well as the librarian to keep the constant tracks of the availability of all the books in the library. This system will reduce the manual work, and the whole process can be managed through a single click. The admin or the librarian has an extra authorizations and privileges to add, remove, and issue books, while the students can only search and borrow the books. Now the tools which we will be using in this project are, we will use MySQL for the database, then we will use PHP for backend, and HTML, CSS and JavaScript for the front-end development. Now let us look at the project structure. So what we will be building? We will be building this management system for the librarian. So the first page will contain the login page for the admin. After that, he or she will be able to add or remove books in the library database, and he or she can also add or remove the students which are registered in the library, and the software will also contain the features to issue and return the books, and also the admin can add or remove other admins also. So this is how the ER diagram of our database looks. As you can see, we have 3 tables. Apart from this, we also have an admin table which contains the admin login details. So here these are the 3 main tables. As you can see, the students table contains the details of the student. So we have details such as the student ID, name, email, department and phone number. The student ID is here the primary key for this table. And next we have another table, books, which contains the details of all the books in the library database. Here we have the attributes such as the book ID, the book title, the author, the ISBN number of the book, the category of the book, the publisher name and the call number of book. So in this table the book ID is the primary key and they both are related with the relationship borrow, and we also have a relationship table borrow, so which contains the details such as the borrow ID, which is the primary key, and it will contain the details such as the borrow date and return date, and it has the foreign keys book ID and student ID. Now this is the relational model for our database. Apart from these three tables, we also have an admin table. So this is the student table with all the column names, and we have then the borrow table, which is the relationship table, and it has the details such as the borrow date and return date. After that we have the books table, which have the columns such as book ID, title and author. So now this is the relational model. So let's create this database in our SQL server.
In this video, we will create the database in our server. So we will use the phpMyAdmin to create the database. So before this, make sure that the SQL server is running on your local machine. So we will access the phpMyAdmin interface with the admin button. So here the phpMyAdmin interface has opened. So it is a free and open source administration tool for MySQL. It is a web application which is built in PHP, and in the left side you can see the list of all the databases. So I will create a new database. I will name it as library_db. As you can see, the database is created. Now let's create the tables inside the database. For this we will use SQL queries. So go to the SQL tab. Here you can see a window. So here we will write the query to create our tables. First I will create the admin table. For this I will use the create table command. Now inside the brackets I will give the column names. So the first column is the admin ID and its type is int and it will be not null. And we will set it as auto increment. This will also be the primary key for this table. SQL is a case insensitive language, which means that the case of the query doesn't matter. Next column is the admin name. I will give it as varchar of length 50. This is the maximum length. And it will be not null. Okay, so the third column is the password. I will keep it as varchar of length 50 and it will be not null. The third column is the username and it will be varchar and 50 length. The last column will contain email and it will be varchar and 50 length. Okay, so here I have created the table. So this is the query for admin table. Now let's create similar queries for the student table and books table and the borrow table. Next I will create the books table. So in this table we have the primary key as book ID and we have the book title. Then we have the author name. After that we have publisher name. Then we have the categories. And the last column is the call number. Okay, so now this is the query for the books table. Now I will create the query for the student table. So I will rename it as student. And we have the first column as student ID. After that we have the email, then name, and after that we have the department, and at last is the phone number. So these are all the columns for our student table. And the last table is the borrow table, the table which contains the relationship. So I will name it as borrow. The primary key is the borrow ID. Next we have borrow date. Then we have return date. After that we have the two primary keys, student ID for the student table and book ID for book table. Alright, so these are the queries for creating our tables. So I will run this query. So now as you can see, the tables are created. So this is the admin table. Right now this table is empty and all the tables right now are empty. So we will fill the data using the management system. Alright, so now let's create the code to connect to our database. Hello everyone, in this video we will do the project development. So first let us look at the project directory. So our project directory will be inside the XAMPP installation directory in the htdocs folder. So to access the directory, click on the Explorer button in the XAMPP control panel. So it will take us to the XAMPP installation directory, and as you can see this is the htdocs folder. So inside this folder we have to create the folder of our project. I have already created the project folder, so let me open the folder in the text editor. So now I have opened the project directory in the text editor. So here you can see this is our project folder, and inside this folder we have many files. So we have 3 folders and some files. So these files are the web pages for our project, and this folder contains several other files. So inside the CSS folder we have the CSS files for our project, and inside the includes folder we have several components for our website, such as the dbinclude.php. This file contains the connection to our database. The header.php file, this file contains the header of our web pages, and the navigation.php, this file contains the navigation bar for our website, and snippet.php, this file contains some functions. I will explain them later. Inside the JS folder we have the JavaScript file, such as the Bootstrap JavaScript, the jQuery, which are required for our website. And so these are the pages in our website. The first page is the addbook.php page. Then we have the addstudent.php page, the adduser.php page. Then we have the admin panel page, the book list page, and several other pages. Okay. So first now let us look at the connection file to our database. So the file is inside the includes folder, which name is dbinclude.php. So this is the file where I have defined the connection to our database. Here you can see I have defined the variable host as localhost and the user as root. And the pass variable is blank, it's the password. And then I have given the DB name as library_DB. Okay, so here I have defined the connection through MySQL connect. So here I have passed the arguments as the host name, the username, the password, and the database name. Okay, so the connection is created and it is stored in the object connection. Okay, so here I have checked whether we have successfully connected to the database or not. So let me open this in the web browser and check whether we are able to connect or not. So now I opened the web browser and I will type the link to the page. So this is the URL for the dbinclude.php page. So now I will click enter, and you can see that it has printed the connection result. So it has printed the connection to the database is successful. Okay, so now our connection to the database is successful. Now let us look at the other files. So this is a simple connection file. Now let us look at the header.php file. Inside this file I have included the header tags, such as the Bootstrap file link, the theme link, and the JavaScript links. Okay, so this is included in every page. So we will include the header.php file in every page. so that we don't have to type this much of code in every page. We'll just include it using PHP. So next is the navigation page. We'll look at it later. So this is the snippet.php file. Inside this file I have defined two functions. The first function is the sanitize function. So this function removes any illegal character from the data. So we will apply this function on the input we take from the user. So many a times the user may include illegal data which is of no use. So we will use this function to sanitize it. Okay, so we will pass a string, input string here. And after that I have defined the connection to our database. And after that I have checked whether the input is an array or not. So if the input is an array, it will traverse through each of the element of the array and then apply the sanitize function. So otherwise, if the element is not an array, it is a single element, then it will go inside this else statement. Inside this statement, the first function we have applied is the strip slashes function, which removes any backslashes. So we have removed the backslashes from the input if there is any. And after that we have applied the clean input function. After the clean input function, I have applied the MySQL real escape string function, and I have passed there two parameters. The first is the link, our database connection, and then the input string. So this function escapes special characters in a string for use in an SQL query, taking into account the current character and set of the connection. So it is used to create a legal SQL string that can be used with the SQL statement. So it will remove any special characters from the SQL statement for the specified data connection. Here I have returned the output from this function. So here I have also used the clean input function. So this function is defined here, the clean input function. It takes a string as an input, and I have defined a search array here. So this array contains all the JavaScript tags, the HTML tags, the style tags, and the multi-line comments. So it will remove all these from the input string and give the output. Okay, so I have used the replace function here. If any such element is found in the input, then it will replace it with the null element. So then it will return the output. So overall, this snippet.php file contains the functions to clean the data. Now we have created the database connection file and created the connection to our database. Now let us look at the index.php file. This is the home page of our website. This page will contain a simple form, the login form, and a button to show the list of all the books to the students. So let me show how this page looks like. So this is how the home page will look like. It will contain an admin login form. With the help of this, the admin can log into the system. And there is also a view books button, which will show the list of all the books to the students, which does not require any login. So it will only show the list of books in the library. So this is the code for index.php page. In this page, we have first started a session using the session start function. And after that we have checked that if the session has already been started or not. So if the session is already started, so there is no need to log in to the page. So we will redirect the user to the admin.php page. After that we have included all the files, the snippet.php file, the database file, and the header.php file. Okay, so after that we have created the form here. So this title is the admin login, and it has two fields. The first is the username and the second is the password. Okay, so the method for this form is the post method, and when the user will click the submit button, the control will be transferred to the if statement. So here we have checked whether the user has clicked the submit button or not. So we have used the post method here and used the isSet function. The isSet function is a built-in function which checks whether a variable is set or null. So if the variable is set, which means the user has clicked the button, so it will execute the statement under this if block. So the first thing we have done here is taken the username and the password from the form and stored it in the PHP variables username and password. So we have applied a few functions here. The first is the trim function, which removes any trailing and extra spaces from the text, and then we have applied the sanitize function. We have already seen this function. So it will remove any illegal strings and characters from the input string. After that I have used the query. So this is the SQL query. So with the help of this query, I have retrieved all the users from the database which the user has provided the information. I have used the select statement. So I have used select star from admin. So all the users from admin
where the username is the user provided username and password is the user provided password. So if there is any record exists which the username and the password matches, so this will return the result. After that, I have executed the query, and here I have given the connection variable and the SQL statement as the input, and after that I have used the MySQL number of rows function, so it will return the number of rows in the result array. So if the number of result is greater than 0, which means that a matching record is found and the user's enter details is correct. So after that it will enter this if block. So here I have used the MySQL fetch SQL function and provided the query. So this function fetches a result row as an associative array, and I have stored this in the row variable of PHP. After that I have created a session auth variable and set it as true, and the session admin variable is the username the user has provided. Okay, so after this all is done, the login is complete and the user is redirected to the admin.php page. After that I have used the exit command to exit from this page. Here in the starting of this page I have checked whether the session auth variable is set or not. So this is because to check whether the user has already logged in or not. So if the user has already logged in, the session variable auth is already set and its value is true. So we will redirect the user to the admin.php page without filling the form. So this is the admin.php page. This is the dashboard of the user. So this page contains the 3 buttons, the links to various tasks the user can perform. So the first button is the all books button, which will redirect the user to the bookstable.php, and the second is the students list button, which will redirect to the view students.php page, and the third is the borrowed books button, which will redirect the user to the borrowed books.php page. Apart from this, this page also contains the navigation bar. So now let us look at the navigation bar, so which is inside the folder includes. So this is the navigation bar. So in this file we have first checked whether the session has started or not and the user has logged in or not. Okay, so after that this is the HTML code for the navigation bar. It contains only 5 links. The first is the homepage link, the second is the books link, the third is the admin links, fourth is student, and fifth is the shoot books link. So the homepage, the home button will take us to the homepage. The books button will show us the list of all the books in the library. The third is the admin button. With the help of this page, the user can add or remove other admins. And the fourth is the students page. So in this page, the admin can manage the students. And the fifth is the shoot books link. So in this page, the user can manage the books which are borrowed by students. And in the corner, I have set a logout button. So with the help of this button, the user can log out. So this is the logout.php file. So in this file, first I have started the session. So it will check whether the session has started or not. If the session has already started, then it will destroy the session and it will redirect the user to the index.php page, and the exit function is executed. So when clicking the logout button, all the sessions variable will be deleted and the user will be redirected to the login page, which is the index.php page. So this is how the admin page, the admin dashboard looks in the web browser. So here you can see this is the navigation bar. We have the home button, the books button, the admins button, the student button, the shoot books button, and the logout button. So here are the links to the various tasks the user can perform. So this is the all books button, which will take us to the bookstable.php page, the student list, which will take us to the student page, and the borrowed books, which will show the books which are issued to the students. Alright, so that's it. This is the bookstable.php page. So when clicking the first button on the dashboard, the user will be redirected to bookstable.php page. So in this page, the user can manage all the books on the library. So this page will contain a button to add the books in the library record, and also it will show the list of all the books which are present in the library, and the user can also delete the selected books from the record. First in this page I have required all the files, and after that the heading is the books table, and inside this container I have printed the table, and before the table I have created a button which is to add the book, and on clicking this button
the user will be redirected to addbook.php page. So this page contains the form, we will see it later. And below this button there is a table to print all the books which are present in the record. So these are the column titles: the book ID, the book title, the author, ISBN, the publisher name, categories, call number, and at the last there is a column which contains the button to delete the record. So in the table body, here I have used the select star from books SQL query. So it will select all the records from the books table, and I have used the MySQL query function to execute this query, and I have passed the connection variable and the SQL query. And after this I have created a counter variable which is set to 1. This will be used to show the serial number of all the records. Now I have used the MySQL fetch array to store all the records from the database to the PHP variable row, and so row is an array of all the records. So in the table body I have printed all the records, and I have used the while loop to traverse through all the records in the array. So here I have used the echo statement to print all the record details. After that, in the delete column I have created a form. So this form contains two fields. So first is the input type. So this will store the value of the book ID which is to be deleted. So for each record it will be the corresponding book ID. And after that I have created a delete button. So on clicking this button, the form will be submitted. The submitted value will be the book ID, and on clicking this button the user will be redirected to the if block of this statement. So here I have checked whether the user has clicked the delete button or not. So I have used the post method here and used the isSet function to check whether the post variable delete is set or not. So the first thing I have done is stored the entered ID in the PHP variable ID. I have also applied the sanitize and trim function to clean the input, and after it I have executed the query. The query is delete from books, where book ID is the selected book ID. So it will be the ID corresponding to the record which I have clicked the delete button. And after that I have stored the result in the result variable, and I have set the error variable as false. So if the book delete is successful, the error variable is set to true. Now if the error variable is set to true, I have used the isSet function to check whether the variable is true. Now I have used the triple equals to here. So it will check the equality as well as the data type. So if both are true, then this statement will execute and a message will be printed that the record is deleted successfully. So this is how we will delete the record from the database. Now let us look at the addbook.php page. So this button is above the table. So this button will redirect us to the addbook.php page. So this is the addbook.php page. Actually this page contains a form. So this form will contain all the details, the book details which are required, and will insert the record in the database. So first in this page I have required all the required files, and after that I have created a form. So this is the container of the form, and I have required the navigation bar. After that I have created a form. So this is the form, and the method for this form is the post method, and it contains various fields. The first field is the book title, and the second is the author, the third is the ISBN number, the fourth field is the publisher, the fifth is the category, then we have call number, and after that we have the add book button. So this is the add book button. On clicking this button we will be redirected to the starting of this page, which is the isSet post submit. So here we have checked whether the submit button is clicked or not. So after the user has clicked the submit button, we have stored all the form data in the PHP variables. So before this we have applied two functions, the trim and the sanitize function. So the trim will remove any extra spaces and sanitize will remove any illegal characters. So then here we have stored all the variables in the PHP variable, and after that I have used the statement insert into books. Then I have given the column names and the values. So I have used the MySQL query function to execute the query. So after the query is executed, I have checked whether the query is successfully executed or not. So if query means the successful execution, So it will alert the user as the new books has been added, else it will alert the user that the book has not been added. So after the successful addition of the book to the database, it will redirect us to the bookstable.php page. So this is the add book form. So it contains the fields such as the book title, author, ISBN, publisher, category and call number. Now let me enter a book. So I have entered the details, and when I will click add book, it will alert us that the book has been added, and we will be redirected to the books table page. Now this is the bookstable.php page. As you can see, this page will show us all the recorded books in the database. So here against each record we have a delete button. So on clicking this, it will delete the selected record. So now as you can see, the book has been deleted successfully. Now this is the view students.php page. So this page is used to display all the students which are registered in the database, and with the help of this page we can also add or remove the students from the database. So this is the structure of this page. First I have required all the necessary files which are required. After that I have created a container, and the heading is the student table, and after that I have printed the table, and before the table I have given a button similar to that of the books table. So here we have the add student button. So using this button we can add the student to the database, and this button will redirect us to the add student.php page. So below this we have the table in which all the student records are printed. So this is the table structure. These are the column headings. So we have the fields that the ID, name, email, department, phone number, and a column to remove the record from the table. After that I have used the query select star from students. So this query will select all the records from the student table, and after that I have used the MySQL query function. Here I have passed the connection and the SQL query. After that I have set the counter variable 1. This will be act as the serial number of the table. After that, in the while loop I have stored all the data from the database in the row array, and inside the while loop I have printed those elements. So the first is the serial number. This is the counter variable, and this variable will increment by 1 after each loop. And after that we have the student ID, the name, email, department and phone number. And this is the last column of the table. This is the delete column, and it contains a form. So in this form I have created an input variable which is hidden by default, and it will input the student ID. So the variable it will store is the student ID of the particular row. And below this we have the delete button. On clicking this delete button, it will pass the student ID, and here I have used the if statement to check whether the user has clicked submit or not. So I have used the post method in the form. So I have used the isSet function, which is used to check whether the variable submit contains null or not null. So if the variable contains not null value, so the ID will be stored in the PHP variable ID, and I have used the trim function here. After that I have used the query delete from students, where student ID is the ID which was selected in the table. Now I have executed the query, and after that if the query returns true value, then I have alerted the user that the student has been deleted. Now in this page above the table we have the add student button, which will take us to the add student.php page. So this is the add student.php page. Using this page we can enter the details of the student. So this page will contain a form to enter all the details of the students, and then it will enter the data in the database. So first I have included all the required files such as the snippet, database and the header files. After that I have created a form here. So this is the form. It contains fields such as the full name, the ID number, the department, email, the phone number and a add member button. So whenever the user will click the add member button, the if statement will execute here. So the method for the form is post, and I have used the isSet function to check whether the submit contains null or not null. After that I have used the trim function on all the post variables of the form to remove the extra spaces, and after that I have also used the sanitize function to remove the illegal characters from the input string. And after that, these all are stored in the PHP variables. So the student ID is stored in the PHP variable student ID, the email in the email variable, the department variable phone, and the name variable. Okay, after that the query is insert into students, and these are all the column names. And after that I have given the values here, the student ID, email, department, phone, and name. Then here I have executed the query, and after that I have declared the error variable as false. But if the query executes successfully, then the error variable is set to true. Otherwise, if the record does not enter to the database successfully, then it will alert the user saying that the registration failed. Alright, so here when the registration is successful and the error variable is true, then we have set up a condition here before printing the table that if the error variable is set and its value is true, then it will give a message to the user that the record has been added successfully. Okay, so now let us see how this works in the website. So we can access the view students table from the button here, the student list. On clicking this button, we are transferred to the view students.php page. Here we can see the list of all the registered students. So on clicking the add student button, we are redirected to the add student.php page. So this is the form. Let me fill this with an sample data. So this is a sample data, and now I'll click add member. So here it has given the message that record added successfully. So now this is the students page. Here you can see that the data has been added to the database, and now if I click on the delete button, it will delete the record. So now it has alerted us that the student has been deleted. So on clicking OK, it will take us to the page. This is the borrowedbooks.php page. This page contains the record of all the books which are currently issued, and we will use this page to also issue the books to the student. So let us look at this page. First, I have included all the required files. After that, I have given the heading as the currently issued books to the students. Then after that, I have created a button to lend the book to the student. So this button will take us to the lendbook.php page, where we can fill the details in the form to lend the book to any student. After that, we have the table showing all the books which are currently issued. So we have the table contents as the serial number, the book ID, the book name, the issue date, the student ID to which the book has been issued, and actions such as to remove the record from this table. So in the table body, I have used the query select star from books and perform the natural join on borrow. So what natural join will do? It will combine both the tables book and borrow with the common column, the book ID. So here I have executed the query and set the counter variable as 1. Then inside the while loop, I have stored all the records in the row variable of PHP using the MySQL fetch array function. And in the table body, I have printed all the records. So I have printed the book ID, the book title, the borrow date, and the student ID. So here in this table, the book ID is the common column between the two tables, the books and the borrow table. The book title is from the books table, the borrow date is from the borrow table, and the student ID is from the borrow table. So the last column is the delete button. So actually this form contains the button to return the book to the library. So what this button will do, it will remove the record from the borrowed table. So whenever the user will click the return button, it will redirect us to the delete query page, and I have passed the book ID variable through the URL itself. So here I have given the book ID of this particular row in which the return button is clicked. So this is the delete query page. Here you can see I have included the database file. After this, I have used the get method to get the book ID from the previous page, and I have used the if condition. Then after that, I have stored the book ID from the previous page in the book ID variable of PHP. Then I have executed the query delete from borrow, where book ID is the, so here the book ID is the book ID against which the return button has been clicked. So after that I have redirected the page to the borrowed books.php. So this is how the returning of the book will work. It will remove the record from the borrowed table. Now let us look at the lendbook.php page. So this page contains a form to enter the details of the book which is to be issued to the student. So here I have included the required files, and after that I have created a form. So in this form I have given the fields such as the book ID, the book which is to be issued, and the student ID to the student whom the book is to be issued, and then the borrow date and the return date of the book. After that I have created the submit button. On clicking this button, the control will go to the if block. So inside this if block I have stored all the form data in the PHP variables. The student ID is stored in the student ID variable, the borrow date is stored in the bdate variable, and the due date is stored in the due variable, and the book ID is stored in the book ID variable. After that I have used the insert into statement to enter the data into the borrow table. Here I have given the column names and their values. So if the query executes successfully, then it will show the alert as success. Otherwise it will show the alert as unsuccessful. And after that it will redirect us to the borrowed books.php page. So this is how the issue of book and the return of book work. Now let us look at the users page. This page contains the list of all the admins. So here in this page the necessary files are required, and after that I have created a table to print all the details from the admin page, such as the admin ID, the name, the password, username, email, and actions. Above this we have a add another admin button. With the help of this page we can also add another admin. We will look at it later. So here I have printed all the details of the admin, and the admin can see all the details of other admin also, the username, password, and email. And after that we have the delete button in the last column of the table. So with the help of this button we can delete the admin record. So when the user will click the delete button, the control will transfer to this block, and here the ID is stored in the ID variable, the ID whose admin is to be deleted. And after that I have used the delete query, delete from admin, where the admin ID is the selected admin ID. And after that the error variable is false by default. If the result is successful, then the error becomes true, and the message will be shown that the record deleted successfully. So here before printing the table I have printed that if the error is true, then only it will print the message that the record deleted successfully. Now this is the adduser.php page. So this page will help us to enter another admin to the database. This page contains the form to enter the details of the admin. Here I have created the form to enter the details of the admin. The method for this form is post, and the fields are the full name, the username, the password, and second we have confirmed the password. After that we have entered the email, and the last is the submit button. Then when the user will click the submit button, the control will flow to this block. Here when the user will click submit, I have used the set function to check whether the submit variable contains null or not null. If this statement becomes true, then it will execute this statement. So here I have stored all the data from the form into the PHP variables, and after that I have checked whether the two passwords which are entered match or not. So if the password match, then it will execute the query inside it. Otherwise it will alert the user that the password does not match. So if the password matches, then it will insert the data into the admin table. So I have used the statement insert into admin, and these are the column names and their values, the name, password, username, and email. Then the similar thing which we have done previously, we have set the error variable false. If the query executes successfully, the error is true, and we have printed the message here after checking whether the error variable is set or not, and the message will be shown recorded successfully. Otherwise it will alert the user that the task failed. So this is how the admin can add another admin and also remove from this table. Now this is the books list.php page. This page shows the list of all the books from the database for the students. So this page doesn't require the login from the administrator. Anyone in the website can see this page without logging in. So the heading for this page is the list of books in the library, and I have not included the navigation bar or the session or anything like that. Then I have simply printed all the records from the books table. Here these are the fields which are printed: the book ID, the book title, the author, ISBN number, the publisher name, category of the book, and the call number. Then I have used the statement select star from books, and similar to the previous pages I have used the while loop and stored all the data in the row variable of the PHP, and here inside the table I have printed all the variables. So that's it. Now this will print the data. Now let us look at this page in the web browser. Now this is the admin dashboard. On clicking the admins button on the navigation bar, we are transferred to the users.php page. Here we can see all the list of admins, and this is the button to add another admin. So if I click this button, it will take us to the add admin form. Here we can fill the details. So I will enter some details here. So I have entered the details. When I click submit, it will show the message recorded it successfully. Now in the admins table we can see that the admin has been entered. Now if we click delete, it will be deleted. Now as you can see, the record is deleted successfully. Now on logging out, we can see the view books page. This button will take us to the books list.php page. Now this table shows all the books which are available in the library, and this page doesn't require any login. So students can see the list of available books from this page. It has also a home button which will take us to the login page. Now we have completed our project. Now let's host the project in the web. For this we will use the Infinity free site, which is a free and unlimited web hosting site. First in this site we have to sign up. Now I have already created the account, so this is the dashboard. Here we can see all our websites. So to create a new website, just click on create account. It will take us to a new page where we have to select our subdomain. So I will search and we have certain domain extensions. Since it is a free site, so we do not have the choice to select the domain extension for our own. We can select from the given list. I will continue this for now. So it's showing some error. It says that the domain name cannot contain special characters. So I will click on search domain. So now the domain is available and it will automatically generate the username, and we have to enter a password here. So on clicking create account, it will create an account. Since I have already created an account, I will click on home. Here I have created the account, so I will click on the manage account. So this is the dashboard for our account. Here we can see the details for our website. So this is our account details, and these are the MySQL server details, and these are the FTP details. We will use MySQL details to create our database, and we will use FTP to transfer the files to the web server. Now first let's create the database in the web server. For doing this, click on the control panel. It will redirect us to the control panel of the website. Here we can see many options. So to create the database, click on the MySQL databases. So here we have to create a new database. We have to give the name here. I have already created the database. The database is shown here. I will click on the admin button and it will redirect us to the PHP My Admin interface. So here I have already created the tables. So you can always export the table from the localhost using this tab and import the file in this server. Now to transfer the project files, we will use the file manager. On clicking the file manager, it will open in a new window. And here we can see the htdocs folder, which is similar to that in the XAMPP folder. So just open this folder, and here I have already created the project folder. So I have already copied these files, and one thing we have to do after copying the files to the server, that we have to change the database details. So I will open the includes folder. So here in the database configuration file, we have to change the parameters. The host name is different here, the user is also different, the password and the database is also different. So you can enter the host name, username and the password from the control panel. So these are the MySQL username, the MySQL password and the MySQL host name. And it is saying that the database name is in the form of this string. So now I have updated the details here. Now I'll click on save. And now let's open this site in our web browser. Now as you can see, the website is successfully hosted in the internet. Now let's log in. So this is the admin dashboard. Here we can see the navigation menu, the all books, the student list and the borrowed books. Now let's click on the borrowed books. Here we can see that all the books which are borrowed. Right now no book is borrowed, and we also doesn't have any book in the database. So let's add in book. So now the book is added in the database. Now let's add some students. So we already have a student, and now let's issue a book. Right now none of the book is issued, so let's click on the lend book to issue a book. So here we have to enter the book ID, the student ID. So in the books table we can see the book ID. So the book ID is 14 and the student ID is 53514. The book ID is 14 and the student ID is. Now here we have to enter the borrow date and then the return date. Now as you can see, the table is updated and we have issued the book, and the book ID which was issued is 14. The book name is Engineering Mathematics and the issue date and the student ID to whom the book is issued. Now to return the book, we have to click the return button and it will delete the record from this table. Here is the list of all the admins, and we can add another admin from this button. And on clicking the logout button, we will be logged out. And we can see the list of all the books which are available. So these are the books which are available. So that's all in this project.
Hello everyone, welcome to the course on SQL development. In this course, we will develop a project. The project will be Academic Records Management System. So in this project, we will build the system and it will act as a centralized database for all the academic publications for an educational institution. In this system, the records can be added and removed by the users. The users will be the students and the faculty of the college. And it will serve as an online library for the college publications, and all the publications can be viewed by anyone from anywhere in the internet. So this system will be helpful for academic purpose for students and the researchers. So these are the various topics covered in this series. First, we will look at the introduction to Academic Records Management System.
After that, we will build the database for the project. Then we will look at the project structure. After that, we will do the project development. And at last, when all the project work is complete, we will host the project on web. Now first, let us understand what is an academic records management system. It is a type of content management system. So a content management system is a software that helps users create, manage and modify the content on a website without the need of specialized technical knowledge. This system will record the publications, patents and projects done by the college students and the faculty members. We will also create a page to show the list of all the registered alumni in the system. So overall, this project will be helpful for the students for the college. The tools which we'll be using in this project is MySQL for the database development. We will use PHP for the backend development and HTML, CSS and JavaScript for the front-end development.
Now let us look at the project structure. First, we will have the home page. Using this page, we will navigate to all the other pages. First is the view data. Using this, we can view all the data for the publications, projects and the patents. Next, for the alumni, we have two sections. First is the register. Using this, the alumni can register in the system. And second is the view. Using this page, we can view all the registered alumni. Now to register in our system as a student or a faculty, first we have to fill up the sign-up form. Then after, an OTP will be sent to the email. And after the successful verification of the OTP, the registration is successful. Now when the registration is successful, then only the user can log in and insert, update and delete the data. We will have different dashboards for the faculty and the students. One thing to note is that the patents can only be filed by the faculty members, not by the students. Now this is the ER diagram for our database. As you can see, there are 6 entities. Other than this, we also have the entity alumni. So it is not represented here because it is not related to any other table. Now this is the entity user. User has the attributes password, category, department, user ID, email and name. Here the user ID is the primary key and it is related to the registration table as register. Now the registration table or the entity has the attributes timestamp, serial number, email and OTP. This table will be used during the registration process. The serial number will be the primary key for this table. The timestamp will contain at which timestamp the data is entered in this table. The email will contain the email to which the OTP is sent and the OTP value which is sent. Next we have the entity forgot password. It also has the same attributes as that of registration, but this table will be used during the forgot password condition. So it has also the attribute serial number, timestamp, email and OTP. Now in the category attribute, we will define the category as student or faculty. And the password attribute will store the password for the user, and it will also store the department in the department attribute, and the user ID is the primary key. The email will contain the email and the name will store the name of the user. Now the user is related to 3 other tables. Now this is the publication entity. It has the following attributes and it is related to the user. So user ID is here the foreign key. It has the attributes such as the publication ID, which is the primary key, and in the description we will store the description, and we have the citation, the title, the year and the type of publication, and we also have the date published. And in the patent entity we have the attributes such as the title, the patent by, the description, the patent ID, the primary key, the user ID, the foreign key for the table and the year. For project, we have the attributes such as the date of project, the funding agency, the project ID, which is the primary key, the description, the project by, the user ID, which will be the foreign key, the title of the project, the status of the project and the budget. So that was all in the entity relationship diagram. Apart from this, we also have the alumni entity, which will have the attributes such as the alumni name, his email, his company and so on. Now we have seen the entity relationship model. Now let us look at the relational model. I have converted the ER model to a relational model. So here we have the following tables. The registration table, which has the attributes serial number, email, OTP and timestamp. The forgot password table, which also have the same attributes as that of registration, and it is related to the user table, which has the user ID, name, email, password, category and department. And we also have the alumni table, which is also a type of user, but for this table we have the user ID, the name, the college ID, the department, batch, phone number, his company in which he is working right now, his designation, and whether he is verified or not. So what we will do in the alumni section is that we will store the data of the alumni once he has entered in the form to the database, and after the successful verification of the OTP, we will set the verified column as 1. By default, the verified column will be 0, which means that the alumni has entered his detail in the table but has not verified his email ID. And we also have the patent, publication and project table. So here these are the attributes which are displayed in the screen. You can see the user ID is the foreign key in all the 3 tables. Now let's start building the database in our server. Now before creating the database, make sure that the SQL server is running on your local machine. So I have already started the server on my machine, and now I will click on the admin button to access the phpMyAdmin interface. So now this is the phpMyAdmin interface. It is a free and open source administration tool for MySQL. Now here you can see the list of all the databases in our server. I will create a new database. I will set the name as academic records. Now as you can see, the database is created, and now we have to create the tables in this database. For this I will use the SQL tab. Here in this interface we can enter the SQL tab, and on clicking the go button it will execute. So now I have written all the SQL query for creating the tables. First let us look at the alumni table. So I have used the create table command here. The table name is alumni, and these are all the column names. First is the serial number, which is of integer type, and I have given the maximum length as 11. You can skip it, it is not necessary. And it will be not null, and this will be the primary key, and it will auto increment on itself, which means that we doesn't have to provide it value. Whenever a new record is inserted, its value will be incremented automatically. Next we have the name column, which will store the name of the alumni, and it has the data type varchar. Its maximum length is 255 and it will be not null. Similarly we have the email, which is of the type varchar, the college ID, which is also of the type varchar, the batch, which will be in year, so I have kept it integer type and it will be not null. Then we have the department name, which is of varchar type, the phone number, which is also of varchar type, the company designation, which are also of the varchar type, and then at last we have the verified column, which is of int type, which will only store the value 0 or 1. 0 means that the alumni is not verified or he has not entered the OTP, and if the verified value is 1, which means that the alumni is verified. By default this value will be 0, which means that the verified column will be 0, and when the alumni will enter the correct OTP, it will be changed to 1. Next we have the forgot password table. This table will be useful when the user has forgot his password, and it will help to regenerate a new password for the user. In this table we have the column serial number, which is of type int, and it will be the primary key and will auto increment on itself. Next we have the email of the user who wants to change his password, and then the OTP for the verification, and the timestamp. It will store the current timestamp. The default value for the timestamp column is the current timestamp, and whenever a record is updated, it will also update the timestamp with the current timestamp. Next we have the patent table. So it has the patent ID, which will be the primary key, and it will auto increment on itself. It is of integer type. And then we have the title, which is varchar. Its maximum length is 50. And after that we have the description, which is of type varchar. I have given the length 1000 because the description can be in the form of a paragraph. And then we have the year, which is of the type year. SQL provides the data type year, and it is not null. Then we have the patent by. It is of the type varchar. Its maximum length is 255. And after that we have the status, which is also of varchar type. And then we have the user ID. It is of integer type and not null. In the projects table, we have the project ID of integer type. It is primary key and will auto increment. And all the other attributes are similar, such as the title, the project by, description. The date of project has the data type date, and budget, status, and these have the data type varchar. Then we have the user ID, which is of integer type, and it will be not null. In the publications table, we have publication ID, which is the primary key, and it will auto increment. The type varchar, the title, which is varchar, year of the type year, the description of the type varchar, its length is 1000, and the author, citation, and the user ID. And we have the table registration, which is similar to the forgot password. It has all the columns same as the forgot password table. The last we have the user table, which has the primary key, the user ID, which will auto increment on itself, and we have the name of the user, the email, the password, the category of the user, and the department of the user. So these are all the tables. Now let me execute the query. I will click on the go button, and now as you can see, all the tables are created here. Now these are all the columns. Right now all the tables are empty. And now we will access this database with the help of our management system. Now that we have created our database, now let's create the project directory. The project directory will be inside the XAMPP installation directory inside the htdocs folder. So to access this folder, we have to click on the Explorer button on the XAMPP control panel, and it will take us to the XAMPP installation directory. Here you can see many folders. So inside this htdocs folder, we have to create our project. I have already created the project folder, and now let me open this directory in the text editor. Here I have opened the project directory in the text editor. As you can see, there are various folders and various files. So now let us look at these one by one. First is the components folder. This folder contains all the files which are required in every page for our website, such as the connection.php file. This file contains the connection to our database, and it would be required everywhere. Then we have footer. So footer is same across our website, so it will also be required in every page. Then we have head.html file. This file contains the head tags for our web pages, so I have kept it in a separate file. In the header.php file, I have created the navigation bar for the website. Inside the CSS folder, we have the CSS files. In the dashboard.css file, we have the CSS file for our dashboard, and in signup for the signup form, then style for our website, and in table display we have CSS file for our table. In the image folder, we have the image files for our website, such as the favicon for our website, the remove icon, and the update icon. Inside the JS folder, we have the JavaScript files. We will use JavaScript for signup validation, so this is the file for that. Now inside the patent folder, we have the files to perform operations on the patent table. So in the add patent file, we have the form required to enter the data in the database. In the patent index, we will see the list of all the patents, and in the update patent file, we have the code to update the patent. Inside the PHP Mailer folder, we have all the files which are required to send email through PHP. Then in the project folder, we have the project files which are required to perform operations on the project table. So this project folder will be for the student, and we have a similar folder, project_f. This folder will be of the faculty. So we have two different folders, one for student, another for faculty. Similarly, for publication, we have two folders, one for student and other for faculty. We only have a single folder for patent because only faculty can access the patents. Then we have the pages. First is the about page, which contains the about information for our website. Then we have the faculty dashboard page and the user dashboard page. Then we have display alumni page, which will display the alumni list. Then after that, we have the display patent page, the display project, and the display publication.php page. This page will display the list of all the publications, patents, and projects. Now we also have the forgot password page. Using this, we will be able to change the password. And we have index.php page. This is the home page, and the login page, the logout page. The logout page contains the logout script,
and the setting.php page. This page will contain the form to enter the new password details. This is for the student, and setting_f is for the faculty. Then we have the sign up pages. First is the sign up for the user such as the student and the faculty. Then another sign up page for the alumni. Now this is the connection.php file. Inside this file I have created the connection to our database. First I have defined several constants. First is the database server. I have set it to localhost. Then the database username, which is root by default. Then I have set the database password, which is null by default, and I have set the database name as academic records. Now I have used the try catch block to connect to our database. This will be useful for exceptional handling. Here I have used PDO to connect to our database. PHP PDO is a database access layer that provides a uniform interface for working with multiple databases. It simplifies the common database operations, including creating the database connection, executing the queries using prepared statements, calling the stored procedures, performing transaction, and also handling the errors. It allows us to work with many types of databases. I have used here MySQL. So here I have created the connection to our database. And inside this I have given the parameters such as the server. We are using MySQL server. And then we have given the server host as the database server. Right now we are using localhost. And the database name is the academic records, and the username and the password. Now PHP supports various types of error handling. Here I have set the PDO error mode to exception, which means that whenever there is an error, it will show us the error code and will raise an exception. I have stored the error message in this variable, and whenever there is an error, it will print the error message. Now I'll open the file in the web browser and see that if we can connect to the database successfully or not. So here in the browser, I have typed the link to the PHP file. So as you can see, it is showing that connected successfully. Now if I change the database username to some other name which is not present, then it will show us an error. Now if I refresh this page, it will throw us an error. So as you can see, it has shown an error that access denied for user, and it is showing the error code also. Now the connection to our database is successful. Now let us look at the footer.html file. This file contains the footer tag which will be required in every page. Now this is the head.html file. This file contains all the head tags such as the meta tags, the Bootstrap link files, the JavaScript files, and all the fonts and the favicon link files. Now let us look at the home page for our website. So this is the home page. Before looking into the code, let us see how it looks on the web browser. So this is our home page for our website. As you can see, we have various components here. First we have the heading, and we also have a subheading. Below this we have the navigation bar, which contains some links and some buttons. So this is the link for the home page. For the projects we have this link for publications, patents, and alumni. The alumni link will contain two sublinks for registration and for view. And then we have the about link. And in this corner we have the sign up button and the login button. And in the main body we have some text, and below this we have 4 cards. The first card is of publications, second card is of patents, third card is of projects, and the fourth card is of alumni. Below these cards we have certain columns. The first column is to show the total number of users, and the second column will show us the total number of publications. Third column will show us the total number of patents. The fourth column will show us the total number of projects, and the fifth column will show us the total number of alumni registered in our system. So basically this is a stats column which shows the stats of the data in our database. And at last we have the footer. So this is a very simple design. Now let us look at its code. Now we have seen the home page. Now let us look at the code. First thing in the code I have done is required the connection.php file. Because we will be retrieving the number of records from each table, so this file is required. Then I have stored the number of records in each table in their respective variables. For example, for the user table, I have used the user variable to store the number of records in the user table. For this I have used the query select count star from user. And then I have used the fetch column function, which fetches a single column from the next row in the result set.
Similarly, for publications, I have stored the number of records in the publication variable, and I have used the SQL command select count star from publication. For project and patent, I have done the similar thing. Then in the alumni table, I have used the SQL query select count star from alumni where verified equals to 1, which means that it will count all those rows only whose verification is successful. And I have stored the number in the alumni variable. After that, I have set the connection variable to null. Here the HTML tags start. First thing in the head tag I have done is to include the head.html file. This file contains all the head tags. Below this I have set the title as home, and in the body part, first thing I have done is to include the header.php file. This file contains the title of our page and the navigation bar. So first now let us look at this page. So this is the header.php file. This file contains the title and the navigation bar for our website. Because it will be same throughout the website, so I have kept it in a separate file. Now this is the headings. I have used the Bootstrap class container fluid, and in the h1 tag I have defined the heading academic records management system. Below this we have the subheading in the h3 tag, which is the institute name. After that we have the navigation bar. It is of class navbar, and I have used the light theme navbar light of Bootstrap, and I have set the background image as a gradient. Below this I have the container for all the links and the buttons. The first link is the home link, which will take us to the index.php page. Below this I have the projects link, which will take us to the display project.php page. After that we have the publications link, which will take us to display publication.php page, and then we have the patents link. After that we have the alumni button, which is a drop down menu which has two options. The first, to register as an alumni, which will take us to the sign up alumni page, and the view alumni, which will take us to display alumni page. And at last we have the about link, which will take us to the about.php page. Now in the right corner of the navigation bar we have the sign up and the login button. The sign up button will take us to the signup.php page, and the login button will take us to the login.php page. So that's it in the navigation bar file. Now let's go back to the home page. So here I have included this file. Below this we have a short text in the body. So this is the text. I have used list to print all these points. And then we have some cards. We have 4 cards. The first card is of publications, which will take us to the display publications.php page. And it is shown in this card that papers published by the faculty and students of the college. Then similarly we have the patents card, which will take us to the display patent.php page. Then we have the projects card, which will take us to display project.php page. Last card is of alumni, which will show us the list of all the registered alumni. Now as you remember, in the home page below the cards we have a row which contains certain columns to print the stats. So here is the code for that. So I have used the class row to define the row, and in the row I have defined few columns. The first column is of total users, which shows the number of users, and here in this column I have used the php echo command to print the user variable, which contains the total number of records in the users table. Similarly we have the same columns for the publications, which will show the number of publication, and the patents, which will show the number of patents, the projects, and the number of alumni registered. So this is the home page, and at last we have the footer file. So I have included the component/footer.html file. Now let us look at the about.php page. This page contains the basic details about our project. So here I have first included the head.html file, the header tags, and in the body I have included the navigation bar and the title. And below this I have printed some basic details about our project. So, and at last I have printed the footer. Now let us look at the registration system for our website. So the registration system consists of 3 steps. The first step is to enter the data. The second step is to send the OTP. And the third step is to verify and fill the data in the database. Now this is the signup.php page. This page contains the form to enter the user data. So here in this page I have created the form. So this is the form. First I have included the head.html file. After that I have given the title as signup, and below this I have given a link to login. If the user already have an user account, then he will be redirected to login.php page. Below this I have printed a message. By default the message value is null, so nothing will be printed, but whenever there is an error or we have to display some message, we will use this variable. Now this is the form group. The first field is the name and it is of type text, and second is the email address, it is of type email, and third we have entered the category of the user. So the user is divided into two categories, student and faculty. So this is a drop down menu, and then we have selected the department of the user. So these are the list of the departments, and it will be visible in a drop down menu from which the user can select the department. And after that we have the password. We have two fields for password. First is to enter the password and second one is to confirm the entered password. So for confirming the equality of the password, I have used a function checkpass. So now let us look at this function first. So the function is inside the JS folder. So this is the checkpass function, which checks whether the two fields of the password are equal or not. Here I have passed the pass1 and pass2, and I have stored it in the variable pass1 and pass2. Now I have defined two colors. One is the good color or bad color. So this is the bad color is red color and the good color is green color. So these colors will be displayed in the form field whenever the user will enter the password. Now if the password in both the field matches, then the color will be shown green. Otherwise, when the password does not match, then the red color will be shown. So here I have used the if statement to check whether the passwords are equal or not. Now if the passwords are equal, then we have set the background color to green and the message style color to this color, and we have shown the message that passwords match. Else if the passwords do not match, we have set the color to red color and we have shown the message passwords do not match. So this is what the checkpass function does. So these are all the fields in our form, and at last we have a submit button. Whenever the user will click the submit button, this statement will become true. Here I have used the isSet function, which checks whether a variable is null or not null. By default the submit button will be null, and when the user will click, it will become true and the statement inside this block will run. Now when the user will click submit, the first thing I have done is to check whether the email is valid or not. For this I have used the function email validation. So I have used the function here and passed the email there. So this is the email validation function, which takes a string and matches the string with a regular string. So this is the regular string for the email, and if this string matches with the str we have provided, then it will return true, otherwise it will return false. So here I have used the if condition to check whether the email is valid or not. So if the email is not valid, then it will show the message as invalid email ID. Otherwise, if the email is valid, then we have checked whether both the passwords entered by the user are equal or not. If the password did not match, then we have shown the message that passwords must match. Otherwise, if the passwords are equal, then we have stored all the form variables in the PHP variable. So I have stored all the variables in the session variable because we will be needing this in the next page. Now for storing password, I have used the password hash function. The password hash creates a new password hash using a strong one-way hashing algorithm. It is also compatible with crypt, and the default algorithm is password default. So here the algorithm I have used is the password default algorithm. Then after storing all the variables in the session variable, I have checked whether the user has already registered or not. So for this I have used the SQL query select count star from user, where email is the user entered email. If the email is already exists in the database, then the number of rows returned will be greater than 0. Then we will show the message that user already exists. Otherwise, if the user is registering for the first time, then we will generate an OTP. So to generate the OTP, I have used the rand function, Here I have given two parameters, the upper limit and the lower limit. So it will generate a 6-digit random password, and after that I have stored the OTP in the sessions variable OTP. Now after generating the OTP, I have sent the OTP to the user's email ID. For this I have used the send OTP function, and in this function I have passed two variables. First is the session email and the second is the OTP. This function is inside the PHP mailer files. So now let us look at this function. Inside the PHP mailer folder we have mail.php file. This file contains the configuration for sending the mail. We have other files also, such as PHP mailer class files, SMTP file and the PHP mailer autoload file. We will be entirely working on the mail.php file. So in this file I have defined the function send OTP, and here I have received the parameters as email and OTP. In this file I have required the other files which are required for sending mail through PHP and SMTP. And below this I have defined the message body, which is the text we will send to the user. So here in the message body I have written that your one-time password for registration is the OTP generated. So I have used the dot operator to concatenate the strings. Then I have written that please don't share it with anyone. After that I have set the mailer as SMTP. SMTP stands for Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, and the host I am using right now is gmail.com. So for Gmail the host is smtp.gmail.com and the port is 587. So Google uses TLS algorithm, so I have provided the algorithm as TLS. Then I have given the username and password of the Gmail ID through which we will send the email. After that I have given here the username who will send the email. And then in the add address I have given the address of the receiver. Now I have set the isHTML as true because in the message body, as you can see, we have certain HTML tags. So when the isHTML is true, it will not render them as the string, it will treat them as the HTML tags. Now in this line I have set the subject for the email, and then I have passed the message body in the message HTML function. After that I have sent the mail and checked whether the send is successful or not. If the mail send is not successful, we will return 0 to the user, otherwise we will return 1. Now if result1 variable is 1, which means that the email send is successful. Now when the email send is successful, we will store the user data into the registration table so that we can retrieve that data and check the details in the next page. First we have to check whether that the similar data exists in the registration table or not, which means that previously the user has tried to register in our system. So if the user has already tried to register in our system, his detail will be already present. So we will only update the OTP to the new OTP. So for this I have used the SQL query select count star from registration where email is the user's email. Here I have prepared the SQL statement and I have given the session email in place of the email here, and then I have executed the statement and stored the result in the result2 variable. So if result2 greater than 0, which means that the registration table contains the registration details of the user, so we will update the OTP here. This condition will be true when the user tries to send the OTP multiple times. So if the user tries to send the OTP more than one time, then we will not add the new record, we will only update the OTP in the registration table. For this I have used the SQL query update registration set OTP to the new OTP where email is the given email. Then I have executed it and alerted the user that OTP has been sent to your email. After that I have redirected the user to the otp.php page. Now in the else condition, which will be executed when the user is sending the OTP for the first time. For this I have used the SQL query insert into registration and then given the OTP and the email. After that I have done the similar thing. I have alerted the user that OTP is sent to your email and then redirected the user to the otp.php page. Else if the result1 variable is 0, which means that the OTP send is failed, then we will alert the user that OTP send failed. After all this I have set the connection variable as null. Now when the OTP send is successful, the entire control will be redirected to the otp.php page. So now let us look at this page. So here I have first started the session and then I have checked whether the session email is set or not. If the email is not set, then we will redirect the user to the home page. This condition will arrive only when the user tries to directly access this page through the link. Now in this page I have created a form to enter the OTP. So the title of the form is OTP and I have used the post method here. Now this is the field for entering the OTP, and below this I have the submit button. Now when the user will click the submit button, we will check whether the OTP value is equal to session OTP or not. When the OTP value will be equal to the session OTP which was generated in the previous signup.php page, then only we will insert the user data into the user table. So for this I have used the insert into command. So the statement is insert into user, and I have given all the column names and their values. Now these values are retrieved from the session variables. So we have initialized these session variables in the signup page, and we are inserting these variables in the otp.php page. So here I have prepared the SQL query and then given all the session variables. Now when the insertion of data in the database is complete, I have unset the session and destroyed all the variables. And after that I have alerted the user that registration was successful, and I have transferred the control to the login.php page. Otherwise, if the OTP does not match with the session variable OTP, then it will alert the user that invalid OTP entered. So this is how the registration system works. First we will enter the data, then we will send the OTP. After that we will check whether the OTP is equal or not, then only we will enter the data in the database. Now let us understand the condition when the user will forget the password. Now in the registration system, many times the user forgets his password. So we will also add a feature to reset the password using the email ID. So for resetting the password, the steps will be similar to that of registration. First we will enter the user's email, and then we will send the OTP to the user's email, and after that we will verify the OTP, and when the OTP verification is successful, then only we will give the user the option to set a new password. So first now let us look at this page. So first in this page I have required the PHP mailer and the connection files and started the session. And below this I have created a form. So this form only contains one email address and a submit button. When the user enters the email, first we will validate the email, and after that when the user will click the submit, the statements inside this if block will execute. So I have used the post method to store the email in the session variable email. And first we will check whether the user exists in our database or not. So for this I have used the SQL query select count all from user where email is the given email. Then I have used the fetch column function to return the results and store the result in the result variable. Now if the result variable is greater than 0, which means that the user is registered in our database, so then we will send the OTP, otherwise we will alert the user that user does not exist. Now if the user is registered in our database, statements inside this if condition will execute. So we will generate an OTP, and here we have stored the OTP in the session variable and send the OTP. This is similar to that of the registration table, or here we are using the forgot password table instead of registration table which was used during the sign up process. Now when the OTP send is successful, we will redirect the user to the OTP forgot password.php page. So this is the page. First we have checked whether the session email is set or not. If not, we will redirect the user to the index.php page. Now in this page we have a form to enter the new password and check the OTP. So the first field is the OTP. Here we will enter the OTP which was received by the user. Then we will ask for the new password, and then we will confirm the new password. Now using the if condition, we will check whether the user has clicked the save button or not. If the user has clicked the save button, then the statements inside this if condition will be executed. Now the first thing we have done is to check whether the two entered passwords are equal or not. If they are not equal, we will show the message that passwords should match. Otherwise I have set the session password as the password entered by the user. Here I have also used the password hash function and given the algorithm as the password default. After that I have checked whether the OTP value entered by the user is valid or not.
So here I have checked for the equality for the OTP variable. The post OTP value is the OTP value entered by the user, and the session OTP value is the OTP that was sent to him. After that, when the OTP values is equal, which means that the verification is successful, then I have used the update statement to update the password in the user table. So the query is update user set password is equals to the password which was provided by the user in this page, where email is the session email. So here I have updated the table and alerted the user that password changed successfully. After that, I have unset all the session variables, destroyed the session, and redirected the user to the login.php page. Otherwise, if the password does not match, then this else statement will be executed and the user will be alerted that the OTP is invalid. So this is how the forgot password feature works. Now we have seen the registration system for the user, such as the faculty and the students. Now let us look at the sign-up process for the alumni. For the alumni, I have created a form to enter the details. So this is the alumni registration form. Here in this form, I have given various fields. The first field is the name, second is the email address, third is the college ID number, fourth is the batch, which is of type number, and its minimum value is 1980 and maximum values is 217. And below this, I have given a drop-down menu for selecting the department. And after that, I have entered the contact number, the company in which he is working, and the designation in the company. After that, I have created the submit button, which will submit all the details. Now when the user will click the submit button, this if condition will become true and the statements inside this will execute. So I have required the connection.php file and the mail.php file. After that, I have started the session and I have stored all the variables from the form in the PHP variable. So I have used the PHP session variable to store all the data. Now the first thing I have done is to check whether the alumni is already registered in the system or not. For this, I have used the SQL query select count star from alumni, where email is the provided email. Now if the email already exists in the database, it will return at least one row. So I have stored the result in the result variable and checked whether the result variable is greater than 0 or not. If the result variable is greater than 0, which means that a similar record exists, then we will alert the user that already registered. Else we will generate an OTP, and I have set the OTP into the session variable OTP, and after that I have used the send OTP function and it will return 0 or 1. If the OTP send is successful, then it will return 1, otherwise it will return 0. So I have stored the result in the result1 variable. Now if the result1 variable is 1, which means that the OTP send is successful, then I have done the similar thing which I have done in the registration of the student or faculty. So I have entered the email and the OTP in the registration table, and after that I have redirected the user to the OTP alumni page. So here in this page we will check for the OTP equality. So first I have checked whether the session email is set or not. If the email is not set, then we will redirect the user to the index.php page. After that, I have created a form to enter the OTP received by the alumni. So when the user will enter the OTP and click on the submit button, this if condition will become true and all the statements inside this will execute. So here inside this if condition, I have checked whether the OTPs are equal or not. So the post OTP value is the OTP value entered by the alumni and the session OTP is the generated OTP. So if both of them are equal, which means that the verification is successful, then we have inserted the alumni details in the alumni table. So for this I have used the SQL query insert into alumni, then I have given the column names and the values. Then I have prepared and executed the query. After that I have unset the session and destroyed all the variables. When all this has done, I have printed the message that registered successfully, details will be updated after verification. So
these all details will be stored in the alumni table with the verification column as 0. Now after this, the college administration will check whether the details entered are valid for the college alumni or not. If the entered details are valid, then the verified column will be set to 1 and it will be verified. Otherwise, it will not be verified. So this is how the alumni registration and verification works.
Now this is the login form of our site. First I have included the head.html file in the head tag and the title is login, and after that I have included the signup validation file and the CSS files. Below this I have included the header file which contains the title and the navigation bar. Now this is the Bootstrap container which contains the form. So before this I have given the heading login. So below this I have given a message to create a new account. If the user doesn't have an account, then he can click in this button to go to the sign up page. Now this is the form. Now the first field is the email. So its type is text and we have also validated the email. And the second field is the password. Now at last is the login button. And besides the login button, we will have a link to forget the password. So in case the user forgets his password, he can click on this link and he will be redirected to the forgotpassword.php page. And below this I have printed a login message which will depend upon the condition. If the user enters wrong password, then the message will be your password is wrong. If the email is wrong, then it will show that the email is wrong. So at last I have included the footer. Now when the user will click the login button, this condition will become true and the statements inside this block will execute. Now the first thing I have done is to store the form data into the PHP variables. So I have used the post method for the form and I have applied the trim function on both the inputs. Actually the trim function removes the white spaces from the starting and the end of a string. So here I have stored the email in the email variable and password in the password variable. Now second thing, I have checked whether that the email entered is blank or the password is blank. If both of the fields are blank, then we will show the message that both fields are required. So the value of message will become both fields are required and it will be shown in the form. Otherwise I have used the try catch block. So the SQL statement which we will be using here is select star from user, where email ID is the user's entered email ID. So this is the placeholder, and after that I have prepared the SQL statement and then I have given the email, the variable email, and then executed the query. Now I have used the row count function to count the number of rows in the output, and I have used the fetch method to store the data in the row array of the PHP. Now if the count is equals to 1 and the row is not empty, which means that a record exists which matches the details provided by the user, and then we will verify the password. So for verifying the password, I have used the password verify function. So we have already seen that we have used password hash function to hash the password. So this password verify function takes two input. So the first input I have given is the user entered password, which is a raw string which is not encoded. And the second input is the row password, which is the hashed password for the user. Now if this verification is successful, then the statements inside this if statement will execute and a session will be started. Now I have stored all the data of the user in the session variables, such as the user ID of the user is stored as the session ID, and the category is stored as the session category, the email as session email, and the name as session email. And I have shown the message successful login. Now I have checked two conditions. First, if the category of the user is student, then he will be redirected to the student's dashboard. Otherwise, the user will be redirected to the faculty's dashboard. So here is the condition for that. If session category equals student, then we will transfer the user to the dashboard student. Otherwise, we will transfer him to dashboard faculty. After that, I have exited from this page. Now these are the else conditions. If the password is incorrect, then the message value will become incorrect password. And if the email is incorrect, then the message will become incorrect credentials. So this is how the login works. Now the user will be redirected to the respective dashboards. So this is how the student dashboard looks. As you can see, there are two options for publications and for projects. Students cannot add or update patents. So here we have shown the name of the user, and below this is some information, and there are two cards. Now in the sidebar we have various options. First is the home, which will take us to the dashboard. The publication. On clicking this, we will be taken to the publication page where we can see all the publications that the user has published. And on clicking the add publication button, we will be redirected to the add page of the publications. And below this we have the project panel. So here all the projects will be shown for a particular user, and we can also change password. So here we will enter the current password and the new passwords. On clicking logout, we will be logged out. Now let us look at the code. So this is the code for the student's dashboard. Here you can see the session is started. Now here we have first checked the condition that if the session email is not set, which means that the user has not logged in, or the session category is not equals to students, which means that the user's category is not student, then we will redirect the user to the login.php page. He will not be able to access this page. Okay, so below this we have the HTML code. The title for the page is student dashboard, and these are all the head tags, the link to CSS, favicon and other font files. Now in the body, this is the sidebar class of Bootstrap. So it will be the side navigation menu which we have seen, which contains many options. The first is the home option, which will take us to the dashboard. Second is the publication option, which will take us to publications home. Then project, which will take us to the projects page. Then change password will take us to the setting.php page. And on logout, we will be transferred to the logout page, and then we will be redirected to the home page. Now this is the page content. So now here is the page heading, and below this I have shown a welcome message. Now these here are the cards. The first card is for publications. The card title is My Publications, and we have the text click below button to explore. Now in the explore button we have transferred the user to the publication index page. Similarly for project, we have given the card title My Projects, and the explore button will take us to the project index. At last we have the footer. Now this is the faculty dashboard page, which is very similar to the student's dashboard. So the first thing we have done in this page is also checked whether the session email is set or not, or the session category is faculty or not. If any one of this becomes false, then the user will be redirected to the login page. Now below this we have the head tag, which contains links to the CSS, Bootstrap and other files. And here the body starts. So the first tag is of the sidebar, which contains many links. For the faculty we have the home link, which will take us to the dashboard. Then publication link, which will take us to the publication index for the faculty. So here you can see that the folder I have given is the publication_f for all these settings. Then we have the project link, which will take us to the project index. The patent link, which will take us to the patent index. As you remember, the patent link was not present in the student's dashboard, so that's the difference here. Then we have the change password and the logout button. Now first we have the heading for the dashboard. Then we have a small message. So here I have welcomed the user, showing the message that welcome, and I have printed the user's name using the session variable which we have stored in the login page. So here the user's name will be printed, and there is some information text. And below this we have some cards. The first card is of publication, the second card is of patent, and the third card is of project. So each of these cards have a button which will take us to their respective pages. For example, the publications card will take us to the publication index, the patents card will take us to the patent index, and the project card will take us to the project index. And below this we have the footer. So that's all in the dashboards. This is the dashboard for the faculty. We have already seen the dashboard page. Here first we have the username, and below this we have some cards. Now let's look at the patent page. So this is the patent index page. So this page will show all the patent records which are inserted by the particular user. So it will not show all the patents, just only by the user. Now after logging in as a faculty, the user has the privileges to add the patent, and after adding the patent, the user can either update it or delete it. So whenever a user adds a patent here, this will be entered to the patents table, and from the patents table, all the patents will be visible in the website patent page. So here we will only see the patents by a particular user, and in the website page
we will see all the patents by all the users. So now let us see working of this page. So this is the patent index page. This page is inside the patent folder and this is the page. So when clicking on the sidebar patent button, the user will be redirected to patent index page. So first in this page, as usual, I have started a session and checked whether the session email is set or the category is faculty. So if either of this condition is false, then we will redirect the user to the login page because login is required to access this page. Now after that, we have included the database connection file because we will be retrieving the records of patent for a particular user. So this file is required here. Now this is the code for the deletion of the patent. We will see it later on. Here the HTML tags start. So this is the head tag which contains all the links. And below this we have the sidebar. The sidebar is same as that of the dashboard. So here we have the home button for the dashboard navigation. Then for publication we have publication index, project for project index. Then for patent, and we also have change password and logout button here. Below this we have the title and the subtitle. Now in the main container of the page we have the patent heading, and below this we have a button to add a patent. So this is the button. So this is the button here. So on clicking this button, the user will be redirected to add patent.php page where we will have a form to enter the patent. Now below this we are printing a table, and the table will contain all the patents for the particular user who is logged in. So the details which we will show is the serial number, the title of the patent, the year of the patent, the status and the description. And after that we will have two columns. The first column will contain the update button and the second column will contain the delete button. Now these are the table headings. Now here we are using PHP to retrieve the data from the table. Now here first we have set the user ID as session ID, which we have set during the login process. So I have used the query select star from patent and use the where clause. So we have put a condition that the user ID is the session ID, which is for the particular user only. So it will select all the records of the user who is logged in. Now below this I have prepared the SQL query and then executed the query. And after that I have used the fetch all function, which fetches all the records in an array and stored the result in the results variable of the PHP. And below this, for printing the serial number of each record, I have set a count variable and initialized its value with 1. Now after that I have put up a if condition. So if the row count method, now here I have used the row count method which returns the number of rows in the output. So if the row count is greater than 0, which means that the query returned at least one record, so that we will print it. Now for printing all the records, I have used the for each loop. I have used the for each loop to traverse through all the records. Here in this condition, I have stored the single record in the result variable. And below this, first in the first column, I have printed the count variable, which is the serial number. And after that, in the second column, I have printed the title, then the year, the status and the description. And in the second last column, which is the update column, I have printed a button. Here I have used an image for the button, and the URL for the image is given here, which is inside the image folder, and the image is update.svg. And I have set the height and width of the image as 20 pixels. Now on clicking this button, the user will be redirected to the update patent page, and also I have used the URL to pass the patent ID to the update patent page. So we will use get method there. So the link is update patent.php, and then I have given the patent ID, and here I have used PHP echo, which is the result patent ID. So it will transfer the patent ID to the update patents page. Now similarly for the delete, I have used similar thing. I have used the remove svg image to show in the place of delete button. On clicking this button, the if condition which we have seen earlier will execute, and the patent ID will be passed through the URL. I have also set a confirmation dialog. So this is it in the for loop, and at last I have incremented the count variable by 1. And below this, at last we have the footer. Now let us see the delete script for the patents. So when the user will click the delete button, the script for delete will run in this page. So the script is in the top of this page. So here I have written the script for deleting the record. So we have checked whether that the delete button is clicked or not. So for this I have used the request method. So PHP request is a super global variable like get and post, which is used to collect data after submitting the HTML form. So submitting here means clicking the delete button. So when the delete button is clicked, so we have stored the patent ID which was given through the URL in the patent ID variable of PHP. And for this I have used the get method and changed the value to integer type. Now I have used the query delete from patent where patent ID is the given patent ID. So it will delete the record from the table with the given patent ID. So after this I have prepared the query and executed it. So after the execution is successful, which means the patent is deleted, then we will alert the user that patent was removed and we will reload the page patentindex.php. Now after reloading, the page will show the updated records and the deleted record will not be shown. Now let us understand how to add patent in the patent table. This is the add patent.php page. This page contains the form to enter the data to the patent table, and in the patent dashboard we have seen a button to add patent. Now on clicking the add patent button on the patent index page, this page will open up and using this page we will add the data to the patent page. Now similar to other pages, first thing I have started the session and checked whether the session email is set or the category is faculty or not. Now below this I have included the connection file, and this is the script to add the record, and below this we have the form. Now like other pages, this has the sidebar, and below this we have the title, the subtitle, and here we have the form. Now the heading for the form is add your patent, and the action for this form is add patent.php. So this page only, and this is the first form group. So here the first field is name, which is of type text, and below this we have the year for the patent. Now this is of the type number and its minimum value is 2000 and maximum value is 2100. So this will record the year. And after this we have the status. So this is a drop down menu which has two options. One is granted and the second one is applied. By default the selected value is granted. Below this we have the description, which is of type text and it will be a paragraph. So I have defined the text area to enter the description. So the number of rows is 5 and the columns is 100. So this is the description about the patent. Now at last we have the submit button, which is add patent button, and then we have the footer. Now when the user will click the add patent button, the control will go to this block. So here we have checked that the user has clicked the add button or not. So using the post we have checked it, and the set method I have used to check whether the add variable is set or not set. Then when the user has clicked it, we will store all the form data into PHP variables. So the session name is the patent by. So this was not recorded in the form. So this is not recorded in the form because as the user will log in, his name will be stored in the session name. So we have stored the patent by as the session name. Below this we have the title. So I have used post here, and the year, the status, description, and the user ID. The user ID is the session ID and the patent by is the session name. So these two are from the session and these three are from, and these four are from the form. Now below this I have used the try catch block. So the SQL query for insertion is insert into patent. Then I have given the column names, the title, description, year, patent by, status, and user ID. And the values transferred is title, description, year, patent by, status, and user ID. Now after this the query is prepared, and then now after that I have binded the parameters. So for this I have used the bind param function. It is a function which is inbuilt in PHP and it is used to bind a parameter to the specified variable name. So the parameters here are this, which are started by a semicolon, and I have binded the parameters with their variables name. So the variable name will be binded in the SQL statement. So the input given to the SQL statement will be these variables which are binded here. Now after this I have executed the SQL query, and after the successful insertion I have alerted the user that record was successfully inserted, and after that redirected the user to the patentindex.php page. Otherwise, if the
insertion is not successful, then the message shown will be something went wrong, please try again. And then also the user will be redirected to the patentindex.php page. So this is how the adding of patent in the patent table works. Now let us look at the updation. So this is the updation page, which will be very similar to the add page, but the difference here is we have already set the form with the form data which is to be updated. So in this page, first we will print a form. So the form starts from here. This is the basic UI for the page, the sidebar, the title and other things. And after that I have used the get method. So whenever the user will click the update button in the patent index, so we will transfer the patent ID. So here we have stored the patent ID in the patent ID variable, and I have used the query select star from patent where patent ID is the given patent ID. So after executing this query, I have stored the result in the result variable. So this result variable will contain the record details which is to be updated. So we will show these details in the form pre-filled so that the user know which record is to be updated. So here I have printed the form, and by default the values of the form is given here. So the variable will contain only one record. So this is the condition and this is the loop. And this is the title for the form update patent. The first field is title, which is pre-filled with the title of the record which is to be updated. So here I have given the value and used the PHP echo statement to print the result title. Similarly for the year, I have given the value as year from the database, and similarly I have done this for the description and the status. Now the user will fill the form with the new details, and when he will click the update button, the update script will run here. So this is the update condition. So here I have used the sed method and I have stored all the updated details in the variables for PHP. So here I have stored the patent ID and the title, year, status and description. Now the query used here is update patent set. Now I have given all the variables where patent ID is the given patent ID. After that I have prepared the query and bind all the parameters. So these are the new variables which are the updated details about the patent, and then execute the statement. After updation, I have alerted the user that record was successfully updated and transferred the user to the patentindex.php page. So now this is how the updation works. Now we have seen the insertion, deletion and updation of the patent. Now let us look at in the browser how it works. So this is the patent index page. Here you can see the add patent button, and in front of the patent record we have the update button and the delete button. So first let us add a patent. So this is the add patent form. Here we have to provide the name of the patent, the year, the status and the description. So I will give it as patent name 2 and the year as 2021, and let us set the status as granted, and this is the description. And now on clicking on the add patent button, it will show us that record successfully inserted. Now on clicking OK, it will redirect us to the patent index page, and now here you can see the patent is added. Now in front of each patent we have the update and the delete button. Now first let's update the description for this patent. So I will click on the update button here and it will take us to the update patent. Now this is the update patent form. As you can see, the form is pre-filled with the values of the record which we have selected to update. So now let us update the description. So here I will update the description and set it. This is the updated description, and now let us change this to applied. Now on clicking the update, it will show us that record successfully updated. On clicking OK, it will redirect us to the patent index page, and here you can see the status has been changed and the description has also changed. Now when I click the delete button, it will alert us and give us a message that do you really want to delete it. On clicking OK, it will delete the record. Now it has shown that patent removed. On clicking OK, we will be redirected to the patent index page, and as you can see the record is deleted. So this is how the operations on the patent table works. We have seen how the faculty performs operation on the patent table, how he will be able to retrieve, update and add the patents. Now let's see how he can update the projects table. So the files contained are inside the project_f folder. As you can see, there are 3 files. The first file is project_index, which will show the list of all the projects by the particular faculty. And then we have the add project.php page, which contains the form to add the project. And then we have the update.php page, which contains the form to update a record in the project table. Now first let us look at the code. First I have started the session, and after that I have checked whether the session email is set or the session category is faculty or not. If not, the user will be redirected to login.php page. Below this we have the PHP code for the deletion, and after that we have the HTML code. In the head tag I have included all the meta files, the title, link and the Bootstrap links, and also the links to the fonts and the CSS. Now after that we have the sidebar navigation. So the navigation contains the home button, the publication button, the project button, patent button and the change password button. And below this we have the logout button to log out from the session. Below this we have the page content. First we have the heading, then the subheading, and then we have the container to show the contents. So here we have printed a table. So the table will show all the projects of the user who is logged in the session. First we have the add project button. So this button will take us to the add project.php page where we will be seeing a form. Below this we have the table printed. So this is the table headings. First we have the serial number, then the title of the project, the date of the project, the status, the funding agency, the description and the budget of the project. And in the last 2 columns we have the update and the delete buttons. Now to retrieve the data from the table, we will be needing the user ID, because with the help of the user ID we will retrieve the records from the project table. So we have retrieved the user ID from the session ID. After that we have used the SQL query select star from project, where user ID is the session ID. So this SQL query will retrieve all the project records for the user who is currently logged in. After that I have prepared the query, and after this I have used the bind parameter function to bind the parameter with the variable name. And after that I have executed the query. Now when the query is successfully executed, then all the records are stored in the result array of PHP using the fetch all function. So what this fetch all function does, it returns an array containing all the records, and here the records are stored in the result array. After that I have set a variable count which is equals to 1, which will show us the serial number. Then I have checked whether the return number of rows are greater than 0 or not. So the row count function will return the number of rows in the output of the SQL query. So if the number of rows is greater than 0, then we will use the for each loop to print all the rows in the array. So I have used the for each loop. So inside this I have used the result variable to store each individual record, and below this I have printed all the records. So the first column contains the count variable, which is set to 1 initially, and in the second column we have printed the title. Here I have used the HTML entities function. So this function is used to convert the characters into HTML entities. So in the third column I have printed the date of project, then the status, after that the funding agency, the description and the budget. And so these are the records from the table. And in the last 2 columns I have printed the update button and the delete button. So here I have used the image to print the update button. So the image source is inside the image folder, the update.svg file, and I have used the PHP URL to pass the particular project ID to the update page so that the particular project can be updated. So here the link is update.php, and after the question mark I have given the project ID as, and then I have used the PHP echo statement to give the project ID. So the project ID which is to be updated will be transferred to the update.php page. Now similarly for the delete button I have used similar thing, but here the link will be project_index.php, and then the delete variable will be the results project ID. Here I have used the image inside the image folder remove.svg, and on clicking the button, first we will confirm whether that the user really wants to delete or not. Now after the loop, at last I have incremented the count variable to increase the number of serial number. Here the table body ends, and in the last I have included the footer.html file. So this page will print all the records in the project table for the particular user, and now let us see how the user will be able to add a new project. So to add a new project, we will have a button here, add project.php. So this is the add project.php page. Here also first we have checked whether the session is started and the category is faculty or not. After that I have created a form. So this is the form. The first we have the sidebar, which is similar to that of the project index, and then we have the title, subtitle, and a add project form. So here is the add project form. So the method for the form is post, and the action is add project.php. Now we have the first form group, which contains the project title. So it is of type text and it is required. I have set all the fields to be required, and after that we have the date. So it is of the type date, and in the HTML web, and so in the web browser it will show us a calendar through which we can fill the date. Then we have the status, which is a drop down menu, and it contains three options. The first is completed, the second is ongoing, and the third is proposed. By default the selected value will be completed. After that we have the funding agency, which is of type text, and then we have the description, which is of type text and will contain a box to enter the detail. So here I have set the number of rows to 5 and the columns to 100. And below this we have the last field, budget. Now at last we have the submit button, and I have given it the name add project. When the user will click the add project, the if statement here will become true, and all the form data will be stored in the PHP variables. Now here the project Y variable will contain the user who is entering the project, and then the title is recorded from the form. The date, status, funding agency, and the budget description all are retrieved from the form, and here the method uses post method. Now the user ID is the session ID which we have set during the login. Below this inside the try catch block I have inserted the data into the project table. So the query for insertion into the table is insert into project. So this is a table name, and inside the brackets we have all the column names. The first column is title, the description, date of project, project by status, and all other columns. Then we have the values. Here we have used placeholder instead of the values. After that I have prepared the query, and here I have binded the parameters. So here I have used the bind parameter to bind the parameter with their variable names. Now after binding all the parameters, I have executed the query, and after the successful execution it will alert the user that record was successfully inserted, and after that the user will be redirected to project index page. Otherwise, if there is any error, then we will show an alert that something went wrong, please try again, and then we will redirect the user to the index page. So this is how the insertion of the project will work. Now let us look at the update.php page. So this page will contain the update form. Now this form will be pre-filled with the data of the record which is to be updated. Now when the user will click the update button against any record, so the record ID or the project ID will be transferred via the URL to this page. So here we have first retrieved the record details which is to be updated. So this is the form. These are all the sidebar and the head tags, and below this we have printed the data in the form. So here we have used the get method to get the project ID. So we will be getting this project ID via the URL. So I have converted them to integer and then stored it in the project ID variable. After that I have used the query select star from project, where project ID is the project ID which is to be updated. So it will store all the details of the record which is to be updated. Then after preparing and executing the query, I have stored all the record details in the results variable of the PHP. So for this I have used the fetch all function which stores in the PHP array. After that I have used the if statement row count greater than 0, which will be greater than 0 every time. Then I have used the for each loop which will run only once. Then we have the form container and then the update project form. So the first form group is the project title. Here in this form we have pre-filled the project title with the project title which is to be updated. So now as we have stored the results in the result array, so here I have printed the results title. Similarly for the date, I have set the value to the date of project, and then for the status I have selected the value completed, and then for funding agency I have printed the funding agency in the form. Then for description I have printed the description, and in the budget I have printed the result budget. So for all these I have used the PHP echo statement and the HTML entities function to convert in the HTML entities. Now the user will update all the details in this form, and then he will click the update button. Now on clicking the update button, the similar thing which we have done during the add project will execute. So I have stored all the details in the PHP variables, and I have used the query update project. Here I have set all the columns with their new values which we have retrieved from the form. After that I have prepared the query and then binded all the parameters with their variables and executed the query. After the successful execution, we will alert the user that record was successfully updated and transfer the control to project index.php page. So this is how the updation works. Now this is the publication _f folder which shows the publications for the faculty. So this is the publication index page, which is very similar to the project index page, but the difference here is we are showing the data for the user from the publications table. So here in this page I have used the query select star from publications, where user ID is the user ID of the user who is logged in. So similarly in the project page I have here printed all the details using the for each loop, and similarly here also we have the update button and the delete button. Now on clicking the delete button we have the query. Now on clicking the delete button we have the query to delete the record, which is delete from publication, where publication ID is the selected publication ID. So after this I have prepared and executed the query and the record will be deleted. So this is how the publication deletion works. Now to add a publication we have a form which is very similar to that of the project form, but here we have the different fields. Here the fields are different. We have the add publication form. The first field is the type. So we have three types, which is national conference, international conference and the book chapter, and we have also a fourth option which is other. So by default the selected value will be other. Then we have the publication title, the publication year which is of type integer, then we have citation which is of type text, and we have the description which is the description about the publication. Then we have the add publication button. On clicking this button we will store all the variables in the PHP variables using the post method, and for author and the user ID we will use the session name and the session IDs. And after that I will use the try catch block to insert the data. So the query for insertion is insert into publication, then these are all the column names, and after that I have given the values. So I have prepared the query and then bind the parameters with their variable. Now on executing the query, now after the successful execution we will alert the user that the record was successfully inserted and then redirected the user to publication index page. Otherwise we will alert the user showing that something went wrong, please try again, and then redirected the user to publication index. So this is how the user will add the publication. Now for updation we will do the similar thing. We will first print the form pre-filled with the data which is to be updated. So here we have used the get method to get the publication ID which is to be updated, and the query used here is select star from publication, where publication ID is the publication ID which is to be updated. So in the form I have printed all the details. So in the update publication form the first field is the type and the selected value will be the result type. Then we have the title which we have pre-filled data for the result title, and then we have the year pre-filled with the result year, and then we have the citation pre-filled with results citation, and then the description pre-filled with the description, and then at last we have the update button. So this button will update all the details. So here on clicking the update button We have stored all the data in the PHP variables, and here the query used is update publication, set title equals to the updated title, the year the updated year, and all the updated variables. After that, I have prepared the query and used the bind parameter function to bind the parameters with their variable names. Now after this, the query will be executed and the user will be shown an alert that record was successfully updated. So this is how the publication update works. So now we have seen all the three operations which the faculty can perform. So we have seen the operations on patent table, on project table, and on the publication table.
Now in our project, the user whose category is student can only perform the operations on project and the publication table. Student cannot add or update the patents. So we have two pages for the user student. The first one is the project and the second one is the publication. So first, now let us look at the project page. Now in the dashboard, we will have a navigation menu from where we can navigate to the project index page, which will show us the project for the particular student. So it is very similar to that of the faculty project page, but the difference here is it is for the student. So this is the project index.php page. First I have started a session, and after that I have checked whether the session is started, the session email is set, or the session category is student. So if either of them is false, then we will redirect the user to the login page. Now this is the PHP code for deletion. We will look at it later. So this is the basic head tag, and below this we have the navigation bar. Here we don't have the patent button because the student does not have privileges to access this page. So these are all the links to the pages which the student can access. So first is the home page, then the publication project, then we have the change password page, and then he can log out from this button. Now we have the title, and then we have the table to print all the project for the particular student. Now before the table we have a button to add the project. So this button will take us to add project.php page. So these are all the title for the projects. They are very similar to that of in the faculty. We also have the update and delete column. Now we have stored the user ID from the session ID in the user ID variable. Then the query used here is select star from project, where user ID is the ID for the session. Now this will retrieve all the records for the user who is logged in. Then the query is prepared and executed. After that, the results were stored in the results array of PHP. Then they are printed inside this for each loop. Now for each record we have an update and a delete button. It will take us to the update PHP page. So we have passed the project ID via the URL itself. Now we have the delete button. So we have script for the delete here. So if the user will click the delete button, the conditions inside this if statement will execute. So first we have used the get method to get the value of the delete button, which is the ID for the project which is to be deleted, and then stored it in the project ID variable. And the query used is delete from project, where project ID is the ID which is selected. Now the query is executed, and after that the user is alerted that the record is deleted. Now let us look at the add project page. So this is the add project page. It contains the form. So the form is located here. So the first field is project title, then we have the date, then the status of the project, and after that the funding agency, the description, and the budget. So at last we have the submit button, which is add project. And when the user will click this button, we have stored all the form data in the PHP variables here, and the query used is insert into project, and these are all the column name with their values here. So here we have bind the parameters with their variable names in the bind parameter function. After that we have shown a message that record was successfully inserted. If there is any exception, then we have alerted the user that something went wrong, please try again. So this is how the adding of project works. Now for updating, we will first retrieve the data of the project which is to be updated, and we will pre-fill the form with the data which is to be updated. So we have used the URL to transfer the project ID which is to be updated. We have stored the project ID in the project ID variable and stored all the record data using the query select star from project, where project ID is the ID which is selected. So after that I have stored all the records in the results variable the fetch array function is used, which gives the array output of the records. And after that, I've used the PHP echo statement in each form to print the detail. For example, here in the title, I have used the PHP echo statement and printed the result title. So similarly for all these, I have done the similar thing. And after that, we have the update button. So on clicking this button, the form data is stored in the PHP variables. And after that, the query for updation used here is update project set so these are the column names, title, date of project, and these are the new data. So here I have used the placeholder. I have also used the bind parameter function to bind the parameter name to the value. Then after that, the query is executed and the message is shown for the successful updation. So that was all in the project page. And similarly, we have the publication page. The difference here is the table uses publication. So this is the publication index. This page will show all the publications for the particular user. Now here we have used the query select star from publication. So we have selected all records from the publication where user ID is the user ID which is logged in. So after that, I have printed the records using a for each loop. So here I have printed all the details. After that, we have two buttons for updation and deletion. And for deletion, we have used the get method to get the publication ID which is to be deleted. And the query used here is delete from publication, where publication ID is the ID which is the selected ID. I bind the parameter with the variable names and then execute it. So this query will delete the record against which the delete button is clicked. Now to add a publication, we have created a form to enter the details. So the form is here. So this is the add publication form. So the form has various input types. The first is the publication type, and then the title for the publication, the year, the citation, and the description. Now we have a submit button. On clicking this button, we have stored all the form data into the PHP variables here, and then use the query insert into. So the query is insert into publication, and these are all the column names for the table. Inside this bracket, we have all the values. So after preparing the query, I have bind the parameters with their variable names here in these statements, then executed the query. So this statement will insert the record in the publication table for the student. Now to update our patent, we have used the similar thing as that of the project. So we have retrieved the publication detail which is to be updated and pre-filled the form with the details. So the query used is select star from publication, where publication ID is the ID which is to be updated. Now in the form, we have used the PHP echo statement to pre-fill the form with the details. So here in this form, now the user will do the necessary changes and then he will click the update button. After that, all the form details are stored in the PHP variables, and so for updation of a record, we have used the query update publication and set all the column with their new values. After the execution of the query, we have alerted the user that record was successfully updated. So this is how the operations on publication table works for the students. So now we have seen all the CRUD operations on the SQL database. Now in the user's dashboard, we will also have an option to change the password. So the option is located here in the sidebar. On clicking this button, we will be redirected to this page, setting.php. So this page contains a form to change the password. So the form will ask for the current password, and then it will ask for the new password, and it will also confirm the new password. So using this form, the users can change their password. Now let us look at the code for this page. So this is the setting.php page. It is inside the project directory. So we have two pages. One is setting.php and the another is setting_f.php. So the _f1 is one for the faculty and the setting.php is for the student. Now both of the pages are same with the minor differences. So first let us look at the setting.php page. In this page, first we have required the connection.php file. Now after that, we have checked the session and checked whether the session email is set or not set. And also we have checked whether that the session category is student or not. In setting_f, we have checked whether the session category is faculty or not. So that's the difference between the two. Now after that we have a form. So the title for the page is change password. Now here we have the sidebar, which is same for all the pages for student. We have the link to home, publication, project, change password and logout button. Now these are the page content. So this is the heading and the subheading. And below this we have printed a message. By default the message string is empty. So when the user will load for the first time, nothing will be there in the message variable, so nothing will be printed. So we will use this message variable to print error messages. Now this is the form. So I have set the method of the form as post, because password is a sensitive content, so we don't want it to be shared via the URL. So it's highly recommended to use post method with passwords and any kind of sensitive content. Now this is the first field for the form. So this is the input type password, and this is the current password, and I have given it the ID old password. And below this we have a new password. So it is also of the type password, and I have given the maximum and minimum length. So minimum length is 4 and maximum length is 16, and its ID is pass1. Below this, similarly, we also have a second password field, which is for the confirmation of the new password. So here also I have set the minimum and maximum length 16, and its ID is pass2. And we have also checked the validity of the password using the check pass function. So the check pass function is inside the JS folder. So this is the check pass function. So we have checked whether the passwords are equal or not, and if they are equal we will show a green color in the field, otherwise we will show a red color. So this is the code for that, we have already seen it. Now below this we have a save button. So I have given it the name change password. On clicking this button, all the form data will be stored in the PHP variables here. So to change the password, we must require a column which uniquely identifies a record. So we can use both session ID and the session email, because both are unique. Here I am using the session email. So I have copied the session email into the PHP variable email here. So we have set this variable during the login time. Now the first thing we have to do after this is to check whether that the old password entered is correct or not. So for this we will retrieve the data from the database for the user. So the query is select star from user where the email is the session email. Now after executing the query, I have stored the data in the row variable of PHP using the fetch function. So after that I have used the password verify function. So as you remember, we have used the password hash function to hash the password. So now to verify this, we have to use the password verify function. So it requires two inputs. So the first input is the string with which we want to match the hash. So I have given here the old password, which is a raw string, and the method used here is the post method. And after that I have given the hashed password. So this password we have retrieved from the database. Now if the verification fails, which means that both the passwords are not equal, then we will show a message that please enter current existing password. So this message will be shown before the form here. So here I have echoed the message variable. Now if the old password matches with the password in the database, then we have to check whether both the new passwords entered are equal or not. So for this we have used JavaScript, but sometimes the user can disable the JavaScript and skip the dat function. So we have to use server-side validation. So it is very important to check it for passwords. So I have checked in the server dat the passwords are equal or not. So the condition is post password not equals to post confirm password, which means now if this condition becomes true, which means that both the two passwords are not equal, then the message value shown is new password did not match. Now if both the conditions are satisfied, which means that the old password is equal and the new password entered in both fields is equal. So after that I have used the password hash function. So I have given the raw string, which is the post password taken from the form, and the algorithm uses password default.
So this function will return the hash of the password we have given so that we can store it securely in our database. Now we have to update the database. So for this, the query is update user, set password as the new password, where email is the session email. So after that, the query is prepared and I've used the bind parameter. And after executing the query, we have given the message that password changed successfully. So this is how the change password works. It is very similar in the settings_f, but the difference here is the category here is faculty and the sidebar here is for the faculty. So that's it in this video.
So this is our display project page. We can navigate this page from the cards in the home page. So as you can see in this page we have a form. So actually this form is a filter. So this page will show all the projects in our database. So here we have various fields in this table. First is the project by the user. Then we have the category of the project. Then the department, the title, the status of the project. Then the funding agency, its description, year and the budget. So here we have a filter. So we can filter the project using the category, department and the year. Now the category is of the user. So we have two categories, the student and the faculty. Then we have the departments. So these are the departments in the drop down menu. We can also enter the year here to filter the results by the year. Now here we have the search button to search with this filter and a clear button to clear all the filters. Now let us look at the code for this page. So this is the display project.php page. This page is inside our project directory. So in this page, first I have required the connection.php file. So we will be retrieving the data from the database. So I have included this file. Now this is the PHP code. We will look at it later. Now here is the HTML code. First we have the title as projects. Then we have the head tag inside which I have linked all the Bootstrap and the CSS files and all other links. Now in the body we have included the header.php file. So this is the navigation bar and the title bar. And below this we have a form. So this form is for entering the data to filter out the results. So the first filter is through the category. So we have a drop down menu here. So here we have three options. The first option is the all category. Then we have the student category and faculty. So what all category will do? It will show the results for all the categories. Now if we select the student category, it will show the results for the student category only, and similarly for faculty. Now second field is of department. We will also filter out the results by the department. So here I have created a drop down menu. So first option is the all departments, then we have the individual departments. Now below this we have a form for inputting the year. So by entering the year we will also be able to filter out the results. So its minimum value is 2000 and maximum value is 2021. After that we have the submit button and the clear button. Now below this we have printed the form. So we have stored the form data in the result variable. Now if the row count is greater than 0, then it will print the table. Otherwise it will print that no record found. So in this table I have given the heading as project, and these are the column names. So we will print the project by. So this will print the user. Then we have the category for the user, his department, then the title, status, the funding agency, description, year and budget for the project. So these are all the fields which will be displayed in the page. Now I have set up a account variable for serial number. Then here using the for each loop I have printed out the results. So we will see the result variable later. So here I have printed all the variables, and after that incremented the count variable. So this is how the record will be printed. So now let us see how the records will be stored in the result variable. So here I have defined all the combinations of output which we can get in this page. Now here we have various if conditions. So when we load page for the first time, this condition will not be true. This condition will also not be true. Then we have the last else condition. So this is the last else condition which will run for the first time when we load the page. So here in this page I have taken data from two tables. First is the user table and second is the project table. So we will print the details of the user as well as the project. So we will combine two tables. For this we will use the inner join. Now here I have used the query select user.name as project by. So we will retrieve the user.name. So the user who has created the project, we will retrieve him as the project by. Then we will retrieve user.category and user.department. So these three are from the user table. Then we have title, year from the date of project. So here I have used the year function to retrieve year from the date of project, and I have given the column name as year. Then we have status, funding agency, description and budget from project table and applied the inner join on user. So I have used the common column which is the user.user ID and the project.user ID, which is common in both the tables, and the output will be in the order of username. So this will give us all the result from the project table and the user table. So below this I have used the fetch all function and stored all the data in the results array. So we have already seen how we have printed the results array in the table. So now let us see the condition in which the user will use the filter form to filter out the results. So first we have checked whether the user has clicked the clear button or not. So this is the condition for the clear button. So what clear button will do? It will remove all the filters. So the query for this will be same as that of the default condition which we have seen just now. So the query is select user.name as project by, then the category, department, and the title, year, status, funding agency, description from project, and applied inner join on user table. So this is same as that of the default condition. Now below this we have checked whether the user has clicked the submit button. So what this means? It means that the user has filled the form and then click the submit button to filter out the results. So here after that what I have done, I have stored the form data in the PHP variables. So we have three filters. So the first filter is the category filter, which is the student, faculty and both the categories. Then we have the department and the year. So now as you can see we have three filters. So we can have various combination of these filters. So the first condition can be the category entered by the user is none and the department is also none and the year is also null, which means that the user did not fill the form. So by default these value will be none. So in this case we will use the SQL query which is default for this page. So we have selected the username and the category, user, department, title, year and all the details from the user and the project table using inner join. And after that we have stored in the results variable. So now the second condition is the user will fill only the year field of the form. So in this condition year will not be null and department and category will be null. So here by default the value is none. So in this case we will use the where clause for the year because we only have the value for the year variable. So we will use the query select user.name as project by, user.category, then user.department, title, year and the status, funding agency, description, budget. So these all fields are same, but here we have used the where clause. So the where clause is where the year of date of project is equal to the year provided in the form. So what this SQL query will do, it will print all the records with the year which the user has filled in the form. So it will filter out the results. And then we have used the bind parameter function to bind the parameter with their variable name and then executed the query. And after that I have stored it in the results variable. Now the third condition can be the user will only enter the category and leave the department and the year as blank. So in this condition we have to filter the results by the category only. So here we will use the same query and inside the where clause we will define the condition that where user.category is equals to category which is given in the form. So here I bind the parameter category with the variable category, and so what this query will do, it will return all the data from the two tables where category is the category which is given in the form. So this will also filter out the results. Now we have the fourth condition in which the year is not null and the category is not null. So only department is none. So here we will use the where clause. So inside this we will define the condition as where user.category equals to the category which is provided by the user in the form, and after that I use the and year for the date of project is equals to the year which is provided in the form. So here I have used the AND operator for combining two conditions. First is for the category and second is the year. So this query will return all the records with the category which the user has provided and the year which the user has provided. So after that I have stored the results in the results variable of PHP. So now the next condition is the category is none, which means the user did not fill this field, and department is not none, which means that the user has filled the department field, and year is null, so the user did not fill the field for year. So in this condition, inside the where clause, we will use the condition where user.department is the department from the form. So it will return all the records with the selected department. Now in the next condition, we have category as none, and the department is not none, and year is also not null. So here we will use the where clause. So the condition will be where user.department is equals to the department from the form, and the year from the date of project is equals to the year which the user has provided from the form. And so this will filter out the results by the year and the department. Now next we have the condition that the category is not none and department is also not none and the year is null, which means that the user will fill the first two fields and leave the year field blank. Now in this condition, inside the where clause, we will give the condition that where user.department is equals to the department and the category is the category which is given from the form. So this query will filter out the results based on the category and the department. Now we also have a last condition in which the user will fill all the three fields in the form. So here in this condition we will apply the where clause on all the three columns, which is the year, category and the department. So here inside the where clause we have defined the condition as where user.category equals to the category and the department is equals to the department from the form, and year from the date of project is equals to the year provided from the form. So this will filter out the results on the three columns, year, department and the user. So this will return the result, and after that I have stored the results in the results array. So these are all the conditions. Next is the default condition, which is executed when the page will load for the first time. So this is how we will print the data from the projects table and filter out the data using the SQL queries.
We have seen the display project.php page. Now let us look at the display publication.php page. This page is very similar to the display project page, but the difference here is we will be retrieving data from the user table and the publication table. Now first let us look at the table which we have printed in this page. So this is the table I have printed. So the first column is the serial number column. Then we have the author, which is the username. Then the category, department, type, title, citation, description and the year. So the first three columns, author, category and the department, are from the user table, and the type, title, citation, description and year are from the publication table. So for achieving this we will use inner join. Here in this page we also have a filter similar to that of in the project page. So the first filter is for the category. So here we have three options: the student category, the faculty category and both the categories as all. After that we have the department filter, which has options for various departments, and at last we have the third field in the filter, which is the year. So it is very similar to that in the project page. Now let us look at the query. So the query in this page will be select user.name as author. So here we have given different name to the name column of the user table. So we are naming it as author, and then we have taken user.category and user.department. So these three columns are from the user table, and then we have title, year, type, citation and description from the publication table. And here I have given the inner join on user table, and the common column between these two tables is the user ID. So the condition is user.userid is equals to publication.userid. So this will be the common column between these two tables. And then I have used the order by statement. So it will give the records in the order of the user's name. Now these are all the conditions for the filter. So we have various conditions which we have already seen in the project page. So these conditions are similar to that in the project table. Now third, we have the display patent.php page. This page will display all the patents. So we will take data from the user table and the patent table. So these are all the column names. First we have the patent by, then the department, title, description, year and status. So these two columns, patent by and department, are from the user table, and these last four columns are from the patent table. So here I have printed the table and the data. I have used the query with inner join to print this table. So the query is select user.name as patent by and the user.category and user.department. So these three are the columns from the user table, and then we have title, year, status and description from the patent table. Here I have applied the inner join. So the common column will be the user ID. So the condition is user.user_id equals to patent.user_id, and I have also specified the order in which the records will be shown. So the records will be shown in the order of the name of the user. So this is the query. We also have filter in this page. So the first filter is the department filter and the second is the year. Here we don't have the filter for category because the patent are only entered by the faculty members, so we haven't included that filter here. Now there are various queries based on the filter. So the logic for this query is very similar to that for the project and the publication pages. Now the fourth and the last page we have is the display alumni page. So we will use this page to display all the alumni details. Now first let us look at the table. So I have printed the table here. So these are the columns which will be printed. The first is the name of the alumni, then the email, the college ID, batch, department, phone number, company and the designation. So these all columns are from the alumni table. So here I have stored the results in the results array and printed the data here. We also have a filter in this page. So the first filter is the department filter. Using this we will filter the rows by the department, and then we have the filter for batch year. So it will have the minimum value 1980 and maximum value 2017. So this is the input type number where we have entered the year. Now let us look at the SQL query. So this is the default SQL query which will run in this page. So we have selected name, email, college ID, batch, department, phone number, company, designation from the alumni table where verified equals to 1. So as you remember, during the registration process we have set the verified column as 0 by default. Now when the college administration will verify the details for the alumni, it will set the verified column to 1, which means that the verification for the alumni data is successful. So after that, then only we will show the data in the main website. So here we have specified the condition and we have displayed the data in the order for the batch. Now above this we have various conditions. So this condition is for the clear button when the user will click the clear button for the filters. So this query will run. Else when the user will apply the filter and click the submit button, then we have various conditions. The first condition is if the user selects departments as all and batch as null. So this query will run. Otherwise when the user will select department as all and the batch will be null, so this query will run. Now if only the batch is null, which means that the user has filled the department, so we have run this query. So here we have given the condition that department is equals to the department which was entered in the form. Now else is the default condition where we have put the two conditions. So here the condition in where is where batch equals to the batch and department equals to the department. So here the batch and the department are taken from the filter form. So this is how we will filter the results in the table. So that's all in this video. Now as we have completed the project, now let us host the project in the web server. So for hosting our project, we will use the website Infinity Free, which provides free and unlimited web hosting. So we have to sign up in this website. As I have already signed up, so this is the dashboard for the website. Here we have to create an account for our website. So on clicking the create account, we will be taken to this page. Here we have to select the subdomain and the domain extension. Since it is a free hosting site, so we have to select the domain extension from this given list, and we can check for the subdomain here. So I have entered subdomain name. Now on clicking the search button, it is saying that the domain is available. So here we have to choose the username and password. It is saying that the username is generated automatically and we have to select a password. Since I have already created a account, so I will go to my dashboard. So I have created the account. So now I will click on the manage button. So this is the dashboard for our website. Here we can see various details. So these are all the account details. Then we have the MySQL details. So this is our MySQL username and this is the password. This is the host name, the port number and the database name. Then we have FTP details. We will use FTP to transfer our files to the server. So this is the FTP username and password and these are the host name and the port. So to upload the files, we have to use a file manager. So if we click on file manager, it will take us to a new tab. So here we can see a htdocs folder which is similar to that of in the XAMPP directory. So if I open this folder, here we have to paste all the files. So I have already pasted the files. So the files are inside the ARMS folder. So these are the files. We can upload the files to this folder using the upload button provided here. Now after uploading the files to the web server, we also have to create a database in the server. So for this we have to click on the control panel button here. So this is the control panel for our website. Here you can see we have various options. So now to create a database, we have to click on MySQL databases. So it will take us to a new page. Here in this field we have to give the database name and click on the create database button. Since I have already created our database, so I will click on the admin button. Now this will take us to the phpMyAdmin interface. Here we can see all the tables. So we can import this database from our local machine using the import button here. Now I have already uploaded the database in the web server. Now after uploading the web server, we have to make some changes in our uploaded files. So for this I will click on the online file manager. So I have opened the file manager. So I will open the project directory. So we have to change our connection file because the connection to our database is different in the web server. So we have to open the components folder. Now we have to edit the connection.php file. So here you can see we have to change the database server name, the username, password and the name. So we have to copy the database server from this panel. So this is our database server. We have to use this in the online web server and this is our MySQL username and this is our database name. So I have already filled all the details here. Now we have to click save button and then close the file. Now our website is successfully uploaded. Now let us see how it works on web browser. So now I have opened the website in the web browser. As you can see, this is the home page. So these are all the cards to various pages. So the home page is showing us the stats. So we have total 3 users, we have 1 patent and 2 alumni registered. Now on clicking the projects button, we will be taken to the projects.php page. So here we don't have any project, and if we click on patents, we can see we have 1 patent. So we can also use filter in this. Now first let us sign up to our website. So I will enter the details here. Here I have filled the form. So the category I have chosen is faculty. Now if I click on submit, an OTP will be sent to my email. So now we are redirected to the OTP page. So now I will check my email for the OTP. So as you can see here, I have received the OTP in my email. So my OTP is this. Now I will copy and paste it in the, now I will paste this OTP here. So if I click on confirm, it will say that registration successful, login to continue. So now we are redirected to the login page. Here we have to enter the details. Now let us enter a detail. So as you can see, we have logged in. So here we can see all our publications, patents and projects since we are logged in as faculty. So now let's add a publication. So let us enter some details. Now I have filled the details. Now if I click on add button, So it is showing us that record successfully inserted. Now we can also see the record entered here. Now if I click on the update button, it will take us to the update page. Here the details are pre-filled. So when I click update, it will show that record successfully updated. Now we can also change our password using this form. And if I click on the logout button, we will be redirected to the login page. So here in the publication page, we can see the publication we have just entered. So these are the details. We can also filter the results using this form here. So let us see the student category and click on search. So it is showing that no record found. Now if I click on faculty and let us change the department to electrical and click on search. So now it is showing the category as faculty and department of electrical. So now the project is complete and is working perfectly.
Hello guys, welcome to the course on SQL development. In this course, we will build a web-based to-do application. Using this app, we will store the task on the database and we'll also show the data from the database in the app. We'll also add features such as to update and delete the tasks. And at last, after completing our project, we will host the project on cloud. Now let us look at the various topics covered in this course. First, we will look at the introduction to to-do list app. Then we will understand the project structure. And after that, we will build a database for our project. And then we will develop the project. And at last, after completing all this, we will host the project on cloud. Let us first understand what is a to-do list app. Basically, a to-do list app is a tool which is used to organize and keep track of our daily tasks. In simpler words, it's a list of tasks that we need to complete or the things we want to do. Many times it happens that we get too much work and sometimes we forget to do some of the tasks. As a result, the outcome is low productivity and demotivation. So to solve this problem, To-Do app comes to rescue. Using this tool, we can write down all our tasks and plan our work in a well and organized manner. It is very helpful in reminding us our tasks and hence improves the overall productivity and workflow. It makes the time management easier, hence saving a lot of time. In this project, we will develop such app which will be able to store all our tasks in the database, and once a task is completed, we will be able to mark the task as done and we will also be able to delete it. We'll also make a filter to filter out our tasks based on their status as done or pending. Now let us look what tools we will be using. We'll use MySQL for database, and for web development we will use PHP, HTML and CSS. Now let us look at the project structure. So in this project we will have a home page. Using this page only we will perform all the operations. Now in the first, at the top of this page, we will include a heading, and below this we will add a form to enter the task in our database. So this form will contain only one field, which is of the type text, and then a button for submitting the task. Now below this form we will also add a filter to filter out the results. So we will filter the results based on the type of the task, such as we can filter a task which are pending and the tasks which are completed. And now at last, below this we will print a table, and using this table we will show all the tasks which are stored in the database. Now the first column will contain the task, and after that we will show the status of the task in the second column, and in the third column we will show two actions. Now for the tasks which are pending, we will show two options. First, to mark it as completed, and second, to delete it. And for all the other tasks which are done, we will only show one option, to delete the task. So this is the database structure for our project. As you can see, in the right side we have the ER diagram. So here you can see we have only one entity and it has 4 attributes. The task ID is the prime attribute. In the right side, this is the relational model. Here the name of the table is task, and it has 4 columns. The first column is the task ID, which is the primary key, and second column we have the task details. So this column will contain the task, and third we have the status. This will store the status for the particular task, and the fourth column is the date added, which will store the date and time on which the task was added in the database.
Now let's create the database on our local machine. Now first of all, we have to start the server in our local machine so that we can access our database. So I have started the servers. Now to access the database, click on the admin button of MySQL. It will take us to the phpMyAdmin page. So this is the phpMyAdmin interface. Here you can see the list of all the databases, and we have various options. So we will create a new database. For this I have to give the name here. So I will give the name as task database. And I will click on create. Now the database is created here. Now we will create the table in this database. For this we will use SQL. So for creating the table we will use the command create table, and we will name it as task. Now here we have to give the column names. So first column is the task ID, which is of type int, and it will be of type not null, and it will also be the primary key, and we will set it to auto increment. Now second column we have the task detail column. This column will be of type varchar, and its maximum length will be 150 characters. I have set it to not null, so this will not contain any null values. Then we have the third column status, and it will be of type varchar. Its maximum length we will give 10 characters, and it will also be not null. The last column is the date edit column, and it will be of type date, and it will be of not null, and we will set its default value to the current date. So this is the command to create our table and all the columns. Now I will click on execute. So here you can see the table is created. So this is the task table. Right now the table is empty and we have 4 columns. Now this is the structure for our table. So now our database and table are created. Now we have created the database for our project. Now let's start writing code. So for this we have to create a project directory. So the directory will be inside the XAMPP installation directory, inside the htdocs folder. So to access this folder, we have to click on the Explorer button here. It will take us to the XAMPP installation directory, and inside this we have the htdocs folder. So here we have to create our project folder. So I will create a new folder here. So I will name the folder as todo_app. Now I have opened the project directory in the text editor. As you can see, I have already pasted the Bootstrap folder here. So we will use Bootstrap for our front-end development. So that's why I have included it here. Now let's create our first file. So first file we will create is database connection file, and we will define the connection in this file. So I will create a new file here, and I will save this file as connection.php. Now this is the PHP tag. Inside this tag we have to write the PHP code. Now first I will define few variables. So the first will be the hostname. Now one thing to note is that all the PHP variables start with a $sign. So here I have defined the hostname. Now since we are running our app on our local machine, so I will write the hostname as localhost, and then we have to define the username. So in our localhost we have the default user as root, so I will give the username as root, and then we have to define the password, and for the root user the password is blank, so I will keep it as it is, and then we have to define the database name. So our database name is task_database. Now we will use MySQL to connect to our database. So for this we have to create a new object of type MySQL. So I will create the object connection. So it will be of type MySQL. And then inside the brackets we have to pass the arguments. So the first argument will be the hostname. Then we have to give the username, and after that the password, and then the database name. Now our connection object is created. Now we have to check whether the connection is successful or not. For this I will use the if statement. Now inside this if statement I will use a function MySQL connect error. So what this function does, it returns a string that describes the error if there is any error, otherwise it returns null. So I will write the function here. So this is the function. Now if this function is true, which means that it returns something, then we will show the error that connection to the database failed. Connection failed. And we can also print the error information using this function. So in the next line I will print out the error information. So here the error code will be printed with the error information. Otherwise, if the connection is successful, then we will print connection successful. Now our file is complete. So we have defined the connection. Now let us see if we are able to connect to the database using this file or not. So I will save this file and I will open this file in the browser. So here I have opened the web browser. Now I will type the URL for the page. So the host name is localhost. First we have to type that. Then we have to write the folder name, our project folder name. And then the file name. So this is our URL for the file. Now as you can see, the connection is successful. We have successfully connected to our database. Now let us see if the MySQL connect error is working or not. So I will change the database name. So this database doesn't exist. So now I will refresh the page and see what is the error it is showing. Now as you can see, it is showing that connection failed and the error is unknown database, task database. Now this database doesn't exist, so that's why it is showing that error. So now our database file is working fine. Now we will include this file in every page wherever we require the connection to our database. Now we have created the connection file, but here the else part is not needed because every time when we load a page, we don't want to show that the connection is successful. So I will comment it out. Now let's create a new file for the home page. So the file name will be index.php. So this will be the home page, and every time when we go to the project directory, this index.php file will be loaded. So this is the HTML boilerplate. So here we have to give the title. So I will give it as to do app. Okay. So in the head tag we have to include the Bootstrap files. So now here I have linked the Bootstrap files. The first file is the bootstrap.min.css, and then we have added an additional theme file, bootstrap theme.min.css. So these files are inside the Bootstrap CSS folder. So I have linked them. Now inside the body tag, I will create a division.
So I will use the div tag. Now inside this div, I will make 3 columns. So here I have created 3 columns. So we will print all our data in the central column. So I will keep it wider than the other two. So I will increase its width and also give it a class well. So in this class what happens? We get a box with rounded corners. So let us see how this looks in the web browser. So now in the browser, as you can see, we got a box. So inside this box we will print all our data. So now first let's insert the title. So now let's insert the title inside this division. So I will use h2 tag and give the title as to do app. So this is how it is looking. As you can see, the title is not at the center. So I will use the center tag and put the title inside the center tag so that it aligns in center. So now the title is in center. So I have also added an emoji here. So now let's refresh the page. So this is how it looks. Now we will add the form to enter the data in the database. Now here we have to create the form. So for the form I will create a new division and I will give it the class column and its width will be 12. Okay, so here we have to give the form. So now we have to give the form fields. So I will create a form and let us set the method. So the method will be post and its class will be form inline. Now inside the form we have to create the input fields. So the first input type will be of text and its name will be task and the class will be form control. Okay, we will also set it to required because this is required, and we will also add a placeholder here. So the next input field will be the button and I will give it the class as button class and its type will be primary button. So these are all the Bootstrap classes. Okay, so I will give the name as add. So now let's see how it looks. So this is how it looks in the web browser. I will put some margins and give a line between the title and the form. So this is how it is looking now. Now we have to add a filter and then the table. Below this I will create a new div for the filters. So I will use the center tag to align all the items in the center. Now in this add button we also have to give the name. So I will give the name as add. So now let's create the add task.php file. So I will create a new file. So this is our add task.php file. So this file will be called when we will click the submit button in the add task form. So here inside the PHP tag we have to write our code. So first we have to require the connection file. So we will require the connection.php file. Now after that we have to check whether the user has clicked the add button or not. So for this I will use the if condition and I will use isSet function. So what this function does, it takes an input variable and check whether the variable contains null or not null. So whenever the user will click the add button in the form, so it will become not null and this condition will become true. So I will pass here the variable add. So the method for the form is the post, so we are using post variables here. So the name of the variable is the add. So here we have checked whether the user has submitted the form or not. So after that, when the user will submit the form, we will store the form data in the PHP variables. So since we have only one field in the form, which is the task, so I will create a new variable task, and I will store the post task variable in this variable. So here I have stored the task from the form to the task variable of PHP. Now I will use the query function for the connection. Now inside this query, we have to give a string, the SQL query. So here I have written the query. So the query is insert into task. So task is the table name and the values are, so the first value is null, which is nothing. So as you remember, in the database table, we have the first value as task ID. So we are not providing a value, so it will auto increment on itself. So we don't have to provide it here. Now the second column was the task name. So here we have given the task, and the third column was status. So by default the status will be pending, so we will give the string pending here. And after that, the fourth column was of the date, so we have passed the current date here. We are taking the task details from the user via the form and entering all the values by ourselves. So the default values are pending and the current date. Now after the query is executed, we will then redirect the user to the index page. So we'll use the header function and give the location as index.php. So what this page will do, this page will take the data from the index.php page and add the data to the database table and then redirect the user to the index.php page. Now after adding the data to the database, we also have to set the connection variable to null. So that the connection is disconnected. Now we have created the add task form and also the add task.php page where we have written the query to enter the task to the database. Now let's create the form for the filters. So I will create a form here. Now inside this form I will create 3 input fields and all of them will be of type submit. And let's give them the class as button, and they will also be of the type button primary. So here I have created 3 buttons. Now the first button will show us all the tasks which have been done. So I will name it as done. And the second button will show us all the tasks which are pending. And the third button will clear all the filters. Now I will also give them the values. So now our form is complete. Now here we also have to give the method for the form. So we will set the method as post, and we also have to set the action. So I will set the action as index.php. So what this will do, on clicking any of the buttons, it will set the variables and will reload this page only. So we will set the conditions for the filter form before printing the table. Now that we have created the form, so now let us create the table. Now that we have created the form for the filters, now let's print the table. Now let us give the class as table and table bordered. Now first we have to define the column names. So for this I will use the tag thead. Now here we have to define all the column names. So the first column will be of serial number. The second column will be of the task. And the third column will be of the status. The fourth column will show us the date edit. And the fifth column will show us the action. Here we also have to define the tr tag. Inside this we have to define all these. So now our table head part is complete. Now we have to define the table body. For this I will use the tag tBody. Now here we have to include PHP for showing the data from the database. Now as we are retrieving data from the database, so we have to include the connection.php file. So I have included the connection.php file. Now here, before printing the table, we have to check for few conditions. So the conditions can be, we are printing the table for the first time, which means the page is reloading for the first time. And the second condition is the user has clicked the done button on the filter. So the page is reloading after clicking the filter. So in this case, it has to show all the tasks which are done. And the user can also click the pending button. So in this case, the table will show only the tasks which are pending. And the third condition is the user will click the clear button of the filter. So in this case, we have to show all the tasks. Now let us first define the condition when the user will click the done button on the filter. For this I will use the if statement. Now the condition is the user has clicked the done button. So for this I will use the isSet function. Now inside this isSet function I have to pass the variable. So the variable is done. And the method we are using in the form is post. So inside this we have to define the query to show the data for the done condition. So here I will use the variable query. And then I will use the query method for the connection. And inside this I will pass the query. So I will use the SQL query. Select all from task. Now I will use here the where clause to select only those records in which the status is done. And after this I will use the order by clause. And I will show the tasks in the order of task ID. In ascending order. Now let us define the next condition. So the next condition is when the user will click the pending button. So similarly I will use here the isSet function. And in this case the variable is pending. Now in this case the query will be similar to that of the done query, but here the difference is the status is pending. So this query will select all the tasks from the table whose status is pending. Now we also have the third condition, which is the condition when the user will click the clear button. So in this condition we have to show all the records. So we don't have to include the where clause here. So this will be the query in case the user clicks the clear button. Now in the else part, which will be the default condition, we have to print all the records. So this else condition will be executed when the page is loaded for the first time. So the query in this case will be same as that of in the clear case. So I will copy the query and paste it here. So we have defined all the conditions which are possible. Now let's print all the data in the table. First I will set up a count variable and set it to 1. So this will show us the serial number in the table. And after that I will use the while loop to print all the rows. Now inside this condition I will store the record one by one in the result variable. So for this I will use the fetch array function. So in this condition we are using the fetch array function to retrieve the records in the form of array. and we are storing each row of the array in the result variable. Now this loop will run for all the records. Now after that we have to print the data. So I will end the PHP code here, and below this I will print the table. Now in the first column we have to print the serial number. So here I will use the echo command, and here I will print the count variable. Now after each loop the count variable has to increase, so I will use post increment, and I will also end the PHP tag here. Now similarly for the second column we have to print the task. So here in the second column we will print the task details. Now in the third column we have to print the status, and in the fourth column we have to print the date added. Now in the last column we have to print two buttons. So this will perform operations on the particular task. So the first button will be of the update button. So what this button will do, this will update the task and sets its status to done. So this button will be shown only for those tasks whose status is pending. So we will set up a condition here. For this we will use PHP. Now I will use the if condition. So we have to check whether the status is done or not done. So I will use the status variable here. So this condition will check that if the variable is done or not done. Now if this variable is not equals to done, which means that the status is pending, so then we will show the update button. So inside this I will use the echo statement to print the button. Now inside this if condition I have printed the button using the echo command. So I use the anchor tag here, and here I have given the title as mark as done, and here I have used the URL to pass the task ID to the update task.php page. So we will also create a update task.php page where we will update the status for a particular task. So here I have passed the task ID and I have used the URL. So I have given the task ID here, and the class I have given is button. So this will print the button. Now next we have to print the delete button. So similarly we will print the delete button here. Now we have to print the delete button. So for delete button we don't have any condition. So this will be printed for all the tasks. So this is the tag for the delete button. So the title here is delete task, and this button will take us to the delete query.php page where we will write the query to delete the task, and we will pass the task ID via the URL. So now our whole table is printed. Now as you can see we have closed the PHP tag here after printing the while loop. So this closing bracket we have to also include it inside the PHP tag. So I will write the PHP tag here, and now this closing bracket is inside the PHP tag. So now we have printed all the records and the table. Now we have printed the table. So let's create a file to update the task. So for this we have to create the file update task.php. So here I will create a new file and save it as update task.php. So this file will be same as that of head task. So I will copy the code from here and paste it here. So first we will require the connection.php file. In this case we are using the URL to send the task ID. So here we will use the get method, and the variable here is task ID. Now the condition here will be task ID is not equals to null. So here I will check that task ID is not equals to null. Now if this condition is true, which means that the task ID is not null, then only the conditions inside the if statement will execute. So first we will store the task ID, and the method is get. Now I have stored the task ID which we have passed through the URL in the PHP variable task ID. Now we have to write the query.
Now the query for this case will be to update the table task and change the column status to done. So we'll use the update command, and after that I will give the table name update task, set the status, so I will give the value as done. Now we have to give the where condition also, where the task ID is the given task ID from the URL. So this query will update the status column of the task and set its value to done. Now if this condition does not execute, then we will exit from this page. So I will use the die method and show the error number. So the function for this is MySQL error number. Now after updating the task, we will set the connection to null and then redirect the user to the index.php page. Now we have created the update task.php. Now similarly we have to create the delete query.php page where we have to write the query to delete the task. So I will create a new file and I will give it the name delete query.php. So I will copy the code from update task. We only have to change the query here. So in this page also we have first included the connection.php file. Then we have checked whether the task ID is null or not null. If it's not null, then we have stored the task ID in the task ID variable using the get method. And after that we have to write the query. So for this we will use the delete command. So we'll use delete from. Then we have to give the table name. And after that we have to define the condition. So we'll use the where clause. So we have to give here the task ID, for which task ID we want to delete the record. And here I will give the PHP variable task ID. So this query will delete the task for which the user has clicked the delete button. And after that the user will be redirected to index.php file. So let's save all these files. And now let us go to the browser and see our page. So now we have created all the pages. We have created the home page. We have created the page to add the task, to update the task, and to delete the task. Now let us see in the browser how our page looks. So this is how our page looks in the web browser. So first we have the input form and the add button. After that we have the button to show the tasks which are done, and the second button is to show the tasks which are pending, and the third button is to clear the filters. Now in this table all the records will be printed. Right now we don't have any records. So now let's make some more changes to this page. Now first in the HR tag I will give some styling and give the border. I will set the border as 1 pixel and it will be dotted, and give it a color of gray. Now in the filters I will also give a heading. So I will use the h4 tag and give the title as filters. Now in the table where I have printed the buttons, I will use the center tag to show the buttons in the center. Now I will also change the color for the filter buttons. So for this I will change the class and change their color. So these two buttons will be of color blue and the last button will be of color red. Now in the body tag I have also given the styling. So here I have given the background image. So I have taken this image from the internet and given the link here, and I have set the background repeat as no repeat and the background size as cover. So now let's see how this page looks. Now the page is looking much more beautiful. Now let's add some tasks. So the first task will be book tickets, and I will click on add button. As you can see, the task is added successfully. So the task name is book tickets. By default the status is pending and it is the date added. Now for this we have two options. The first is mark as done and second is to delete the task. As you can see, this is not looking good, so I will put the action in the center of this column. Now to move the action title to the center of the column, I will create a div tag, and inside this I will put the title. Now I will set the style and use the property text align, and I will set it to center. Now as you can see, the action is aligned to center. Now as you can also see, the date added is also not in a readable form. It is taking the date as it is from the database column and showing it here. Now to make this date more readable, we have to change its form. Now to change the format of a date in PHP, first we have to store the date from the database in the PHP variable in the date format. For this we will use the date create method. Now after fetching the result, we will create a new variable date, and I will use the date create method and pass the variable date added. So this is the variable. I will cut it from here and pass it here. So this function will take the date from the column and change its format to PHP date format. Now we have to format this date. For this I will use the date format function. So this function requires two arguments. So the first argument is the date which we want to format. So I will pass the date variable here, and second is the date format. So we have to specify the date format. So the date format will be small d, capital M and capital Y. So this date format will change the order of date. First it will print the day number in numerical form, and then the month in string format, and at last the year in 4-digit numerical format. Now we will store the formatted date in a new variable, date formatted, and here inside echo we will print this variable. So now when I refresh this page, the format of date will change. As you can see, the format of date has changed. It is showing the day number in numerical format, the month in numerical format, and the year in 4-digit numerical format. Now let's try to change the status of this task. For this we have to click the update button. So this button will change the status to done. Now as you can see, the status has been changed to done, and also the update button is not here. So we are only seeing the delete button. Now let's look at the database. So this is our task table in the database. As you can see, the task is added successfully here. And let's now try to add another task. Now as you can see, the task is added, and if I refresh this page, so here also the task is updated. Now let's try to delete a task. If I delete the task, so the task is deleted. From the database also it is deleted. Now here in the database, as you can see, the task is also deleted. Now I will add another task to check whether the filters are working or not. So I will add the task again, and I will first change the status of this task to done, and then I will click the show done button. So as you can see, the filters are working correctly. It is only showing the task whose status is done. If I click on show pending, then it is showing the tasks which are pending. And if I click the clear filter button, then it will remove all the filters and show all the tasks. So now our project is completed. In the next video, we will host this project in the internet.
Now that we have completed our project, so now we will host the project on web. For this, we will use the site Infinity Free. This provides free unlimited web hosting. Now first we have to sign up to this site. So I will click the sign up button. Since I have already signed up to this site, so it has taken me to the dashboard page. Here we can see all our accounts. Now to host our website, we have to create an account. So I will click the create account button. Now in this page, it is asking us to select the subdomain and the domain extension. So we have to enter our subdomain here. So I will enter to-do app. You also have to select a domain extension since it is a free hosting site. So we have to select the domain extension from this list. Now I will click on search domain. Now it is showing that the domain is available. Now we have to set the account username and the password and click on create account. Since I have already created an account, I will go to my home page. Now here I will click on the manage button for the account. Now it has taken us to the account dashboard. Here we can see various options. In the first box, as you can see, there are account details. So we have our username, the password, and the domain name, the website IP, and the date it is created on. Now below this we have our MySQL server details. First we have the MySQL username, then the password. This is the host name, this is the port, and this is our database name. And these are the FTP details. So we will use FTP to transfer our files to the web server. So this is the FTP username, password, and host name. Now first thing we have to do is to create an database. So for this I will click on control panel. Now this is the control panel for our website. As you can see, we have various options. We have online file manager, and we can also set the directory privacy. Then we have FTP accounts. In the databases we have phpMyAdmin. After that we have an option for MySQL databases. We can also connect the remote MySQL and PSQL databases. For creating our database, I will click on MySQL databases. So this is the page where we have to create our new database. Here in this field we have to give our database name. So I will enter the database name here. So as you can see, the database is created. Now I will click on the admin button. So it will take us to the phpMyAdmin interface. So this is the phpMyAdmin interface in the web server. Now here we have to create the table. Now to create our table, we will export the table from our localhost and then import the table here. So this is the phpMyAdmin interface of the localhost. So I will click on task database, and here we have an option to export the database. So I will click on this option, and here we have to set the name. So I will give it the name task_database and click on go. As you can see here, the database is downloaded to our local machine. So we will upload this file in our remote server. Now in the web server, we have to click on the import button. Now it will ask us for the file.
So we have to click on the choose file option here. So this is our database file which we have just exported from our local machine. Now I will click on open and then I will click the go button. Now the file will be uploaded to the server. Now as you can see, the import is successful and all the queries were executed. Now I will click on the table structure. So here you can see the task table is created. Now along with the table, all the data is also copied. So now we have done creating the database in the server. Now let's upload the website files. Now for uploading the website files, I will use the file manager. So I will click on this button of file manager. So this is our file manager in the web server. As you can see, we have the folder directory similar to that of the XAMPP installation directory. So I will create a new folder here and name it to do app. Now our project directory is created. Now let us copy the file from our local machine. Now this is our project directory in our local machine and this is the directory in our web server. So I will drag and drop all the files from my local machine to the web server. We can also upload the file using the upload button here. Now it is asking to select a folder to upload. I will click on the Bootstrap button and click on upload. Now the file transfer is complete. Now before opening the URL in the web browser, we have to make some changes in the connection file because in our web server, our database server and the username is also changed. So I will edit the connection.php file. Now here we have to change the host name, username, password and the database name. So we can see the MySQL details from this page. So this is our MySQL hostname. I will copy this and paste it here. The username is also given here. And the password is also given here. And our database name is prefixed with this string. So I will copy this string and add it to the front of our database name. So now our details are updated. Now I will click on the save button and save this file. So I will click on the save button. So now our website upload is complete. So now let us open the site in the web browser. Now here I have opened the website in the web browser. So the project is uploaded to the server successfully and it is also working. We can see all the data here. Now let's enter a task. As you can see, the task is added successfully and by default the status is pending. Now when we have completed the task, we can mark the task as done. So I will click on mark as done. Now the status has changed to done. Now if I want to filter out the tasks which are pending, so I will click on the button show pending. Then it will only show the tasks which are pending. Now if I want to see the tasks which have been done, so I will click on the show done button. This will show all the tasks which are done. Now on clicking the clear filter, it will clear out all the filters. So in our database also the records are updated.
Hello everyone, welcome to the course on SQL development. In this course, we will develop a car rental system. This will be a web-based application where the customers can rent cars. This system will have two types of users. First, the customers and second, the agency. The system will store records of all the cars and the rentals. The cars can be added and removed by the agencies, while the customers can rent the cars after registration. So the various topics covered in this course are: first, we will look at the introduction to car rental systems. After that, we will understand what is a project structure, and then we will build the database for our project. After that, we will develop our project, and at last, when the project is complete, we will host the project on cloud. Now first, let us look at the introduction to car rental systems. A car rental system is a web-based system where agencies can give their cars for rent and the customers can rent out these cars. This system enables the agencies to make their services available to the public through the internet and also keep record about their services. This software will show all the available cars and customers can choose the car of their choice for rent. For renting a car, the customer has to first register in the system. The agencies will also have to register, and after registering, they can add their cars. Once a car is added, the agencies can update and remove their cars. The details of all the rented cars, the customers, the agencies, the rentals will be stored in the database. The tools which we will be using for development of this project is, we will use MySQL for database. In the backend, we will use PHP and we will use HTML and CSS for front end.
Now let us understand the project structure. First we will create a home page. This page will contain the links to all the other pages. Now first we will create a view cars page. So this view cars page will show all the cars which are available for rent. In this table we will create a table, and in this table we will show all the cars with their details, and we will also create a rent button in front of each car using which the cars can be rent. Next we will create registration forms. We will have two separate registration forms for customer and agency. In the customer's registration form we will enter the details for the customer, and in agency we will enter the details for the agency. After that we will create a single login page for both the customer and the agencies, and after the customer login page we will redirect the customer to the dashboard using which he can rent the cars. So the customer dashboard will show the list of all the cars which are available for rent, and from here also the customer can rent the car. From the view cars page we will also show the rent button, but from here the user will be redirected to login, and after that he will be able to rent the car. Now after the agency login, the user will be redirected to the agency dashboard where the agency can see all their cars, and we will also create an option for the agency to add their cars. Now in the dashboard page where all the cars for the agency will be shown, we will also create two buttons to update the car details and to delete the car. So these are all the operations, and this is how our system will work. Now after a car is being rented by the customer, this car will not be visible in the view cars page. So this is the entity relationship diagram for our database. Here in the database we have three entities. First is the customer, second cars, and fourth agency. The relation between customer and cars is that the customer rents the car, and to show the relationship we have also created another table which is the rent table. We have stored the rent data in another table which is rent. So the customer table has the attributes customer ID, which is the primary key. Then we will also store the name of the customer, his email, his license number, the city, and the password. For the car entity, we will have the attributes the vehicle number, which is unique for every car, so this will act as the primary key. Then we will also store the model number, the agency ID, which will tell us that to which agency the car belongs. Then we will also store the rent for the car, which will be the price, and after that, and at last, the seating capacity of the car. Now in the rent table, which will show the relationship between customer and car, which will store the rent details for a particular car. So we will have the rent ID as the primary key in this table, and we will also store the customer ID from the customer table and the vehicle number from the cars table. So this table will show the relationship between these two tables. Now in the rent table, we will also store the days for which the user wants to rent the car and the start date for the renting. Now the fourth table is the agency table. So here is the relationship between cars and agency.
The cars belongs to the agency. For agency, we have the agency ID as the primary key. We'll also store the email, name, contact and city for the agency and also the password. So this is the ER diagram. Now this is the relational model for our database. Here you can see we have 4 tables. In the customers table, we have the customer ID as the primary key, which is the foreign key in the rent table. And in the cars table, we have the vehicle number as the primary key, which is the foreign key in the rent table. And in the rent table, we have the rent ID as the primary key. In the agency table, we have the agency ID as the primary key, and this primary key is foreign key in the cars table. So this diagram shows the relationship between all the tables. Now we have seen the database model. Now let's create the database in our system. So first we will create the database in our local machine. For this we are using MySQL server. Now before proceeding, make sure that the localhost server is running on your machine. Now to access the interface for phpMyAdmin, click on the admin button of MySQL. So this button will take us to the phpMyAdmin page. So this is the phpMyAdmin interface. Here we can see in the left side the list of all the databases. I will create a new database. I will name the database as car_rental. Now as you can see here, the database is created. I will select this database and click on the SQL tab. Here we have to enter the query for creating the tables. So I will write the commands here. First let's create the agency table. For this I will use the create table command. Now inside the brackets I have to give the column names. First is the agency ID. Now this will be of type int and it will be not null, and it will also be the primary key. Now I will set this column to auto increment. So whenever a new record is inserted in this table, its value will auto increment on itself. Next we have the email, which will be of type varchar, and its maximum length I will set to 50, and it will also be not null. Next we have the name of type varchar and length 50. Then we have the contact number, and the last column is the password. It will also be of type varchar, and I will set its maximum length to 255. This is because we will use the password hash function to create the hash for the password, so the hash length will be 255. Similarly, I will create the table customers. So I will copy this. Now here we have to change the name. For customer we have the customer ID, and in place of contact number we have the license number for the customer. Next we have the cars table. So I will use the command. For car we have the primary key vehicle number. It will be of type varchar, and its length will be 50, and it will be not null, and the primary key. Next we will store the model for the car in the model column. Next we have the seating capacity. So this column will store the number of seats available in the car. So this will be of type int. In the rent column we will store the per day cost for the car. So it will be of type int, and I will put the constraint not null. At last we have the agency ID, which is the foreign key. So this is all in the cars table. Now at last we have the rent table to store the rent details. So here in this table we have the rent ID as the primary key. So I will add this column, and I have also set it to auto increment. Next in this table we have the customer ID.
and it is of type int. Then we have the days column. It will be of type int. It will store the number of days the customer wants to rent the car. And the last column is the start date. Now this will be of type date and it will be not null. Now I have written the queries for all the tables. So now let's execute these queries. So I'll click on the go button. Now as you can see, all the tables are created here. So these are the tables. Right now all the tables are empty. Now we will add the database in this table through our system. Now that we have created the database for our project, now let's create our project directory. So the project directory will be inside the htdocs folder. Now to access this folder, we have to click on the Explorer button here. So this will take us to the XAMPP installation directory. Here we have the htdocs folder. So inside this folder we have to create our project folder. I have already created the project folder here. Now let me open this folder in the text editor. Now I have opened the project directory in the text editor. As you can see, inside the project directory we have various folders and files. So the index.php page contains the home page for our website. The display cars.php page will show the cars in our database. The login.php page contains the login form. The logout.php page contains the logout script. The signupagency.php page contains the signup form for the agency. And similarly, the signup customer page contains the signup form for the customer. Now inside the components folder, we have 4 files. First is the connection.php file. This file contains the connection to our database. Next we have footer.html file. This file contains the footer for our website. Then we have head.html file. This file contains the head tags for our website. And at last we have the header.php file. This file contains the title and the navigation bar for our web pages. Inside the CSS folder, we have 4 files. First is the dashboard.css, which contains the CSS for the dashboard, and the signup.css contains the CSS for signup form. The style.css file contains the CSS for our website, and tabledisplay.css contains the CSS for our tables. Inside the image folder, we have the image which are used in our website. So I have kept it in a separate folder inside image. The JS folder contains the JavaScript files. So this contains the signup validation JavaScript file. Now we have 2 more folders. First is the customer and second is the agency. The customers folder contains the file for customer such as the customer dashboard and the rent car page. Similarly, inside the agency folder, we have the agency dashboard page, the add car page, the booked cars page and the update car page. Now let us look at the connection.php file. This file contains the connection for our database. So whenever we require the connection to the database, we will include this file. Now here I have used the PHP to connect to the database. So inside the PHP tag, I have first defined some constants. First is the database server, which is set to localhost. Since right now we are using the project on our local machine, so I have kept the server name as localhost. Now in the localhost, the default user is root, so I have set the username to root. And the password for the root is blank, so I have set the password as a blank string. And at last I have defined the database name, which is car rental for our project. After that, I have used the try catch block for exception handling, and inside this block I have defined the connection to the database. Here we are using PDO to connect to our database. So here I have created a new PDO object. Here first I have defined the database type, which is the MySQL database. After that I have given all the parameters such as the database server name, the database name, the username and the password. After that I have also set the PDO error mode to exception. So whenever an error will occur, it will not only show the error code but also show the error message. So here if any error occurs, it will store the message in the E variable and then it will show the error message as error could not connect and the error message. So I have used the die method here. So it will print the message and then exit from the page. This is the footer.html page. So here I have defined the footer tag. The footer only contains a message, thanks for visiting. So we will include this file in every page. Next, the head.html page. I have defined all the head tags such as the meta tags, the CSS links, the Bootstrap links, and the other font links. So we will include this file in every page. Next is the header.php page. We will look at this page later. So that's all in the project structure and the database connection. This is the home page for our website. As you can see, at the top we have the title and the subtitle, and below this we have the navigation bar. The navigation bar contains 4 buttons. The first is the home button, which will take us to this page only. Next we have the available car link. So this will show us all the cars which are available. And after that we have the register button. So this is a drop down menu. Inside this we have 2 buttons for registering as the customer and for registering as the agency. So it will take us to the sign up customer page, and this will take us to the sign up agency page. And in the right corner we have the login button. This will take us to the login page. Now in the body I have first printed a welcome message. So this is a short welcome message, and below this we have 3 cards. The first card is for renting the car. So this button will take us to the display cars page. Second, we have the register card for the agency. This button will take us to the sign up agency page. And at last we have the customer register card. So this button will take us to the sign up customer page. Now at the bottom you can see we have 3 columns. So these columns are for showing the stats for the data in the database. The first column shows the total number of customers who are registered in our system. The middle column shows the total number of agencies who are registered in the system. And third column shows the total number of cars which are entered in the system. So this will show the stats for our data. Now here at last we have the footer. Now let us see the code for this page. So this is the index.php page, the home page for our website. Now first I have written a small PHP script here. So this is for retrieving the stats for the database. Now here inside this I have first required the connection.php file. So here I have provided the link for the file which is inside the components folder. Now I have used the SQL query select count all from customers. So this will return the number of rows in the customer table. Now I have stored these number of rows in the customers variable. Now for the agency, the SQL query is select count all from agency. So this will count the number of records in the agency table. And similarly for the cars, I have used the query select count all from cars and stored the result in the cars variable. Now after retrieving the data, I have set the connection as null. So here we have saved the data in the PHP variables. Now from here the HTML tags start. So inside the head, I have first included the head.html file. So this file contains all the head tags. And below this I have included the JavaScript file and the title. The title is set to home. Now below this in the body tag, first I have included the header.php file. So this file contains the title and the navigation bar. Below this I have created a division and I have set the heading as welcome. So for this I have used the h2 tag, and below this I have printed the message in a list form. So this is an unordered list. Now below this we have various cards. So the first card is the rent card. So this is for the display cars page. So here I have created a button. So this will take us to the display cars.php page. Below this we have the agency register card. So it has the button which will take us to the sign up agency page. And at last we have the customer register card. So it has the button which will take us to the sign up customer page. Now below this we have the stats division. So the first stat will show the total number of customers. So I have used the h3 tag here for showing the heading. And below this in the next division I have printed the number of customers. So here I have used the PHP tag and used the echo statement to print the customers variable. Similarly for the agency, I have printed the agency variable here, and for the cars I have printed the cars variable here. Now at last I have included the footer.html file. So this will print our home page. Now one thing to note is that in the connection.php file I have used the method require, and in the other files I have used the method include. So both of them are same, but they act different when there is any error. So whenever there is an error, the require function will show us the error message and stop the execution of the script, whereas the include method will show the error message but it doesn't stop the execution of the script, so it will continue running the script. So that's the difference here.
Now let us look at the signup agency page. So this is the PHP code, and below this we have the page. So in the head tag, first I have included the head.html file, and below this I have given the title as signup. And in the body, first I have included the header.php file. So this will contain the title and the navigation bar. And after that I have made a division, and here I have created the form for the signup. So I have given the heading as agency signup, and below this I have printed a message that if the user already has an account, then he can go to the login page. So here I have used the anchor tag to print the login button. So this will take us to the login page. Below this I have printed a message. So by default the value for the message is null, so nothing will be printed here, but this will be useful in case of any error. So this will be useful for printing the error message. Now below this I have printed the form. So the method for the form is post, and the first field is the name. It is of type text and its name is name, and ID is also name. I have given a placeholder here, the full name. The second field is for the email address, and it is of type text and its name is email and ID is also email, and it is required, and I have given the placeholder as email ID. Below this we have the third field, which is the contact number. So it is of type text and its name is contact_number, and in the placeholder I have given a sample mobile number. The fourth field is for the city. So it is of type text and its name is city. Now the last field is for the password. So here we have two fields. The first is the password. It is required and its name is password, and its type is password. I have set its minimum and maximum length. The minimum length is 4 characters and the maximum length is 16 characters. I have given it the ID pass1, and in the placeholder I have written that the password must be between 4 to 16 characters. Now similarly we have the second password field. So here its ID is pass2 and its placeholder is re-entered to validate. Now in this field I have also used the checkpass function. So the checkpass function is inside the JavaScript folder in the signup validation.js. So this is the checkpass function. This function takes the two passwords and checks for their equality. So here I have used the getElementById method, and I have stored the password1 in the pass1 variable, and similarly I have stored the confirmation password in the pass2 variable. Now after that I have stored the confirmation message object here in the message variable, and then I have defined two colors, the good color and the bad color. So the good color is the green color and the bad color is red color. Now I have used the if statement to check the equality of the passwords. If both the values match, then I have set the background color for the field as green, and I have shown the message that password match. Otherwise I have shown the red color in the field and set the message as password do not match. So this message will be shown in the form. So here I have printed the confirmation message. So inside this span the confirmation message will be printed. At last I have created the submit button. Its type is submit, name is submit, and ID is also submit. At last I have included the footer.html file. So when the user will click submit, these PHP statements will execute. So here first I have started the session and required the connection.php file,
And below this I have checked whether the user has clicked the submit button or not. For this I have used the isAdd method, and the variable used here is post submit. So this function checks whether the variable contains null or not null. Now when the user will click this button, it will contain a not null value and this statement will become true. So the statements inside if will execute. Now after entering the form, the first thing I have checked is to filter all the variables. So first I have filtered the email. So I have used the filter var function here. So this takes two arguments. First is the variable and second is the filter method. So the method that I have used here is filter sanitize email. So this will filter the email, and after that I have stored the output in the email variable. After that I have used the email validate method to validate the email. Now if the email validation is false, which means that the email entered is not correct, then I have set the value of message as invalid email address entered. So this message will be printed in the form. Now after that I have checked whether the two passwords entered are equal or not. So we have also used JavaScript for this, but many a times the JavaScript can be disabled in the browser. So it is important to perform a server-side check for the password. So here I have used the server-side validation. So I have checked the equality of the two variables. First is the post password and second is the post confirm password. Now if their value does not match, then I have shown the message that password must match. Otherwise, when the email validation is successful and the passwords are equal, then I have stored all the form data in the session variables. So I have applied the filter variable function on all the inputs. So here I have given the name and filtered the variable and stored it in the session name. Now email is already filtered, so I have directly stored it in the session email. And for password, I have used the trim function first. So this function will remove the extra trailing spaces from the password. And after that I have used the password hash function. So this will convert the password into a hash, and the method used for hashing is the default password. So it will return the hash for the password, and I have stored the password in the session password variable. After that I have stored the contact number and the city. Below this I have set the result variable as 0. Now after that we have to check whether if the user already exists in database or not. For this I have used the query select count all from agency, and I have used the where clause here where email is the given email by the user. This will return a positive number of records when the email matches. So after that I have prepared the SQL query and executed it. And then I have stored the number of records in the result variable. Now if the number of records is greater than 0, which means that a matching record is found for the email, so it means that the user already exists in the database. So then I have shown the message that the email is already registered. Otherwise the user is registering for the first time. So I have used the SQL query insert into agency, and then I have given the column names and their values. And I have prepared the SQL query, and after that I have used the bind parameter method to bind the placeholders with the variable names. Now after that I have executed the query. So now the insertion of the data is successful. After that I have alerted the user showing a message that registered successfully, login to continue, and then redirected the user to the login page. So now the registration is successful. The data is entered to the database, and after that I have set the connection as null. This is the signup customer.php page. This is very similar to the signup agency page, but here the form fields are different. So the first field here is the name, the second field is email address, the third field is license number, the fourth field is city, and then we have the fifth field as password. So we have also used the check pass function here for validating the password. And after that, when the user will click the submit button, I have filtered the email first and then I have validated the email. If the validation is successful, then I have checked the equality for both the passwords. And if this is also successful, then I have stored all the data in the session variables here. And then I have checked whether the user already exists in the database or not. If the user does not exist, Then I have inserted the data using the insert into query. So I have stored the data in the database here, and then I have alerted the user that registered successfully login to continue. And after that I have redirected the user to the login.php page. And at last, when the insertion is complete, I have set the variable to null. Now let us look at the login page. So the customers and the agency will use the same login page. So in this page we will create a menu to select the category as well. So that's how we will distinguish between the users. Now first let us look at the HTML form. So this is the HTML form. In the head I have included the head.html file and the other JavaScript files. The title I have set is to login. Now in the body first I have included the header file. This contains the title and the navigation bar. After that I have set the form title as login. And the first form group is the email address. So it is of type text and it is required. I have set its name to email and ID to also email. In the placeholder I have given a sample email. Below this we have the password field. So it is of type password, it's required, and its minimum length is 4 and maximum length is 16. After that I have created a form group to select the type of the user. So it is a drop down menu here. So its name is type and it has two options. The first is the agency and second is the customer. So by default the selected value is for the customers. Now at last we have the submit button, and here I have also printed a message variable which will be blank by default and it will be used for printing the error messages. Now in the last I have included the footer file. Now when the user will click the login button, this condition will become true. And here I have first defined the message variable as blank. Now here I have stored the form data in the PHP variables, and I have applied the filter var function on the email and password, and I have used the method as filter sentence string. And I have also stored the category in the category variable. On the basis of category, I have defined the table name variable. Here I have used the ternary operator. If the category is agency, then I have set the table name as agency, otherwise the table name is set to customers. Here I have checked the condition. If email and password are not null, then I have used the try catch block to select the data from the database. So here I have first selected the data from the database because we have to check whether that the user exists in the database or not. So the query used here is select all from, then I have given the table name on the basis of the category of the user and using the email. So it will return the records with the matching email. So here I have prepared the query and used the bind parameter function to bind the parameters with their variable names. Then I have executed the query and I have used the row count function to count the number of rows and store the number of rows in the count variable. And here I have stored the row data in the PHP variable row using the fetch function. Now after that we have to check whether the user actually exists or not. So we have checked that if count equals 1 and the row is not empty, which means that a record exists for the particular email which the user has entered. So then we have to verify the password. So here I have verified the password. Now as you remember, we have used the password hash function to create the hash of a password. Now to verify that we have to use the password verify function. So here I have first given the post password, which is the user's entered password, and second is the hash of the password which we have taken from the database. Now if this condition is true, then I have started the session and stored all the data in the session variables, and the message value is set to successful login. Now as the user verification is successful, we have to transfer the control to the dashboards. So if the user category is agency, then we have to transfer the user to the dashboard agency page, and otherwise we have to transfer the user to the customer dashboard page. And also I have set the session ID as the rows agency ID for the agency and rows customer ID for the customer. Now if the password is not equals to true, then this else condition will execute, and the value of message will become incorrect password. So this else condition will execute when the password verify function fails. So then we will print incorrect password. Now this condition will execute when this if condition fails. So this condition means that the user does not exist. So then we have to print that incorrect credentials. Now after the try block, we have the catch block here. So here we have printed the error message. So if any error exists, then this will print the error message here. Now this condition will execute when any of the string will contain null. So we have checked for that condition here. So if this if condition is false, then this else condition will be executed and the value of message will become both the fields are required. So this is how our login page will work. Now here in the top of the page, I have already checked whether that the user has already logged in or not. So if the user is already logged in and the session is already running, so then we don't have to log in again. We only have to change the control to the respective dashboards. So here I have first started the session, and after that I have checked whether the session email and session category is set or not set, because we have already set them during the login process. So here we have set the session variables. Now if the user is logged in, then they are already set. So I have used the set function and I have checked for the session email and the session category. Now we have two categories. So in the first condition, I have checked for the customers category. Now if both of the conditions are true, which means that the customer is logged in to the system, then we have transferred the control to the dashboard customer page. Otherwise, we have checked whether the session email is set and the session category is agency. This condition means that the agency is logged in. So in this case, we have transferred the control to the agency dashboard. So this code will check if the user is already logged in or not. Now inside the customers folder, we have two files. The first is the customer dashboard and second page is to rent the car. So this is the customer dashboard. As you can see here, we have a title, and below this we have a box in which we have first printed the user's name and then we have printed the available cars in the table. Here we have printed the vehicle number, the vehicle model, the seating capacity, the per day rate, and then the button to rent the car. Now in the sidebar we have the homepage link. This will take us to the website homepage. The dashboard page is the same page, and this is the logout button. Now to rent a car, the user has to click in the rent button. So this will take the user to the rent car page. So in this page we have a form. So the first field is the number of days the user wants to rent the car, and second is the start date. And at the last we have the rent now button. So this page will be used for renting the car. Now let us look at the code for the customer dashboard. Now first I have started the session, and the first thing we have to check whether is that the session email is set or not and the category is customer or not. So if any of this condition fails, then we have redirected the user to the login page. Now here, before printing the page, I have selected all the card details and stored them in the results variable. So first I have included the connection.php file, and the query to select the card details is select all from cars where vehicle number not in. So here I have used nested query. So we only have to print the cars which are available and which are not rented. So in the subquery, I have selected the vehicle numbers which are in the rent table. So when a car is rented, its details will be stored in the rent table. So we will not include those cars in the available cars. So here I have used the not in condition. So this will select all the cars from the cars table which are not rented, which means they are available. After that, here I have prepared the query and then executed it. And I have used the fetch all function to store the results in the results variable of PHP. This will return an array, and the array will be stored in the results variable. This will return a array object, and it is stored in the results variable. Now here I have printed the form. So these are the head tags. Now below this, in the body, we have first printed the sidebar. So this is the sidebar. The first link we have for the home page, which is index.php. The second link is the dashboard link, and the third link is to logout. Now here below this we have the page content. Now first in the content, I have created a division and printed the title and the subtitle. And the first message I have printed is welcome, and then I have used the echo statement to print the session name. So the session name is the name of the user who is currently logged in. So this will print the name of the user who is currently logged in. Now here I have printed a small message. Now below this I have printed the table. The title of the table is available cars. So these are all the column names. First we have the serial number, then the vehicle number, the model, the seating capacity, the per day rate, and the action for the car. Now in the table body, I have first set up a count variable as 1. This will be the serial number. Now I have used the if condition to check whether the number of rows in the results variable is greater than 0 or not. Now if the number of rows is greater than 0, which means that at least one car is available. So I have used a for each loop, and inside this I have printed the table rows. So first I have printed the count variable here, and after that in the second column I have printed the results vehicle number. In the third column I have printed the results model, and in the fourth column I have printed the seating capacity. In the next fifth column I have printed the rent, and in the last column I have created a button. So its class is button and it is the rent button. Now on clicking this button, I have passed the vehicle number to the rent car page. So here I have used the URL to pass the vehicle number. So this will pass the vehicle number to the rentcar.php page. And after that, at last I have incremented the count variable by 1. Now if this row count is not greater than 0, which means that no record exists, then I have printed the message that no results. So here the table is printed with all the records. Now at last here I have included the footer file. So this is the rent car page. This page is not directly accessible. So first we have to check if the session email is set or the session category is equals to customer or not. So if the email is not set and the category is not equals to customers, then we have shown an alert in the browser that login as customer to continue, and then redirected the user to the login page. Now next we have included the connection file, and I have used the get method to get the vehicle number from the dashboard page. So when the user will click the rent button, the vehicle number will be automatically transferred via the URL. So for this I have used the get method and stored the vehicle number in the vehicle number variable. Now we have to check that if the vehicle number is actually passed or not. So I have used the isSet method to check whether the vehicle number is passed or not. So if there is no vehicle number passed, then we have transferred the control back to the dashboard page. Otherwise we have printed the page. So the page starts from here. So in the head tag all the meta and link tags are there, and then we have printed the sidebar navigation, which is same as that for the dashboard. And then I have printed the heading, the subheading. Now we have to print the details of the car which is selected by the user. So I have used the get method to get the vehicle number and stored it in the vehicle number variable. Now I have used the query select all from cars, where vehicle number is the selected vehicle number by the user. So then I have prepared the query and then executed the query and stored the results in the results variable. Now we have to print the car details. So here I have used the if condition to check whether the number of records returned by the query is greater than 0 or not. If they are greater than 0, then I have used the for each loop to print the result. So this result will only contain one record. So here I have printed the heading as rent and the model number. So this will print the model number for the car which the user has selected for rent. So this will be the title. Now below this in the form I have printed all the car details. So the first 4 fields of the form are disabled. They are only used to print the details of the car and to show the user that these are the details of the car which is being rented. So first I have printed the vehicle number of the car. So the results vehicle number is printed here, and then the model of the car, the results model, then the seating capacity of the car, the results seating capacity, and the per day cost, which is the results rent. After these four forms, I have created an input field for taking the number of days the user wants to rent the car. So this is a drop down menu and it has 7 options from 1 to 7. So the user can only rent the car for at least 1 day and the maximum for 7 days. So I have given it the name days, and below this I have also created an input field for the date, which is the start date, and its type is date and its name is start date. Now at last we have created the submit button and its name is rent. So at the top of the page I have used the if statement to check whether that the rent button is clicked or not. So here I have used the isSet method. Now when the user will click this button, the session ID will be stored in the variable customer ID and the vehicle number will be stored in the vehicle number variable. Now from the form we have to store two variables, the number of days and the start date. So here I have used the post variables and stored the days in the days variable and the start date in the start date variable. Now we have to update the rent table because the user has rented the car. So we will insert the detail in the rent table. For this I have used the SQL query insert into rent, and these are the column names and these are the values. So first I have prepared the SQL query. Here I have used the bind parameter method to bind the parameters with their variable names. So here I have passed the vehicle number, the customer ID, the number of days and the start date. After that I have executed the query, and now the insertion of record in the rent table is successful. Then I have shown an alert to the user that rented successfully. The payment has to be done at the time of delivery. And after that I have redirected the user to the dashboard page. So this is how the renting will work. The user has to enter the number of days and the start date to rent a car. Then we are inserting the record in the rent table and showing the message that the car is rented successfully. This is the agency dashboard page. As you can see here, first we have printed the name of the agency here, and below this we have the my cars table. So in this table we have printed the cars which are added by the agency. So in this table we are showing the number, the model, the seating capacity and the rent of the car. And after that we have the update and the delete button. We also have a add car button here. Using this button the agency can add the new car. In the navigation bar we have the add car button. So this will take us to the add car.php page. Below this we have the booked cars button. So this will show the list of all the cars which are booked by the customers. And at last we have the logout button. Now let us look at the code for this page. So this is the code for the agency dashboard. Here first I have started the session, and after that I have checked whether the session email is set or the session category is agency. So if either of this become false, then the user is redirected to login.php page. Now here I have started the HTML code for the page. So this is the head tag. Inside this we have all the meta and the link tags, and below this I have, and in the body first I have printed the sidebar. So in the sidebar the first is the home button. So this will take us to the dashboard agency page, and the second option is for adding the car. This will take us to the add car.php page. The third option is for booked cars. This will take us to the booked cars.php page, and the last option is logout. Now here the page content start. First I have printed the title and the subtitle, and after this I have printed a welcome message with the user's name. So here I have printed welcome, and after that I have used the echo statement to print the session name. So the session name is set during the login process, and this is the user's name who is logged in. Now below this I have given a heading my cars, and below this we have a button. So this button will take us to the add car.php page, and the button is add car. Now below this I have printed the table. So the class for the table is table bordered and table striped. So these are the Bootstrap classes, and inside the t hat tag I have defined the column names. So the first column is for the serial number, next we have the number for the car, then the model, the seating capacity and the rent. After that we have two more buttons for updation and deletion. Now in the table body, first we have retrieved the data from the database. So first I have stored the session ID in the agency ID variable of PHP, and then I have used the query select all from cars where agency ID is equals to the session ID. So the agency ID is the session ID here. So it will retrieve all the records for the cars which are owned by the particular user who is logged in. After that I have prepared the query and then executed it. Now the results are stored in the results variable using the fetch all function. So here we have assigned the data which we have pulled from the database. Now I have set the count variable as 1 for the serial number initialization. If query's row count is greater than 0, which means that at least one record is present, in this case we have used the for each loop to print out all the records. So here I have used the for each loop, and inside this I have printed all the elements of the result array. So first I have printed the count variable. In the second column I have printed the vehicle number, then the vehicle model, the seating capacity and the rent. Now in the last two columns, which are for update and delete, I have printed the buttons. So I have used the images for the buttons, and I have used the image tag here, and I have defined the source inside the image folder and set the height and width as 20 pixels. Now the first button is the update button. It will take us to the update car.php page, and it will update the selected car. So we will pass the vehicle number of the selected car via the URL. So here I have passed the vehicle number, which is equals to the results vehicle number. Now for the delete button I have used the same thing. I have printed an image. On clicking this button I have used the function confirm to confirm that the user really wants to delete the record or not. If the confirmation is true, it will go to the dashboard agency.php page with the delete variable as the vehicle number. So here I have passed the delete variable, and its value is the vehicle number which is to be deleted. So on clicking this button, the control will go to the top of this page. Here we have used the request method to get the value of the delete button. So if this condition becomes true, then we have stored the value of the delete variable in the vehicle number. So here I have used the get method, and the delete variable contains the vehicle ID which is to be deleted. So here I have used the query delete from cars where vehicle number is the vehicle number which was passed via the URL. So this will delete the selected record, and after that I have created an alert showing that car removed, and then redirected the user to the dashboard page. So this is how the deletion works. Now let's see the update car.php page. So this is the update car.php page. So in this page also we have first started the session and checked for the condition that the user is logged in and the category is agency. Now below in this page I have printed the form for updation. So the title is update car details, and it contains the sidebar navigation same as that of the dashboard, and below this I have printed the heading, the subheading, and then I have used the get method to get the vehicle number from the URL, and I have stored the vehicle number in the vehicle number variable of PHP. Now in the update form I have pre-filled the form with the details of the car which is to be updated. So to retrieve the previous data I have used the SQL query select all from cars where vehicle number is the given vehicle number. So this will retrieve the records for the selected car, and then I have stored the results in the results array. Now I have printed this record using the for each loop. So inside the for each loop I have printed a form and pre-filled the form with the values which are previously entered in the database. So the title is update car, and the first field is the vehicle number, and I have set its value to the results vehicle number. So its value is the previous vehicle number, and I have set it to read only. So on updating the car we have restricted the user to update the vehicle number because this is the primary key, and a vehicle number doesn't change when the details of the car are updated. So that's why we have kept it read only. And the next form group is the model. So model can be updated, and I have put its default value to the results model, which is the previous model. And similarly for the capacity, I have kept the value as the results sitting capacity, and the rent I have kept is the results rent. So these three fields will be filled with the previous values, and they can be edited by the user. Now at last we have the submit button. Its name is update. So on clicking this button, the control will go to the top of the page. Here we have checked the update button is clicked or not, and after that we have stored all the new updated data into the PHP variables here. So here we have used the similar filters. We have used the filter var function on all the variables and filtered the input data. After that we have updated the data in the database. So the query is update cars, set model equals to the new model value, the seating capacity as the new seating capacity, and the rent as the new rent. And in the where clause I have defined the vehicle number as the vehicle number which was selected. Now after that I have prepared the query and executed it. Now the record is updated with the new values which the user has filled in the form. So I have shown the alert that record successfully updated, and then transferred the control to the dashboard agency page. So this is how the updation will work. This is the add car.php page. As you can see, this page contains a form to add a new car. This page is only accessible by the agencies. So the first field is the vehicle number. In this, the user has to enter the vehicle number for the car, and below this the user has to enter the model for the car and then the seating capacity. After that the agency has to enter the rent per day in this field. Now after filling the form, the user has to click the add car button. After that the data will be added to the database. Now let's see code for this page. So this is the add car.php page. Here first I have started the session and checked for the condition that the session email is set or the session category is agency. After that I have created the page here. So this is the head tag. It contains all the links such as the meta link and the title and the CSS links. Below this in the body, first I have printed the sidebar. So this is the sidebar same as that of the dashboard. It has 4 links. The first is home, the second is add car, the third is booked cars, and the fourth is logout. Now next I have printed the title and the subtitle, and then I have created a new container for the form. The title of the form is add new car details, and here I have created the first form which is the vehicle number. So its type is text and its name is vehicle number. In the placeholder I have given an example of a sample vehicle number, and I have also set this field to required. Now the second field is the model field. So here the user has to enter the model. I have set the type to text and its name is model, and I have also set it to required. The third field is the seating capacity. This is of type number, and I have set the minimum value to 4 and maximum value to 15. Its name is seating capacity, and in the placeholder I have given the range for the numbers, and this field is also required. After that we have the last field which is the rent per day, and its type is number. So in this field the user has to enter the cost for the car in per day basis. And at last we have the submit button. On clicking this button the PHP script will run. So first I have stored the session ID as the agency ID in the agency ID variable, and after that I have stored the form data in the PHP variables. So here I have used the filter var function and passed all the form data here and filtered them. This is because to remove the illegal characters from the input data. Now we have all data stored in the PHP variables, and then I have used the try catch block to enter the data to the database. So the query for insertion is insert into cars. Then I have given all the column names and their values. After that I have prepared this query and then bind the parameters with their variable names. Then after execution I have shown the message that car details added successfully, and then transferred the user to the dashboard page. Otherwise if there is any exception, then the alert will be shown as something went wrong, please try again. So this is how the adding of car will work. So this will add the car details to the cars table. This is the booked cars.php page. This page will show the list of all the cars which are rented by the users. So here we have to show two information. First is the car information and second is the user information who has rented this car. So in this page, first I have created the sidebar and then I have printed the details in a table. So the table columns are the serial number, the number of the car, the model of the car, its seating capacity, the rent of the car, and the days for which the user has rented the car, the start date for the rental, and the customer ID and the customer name. So here we have taken data from three tables. So these first four columns are from the cars table. This contains the car details, and the next two columns, days and the start date, are from the rent table, and the last two columns, the customer ID and the customer name, is from the customers table. So we have used three tables here. So here we have taken the data from three tables and printed it in a single table. Now in the table body, we have retrieved the data from the database. So first I have set the session ID as the agency ID here. After that, in the SQL query, I have used the inner join on the three tables to retrieve the data. So the query is select cars.vehicle number, cars.model, cars.seating capacity, cars.rent. So these four columns are from the cars table, and then rent.days and rent.start date. So these two are from the rent table, and then customers.customer ID, customers.name from the customer table. Then I have applied the inner join on rent, and the column used is rent.vehicle number equals to cars.vehicle number. And after that, I have also applied the inner join on customer table on the common column customer ID. So the condition is rent.customer ID equals to the customer.customer ID. I have also applied the where clause, and the where condition is cars.agency ID equals to the agency ID. So the where clause is on the cars table. So it will select all the records from the cars table with the records from the rent table and the customers table, where the agency ID is the agency ID of the user who is logged in. So basically what this query will do, it will select all the car details, the rent details and the customer details from the database. After that, I have prepared the query and executed it. And after that, I have used the for each loop to traverse through all the records. And inside this loop, I have printed the row for the table. So the first is the count variable, which will be the serial number. Now after each loop, we have incremented the variable here at last. Then I have printed the vehicle number, the model, the seating capacity, the rent, the days, start date, customer ID and the name. So this will print all the records for the cars which are rented by the customer. So this is the display cars.php page. In this page, as you can see, first we have a filter to filter out the results, and then I have printed a table to print all the car details. So here I have printed the vehicle number, the model, the seating capacity and the charges, and after that we have a button for renting the car. So this button will take us to the rent car page if the user is logged in, otherwise it will take us to the login page. Now in the filters, we have two kinds of filters. The first is the charges. Here we can filter the car on the basis of their charges. So here we have three choices. The first option is to show all the cars without filter. The second option is to show the car with charges up to 1000 rupees. And the third option is to show the cars with charges which is more than 1000 rupees. Now the second field is for entering the seating capacity of the car. Now let's look at the code for this page. So this is the display cars.php page. So here we have the condition for the filters, and below this I have printed the page. So this is the body of the page. So first we have included the header.php file, and then I have created a division for the search bar. So this is the division for the search bar. Now here I have created a form. So the form will take the data which is to be filtered. So in this form, the first field is preference, and it has three values. The first is the all, the second is up to 1000, and the third is more than 1000.
So the value for all is all, and the value for up to 1000 is low, and the value for more than 1000 is high. So when the user will select any of these, its value will be saved. So we have three values. First is all, second is low, and third is high. Next, the next field is the seating capacity. So this is the input class for the type number, and its name is seating capacity. By default its value is null, and I have also set the minimum value as 1 and maximum value as 20. After that I have created the submit button and the clear button. So these are the two submit type buttons. Now below this I have printed the table. So the title is available cars to rent, and here I have printed the table headings, the vehicle number, the model, the seating capacity, the charges, and the action. Now here we have printed all the data from the result variable. So first we have printed the count variable, then the vehicle number, the model, seating capacity, and the rent. Now after that, in the last column we have the button to rent the car. So this button will take us to the rentcar.php page with the vehicle number. So the vehicle number is passed via the URL. Now if the user is logged in, then he will directly go to the rent car page. If the user is not logged in, then the user will be redirected to the login page, from where he has to first log in and then he can rent the car. Now in the else part, if the count is not greater than 0, then we have shown that no cars available. So this is how the data will be printed in the table. Now let us look at the code. To retrieve the data from the database. So here we have various conditions. So now let's first look at the default condition, which will be executed when the page will load for the first time. So when the page will load for the first time, this condition will be false. The clear button is not clicked yet. And the else if condition will also be false because the submit button will not have any value. So this else condition will be executed for the first time when we will load the page. So here the query used is select all from cars where vehicle number, then I have used the not in operator. So here I have given a subquery which is select vehicle number from rent. So this will return the vehicle number from the rent table, and this query will select all the records from the cars table where the vehicle number is not in the rent table. So basically what this means, it will print all the cars which are available for rent. So it will not print all the cars, but it will remove the record for some cars which are already rented by the customers. So after that I have prepared the query and executed it. Now after this I have stored the results in the results variable of PHP using the fetch all function. Now this was the default condition. Now let us look at the conditions when the user will use the filters. Now first condition is the user will click the clear button. Now in this case the query is same. It will select all the cars which are available in the database. So it has the same query as that of the default query. Now in the else if condition, when the user will click the submit button, which means that the user wants to filter the results and the form is filled by the user. So here I have used the set method, and then I have stored the form data, the filter form data, into the two variables. So the first field was the rent. So we have defined three categories for rent. First is all, second is low, and the third is high. So it will store this value in the rent variable. After that, the second field was the seating capacity. So the user has to enter the seating capacity in numerical form. So I have stored this number in the seating capacity variable here. Now on combining these two filters, we have 6 conditions. The first condition is the user has not entered the seating capacity but has selected the rent as low. The second condition is the user has not set the seating capacity but sent the rent as high. The third condition is the user has selected the seating capacity and set the rent as all. And the fourth condition is the user has entered the seating capacity and set the rent as low. And the fifth condition is the user has set the seating capacity and set the rent as high. Now the last condition is the seating capacity is set to null and the rent is set to all. So this condition becomes similar to that for the default condition. So this query will select all the records for the cars which are available. Now when the user will select the seating capacity as null and the rent as low, then the query will be select all from cars. Now here we have used the where clause in the rent column. Now the rent value is low, which means that we have to show all the car records whose rent is less than 1000. So here I have set the condition as where rent is less than 1000. After that I have used the AND operator, and after that I have used the IN operator to select the records which are not in the rent table. So this query will select all the records for the cars which are not in the rent table and whose rent is less than 1000. Now the next condition is the seating capacity is null and the rent is high. So this query is similar to that for the previous one, but here the condition on rent is the rent is greater than 1000. Now the third condition is when the seating capacity is not equals to null and the rent is all. So here we have to select all the records with the particular seating capacity. So the query is select all from cars. Now after where clause we have set the condition on the seating capacity as where seating capacity equals to the seating capacity which is entered by the user, and after that I have used the AND operator and select the records which are not in the rent table. So this query will select all the records from the cars table which are not present in rent table and whose seating capacity is the capacity which is entered by the user. Now after that, in the next condition, the seating capacity is not null and the rent is low. So here we have three conditions. So we'll select all the records from the cars, and after the where clause we have put up three conditions. So the first condition is the seating capacity is equals to the seating capacity entered by the user and the rent is less than 1000 because the rent is low here, and the vehicle number is not in the rent table. So this will select all the records from the cars table whose seating capacity is entered by the user and the rent is less than 1000 and the record is not in the rent table. Now the last condition is similar to that for the previous one, but here the rent is high. So we have changed the condition on the rent table here, and rest of the query is same. So these were all the filters and their queries. Now as we have completed our project, now let's host the website in the web server. For this we are using the Infinity free site. It provides free and unlimited web hosting. So we have to sign up in the site. Now this is the dashboard for our account. Here you can see we have various accounts. Using this button we can create our account. So I have already created an account. Now I will click on the manage button. So this will take us to the website dashboard. Here we can see various options. First we have the control panel. Then we have the file manager. We will use the file manager to upload the website files. Now these are the account details, and below this we have the MySQL details, and here we have the FTP details. So first let us create our database in the web server. For this I will click on the control panel button. So as you can see, this is the control panel for our website. Here we have various options. So to create the database, we have to click on the MySQL databases. So in this field we have to give the database name. So I will give the database name as car rental and click on the create database button. So now as you can see, our database is created. Now I will click on the admin button here to access the phpMyAdmin interface. Right now the database, so as you can see right now the database is empty. So we will export the database from our localhost and then import the database here. So now I will open the phpMyAdmin in the localhost. So this is our phpMyAdmin interface in the localhost. So I will click on the car rental database and then click on the export button. So I will set the format to SQL and click on the go button. So now our database is downloaded. So now I will upload this database in the remote server. Here we have to click on the import button. So I will click on the choose file button.
Now here I will select the file and click on the open button. Now we have to click on the go button and it will import the database. Now the database upload is complete and it has executed all the queries. So let's see the table structure. So here you can see all the tables are created and the database is successfully uploaded. Now we have to upload the files. So for this we will use the file manager. So here as you can see we have the htdocs folder which is very similar to that in the XAMPP installation directory. So inside this we have to create our project folder. Now I have already created the project folder and uploaded the files. Now after uploading the files to the web server, we have to change one file which is the connection file. So it is inside the components folder. So we have to update this file. So here in this file we have to update the server name, username, password and the database name because they are different in the web server. So I have already updated these variables. Now I will close this file. Now let's try to open the website in the web browser. Now as you can see here we have loaded the site in the web browser and the site is working fine. So here we can see the list of available cars and we can also register as a customer and as an agency. So this is the login button. So now our project is completed. Hello guys, welcome to the course on SQL development. In this course we will create a project, the student management system. So we will build a student management system and this system will store the basic details of all the students in a school. The student details can be added and removed by the administrator and the staffs can see the details of a student by entering the class and the roll number. We will also store the images of the student in the database. The various topics covered in this course are: first, we will look at the introduction to student management system. After that, we will understand our project structure and then we will build the database for our project, and after that we will develop our project. And at last, when the project is complete, we will host the project on cloud. Now first let us look at the introduction to student management system. A student management system is a smart and effective way of storing the student information. Here the student records are stored in a centralized database. The database can contain the information like the student's personal details, the marks details, the examination details, attendance details, fee details, etc. This helps in proper tracking of student information and it also reduces the paperwork. It is also free of errors and it reduces the staff workload. In this system, there is one administrator who has the privileges over the data. The administrator can add, update or remove the student details. The tools which we will be used to develop this project are: we will use MySQL for database, in backend we will use PHP, and in frontend we will use HTML and CSS. Now let's look at the project structure. So our project will be a web-based application. Here we will create various pages for performing various tasks. So in our home page, we will contain our admin login form, and below this we will also contain a form to view the student details. So in the home page only, we will print a table for the student detail. Now after the admin login, in the admin dashboard, we will create three options. The first option to insert the data in the database, which is adding the student. And after that, we will also create a form to update the data for the student. And third, we will create a page to delete the student. So these are the three tasks that the admin can perform. Now after login, the admin can perform these operations. So this is the entity relationship diagram for our database. Here as you can see we have two entities. First is the student and second is the admin. For admin we have three attributes. First is the ID, second we have the username, and third is the password. For the student we have 7 attributes. First is the student ID, next we have the name for the student, then the roll number, the standard, the city, the parent's contact number, and the image of the student. Now this is the table structure for our database. As you can see we have two tables. First is the student and second is the admin table. Now in the admin table we will store 3 columns. First is the ID, then the username and the password. Now the ID is the primary key for the admin table, and the username column will store the username, and the password column will store the password hash for the administrator. Now in the student table we have 7 columns. The first column is the ID, which is the primary key, and the second column is the name column, which will store the student name. The third column is the standard, which will store the class in which the student is studying. The fourth column is the roll number, which will contain the roll number for the student. The fifth column is the city, for storing the city for the student. And the sixth column is the parent's contact column. So this will contain the parent's contact number. And the seventh column is the image column, which will contain the image for the student. Now let's create the database in the server. Now let's create the database in our local machine. Now to create the database, first make sure that the Apache and the MySQL server is running on the local machine. After that we have to click on the admin button to access the phpMyAdmin interface of the MySQL. So this is the phpMyAdmin interface. In the left hand side you can see the list of various databases. Now let's create a new database. Now I will create a new database here. Now it is asking for the database name. So I will give the database name as student database. Now I will click on the create button. And as you can see the database is created. Right now the database is empty. Now we will use SQL to create tables in the database. Now I will use the create table command to create the table admin. I will give the table name as admin, and inside the brackets we have to give the column names. So the first column is the ID column, and this is the primary key. We will set it to as the type integer, and it will be not null. And I will add the constraint primary key. Now I will also set it to auto increment. Now if you want to add more than one administrator IDs, so this will auto increment on itself. Now the second column is the username, and this is of type varchar, and I will give its length 50. So this is the maximum length which the username column can hold, and I will give the constraint not null. Now the third and the last column is the password. So this will also be of type varchar, and I will give its maximum length to 255 because we will store the hash of the password, so we have to increase the length. And I will also give the constraint not null. So now the query for creating the table admin is complete. Now let's create the query for the student table. So I will copy this table and paste the query here and change the name to student. So instead of username we have the name, and we don't have any password column here. We have the roll number, which is of type integer, and I will give the constraint not null. Fourth, we have the standard, and it will also be of type int. Then we have the parent's contact number, and it will be of type varchar, and I will give its maximum length as 50 and set it to not null. Then we have the city column, type varchar, maximum length 50 and not null. Now in the last column we will store the image for the student. So I will give the name as image and I will set the data type as blob. So blob stands for binary large object and it is an object data type, which means that it refers to an object. Unlike the character and integer data type, it only contains a pointer or a reference to the value of object. A blob can hold very large block of data, anything from documents to images to videos. The MySQL supports 4 types of blob. First is the tiny blob, then blob, the medium blob, and the long blob. These all differ in the size. The tiny blob is about 256 bytes and the long blob is 4 gigabytes. Now I will also set this column to not null. So now the queries for creating the tables is complete. Now I will execute this query. So I will click on the go button. Now as you can see, the admin and the student table is created. So right now the tables are empty and we will use our system to insert the data in this database. Now that we have created our database, now let's start working on our project. First we have to create our project directory. So the project directory will be inside the XAMPP installation directory. Now to access that folder, we have to click on the Explorer button here. So it will take us to the XAMPP installation directory. Here you can see the folder htdocs. Inside this folder we have to create our project directory. So I have already created the project folder here. Now let me open this folder in the text editor. Now I opened the project directory in the text editor. As you can see here, we have various folders and files. So the admin folder contains the files which the admin can access. So it contains the files such as add student, the admin dashboard, the delete form, the delete student script, the header file, the title file, the update data form, the update data script, and the update student page. So these are all the files which can only be accessed by the admin, and it performs the addition, deletion and updation of data on the database. Next we have the CSS folder which contains the CSS file for our website, and below this we have the image data folder. So we will store all the uploaded images by the students in this folder. Next we have the add admin script. So this script contains the code to add the administrator. Below this we have the database connection file. This file contains the connection to the database. Next we have the function.php to show the data in the web page. Below this we have index.php file which is the home page, and then we have the login page and the logout script. Now this is the home page for our website. As you can see, first we have the title and here we have the admin login button. This will take us to the admin login page, and below this we have a form. So if anyone wants to see the information of the student, he can fill the form and the information will be displayed in this page. So here first we have to choose the standard of the student and then enter the roll number. On clicking the show info button, the information will be shown. Now let us look at the code for this page. Now this is the index.php page. Here first in the head tag, I have defined the links. So the first is the meta tag, then we have the CSS link, the jQuery link, the Bootstrap link and the title. So the title I have set is student management system. Now in the body tag, first I have created a navigation bar. So it will show the title bar and the button for admin login. So here first I have created a heading, the student management system, and I have used the h1 tag here. And below this I have printed the button for admin login. So here I have created a button and it will take us to the login.php page. So its name is admin login. Now below this I have created a form to enter the details of the student which the user wants to see. So the method for the form is post and its action is index.php and its class is form control. So this is the Bootstrap class. Now inside this form I have created a table. So in the table I have printed the title as student information, and below this I have printed a drop down menu to choose the standard. So this is a drop down menu and its name is std and it has 12 values starting from 1 to 12. And after that I have also created a second input field which is for the roll number. So this is the input field of type text and its name is roll number. Now below this I have created a show info button. So it is a submit type button and it will show us the value for the student which is selected in the form. Now below this I have used the PHP script. So here I have checked the condition for the submit button. So when the user will click the submit button, this condition will become true and the statements inside the if will execute. So after clicking the submit button, first I have stored the data in the PHP variables here. So since we are using the post method in the form, so here I have used the post variables. So the std is the standard for the student and roll number was the roll number for the student. So here I have stored them in the PHP variables. After that I have included the database connection.php file and the function.php file. Now the database connection.php file contains the connection to the database and the function.php file contains the function to print the data. Now here I have called the show details function and passed the standard and the roll number. So this function is inside the function.php file and it will print the details of the student for which the details are passed. Now let us look at the database connection.php file. So this is the database connection.php file. In this file I have defined the connection. So I have created the connection variable and I have used the MySQL method here. So I have connected using MySQL. So inside this function I have passed the server name, the username, the password and the database name. So below this I have checked the condition. If connection returns false, which means that the connection is not successful, then I have used the echo statement to print that connection was not successful. So we will include this file in every page where we have to connect to the database. So now let us see how to add admin data to the database. So we will use the admin data to log in into our system to add the students. So now let us see how we can add the admin data. So this is the add admin script. Using this page we can enter the admin details into the database and after that we will use that details to log in into the system. So below in this page I have created a form to enter the username and the password. So in the body I have created a form. The method for the form is post and inside this I have created 3 input fields. The first is the username field which is of type text and its name is username. Second input type is password and its name is password. And third we have the submit button and its type is submit. So this form will submit the username and password for the admin. Now after clicking the submit button, this condition will become true. So when the user will click the submit button, the submit variable will become set and this condition will become true. Now after doing this, first I have stored the form data into PHP variables. So I have used the post variables here and stored the username into the username variable and password in the password variable. And after that I have created a connection to the database. So I have used the MySQL to connect to the database and the function used is MySQL connect. And here I have passed the arguments. The host is the localhost, the username is root, the default password is blank and the database is student database. So after that I have checked whether the connection is successful or not. Now if the link is false, then I have shown the message that could not connect and then exit from this page. Otherwise I have created a hash for the password. So for this I have used the password hash function and the first argument I have passed is the password, and second is the method for hashing. So the method used here is password default. Now this will return the hash for the password, and I have stored that password hash in the password hash variable. Now after creating the hash, I have defined the SQL query here. The query is insert into admin, and these are the column names and their values. Now below this I have used the MySQL query function to execute the query, and inside this function I have passed the link, which is the connection link, and then the SQL query, which is to be executed. So if this function returns true, which means that the query executed successfully, then I have printed that admin added successfully. Otherwise I have printed that error, not able to execute. Now after doing all this, I have closed the connection using the MySQL close function. Inside this I have passed the link to the connection. So this script will add the admin details to the database, which we can later use to log in into our system. Now let's try to insert the admin details into the database using this script. First let me open the phpMyAdmin interface. So this is the phpMyAdmin interface. Here in the student database, in the admin table, we can see that the table is empty. Now I will open the PHP script page to enter the admin details. So here I have opened the add admin page. So as you can see, there are two fields. First is the username and second is the password, and third we have the submit button. So here I will set the username as admin, and I will enter the password, and I will also set the password as admin. So this is the username and the password. Now I will click on the submit button. Now as you can see, it has shown that admin added successfully. So now let's see our database and refresh this page. Now as you can see, the admin is added, the username is admin, but the password stored is not admin. So this is the hash for the password which is stored here. Now we have added the admin data to the database. Now let us look at the login page. So on clicking this admin login button, we will be redirected to the login page. So this is the login page. Here we can see we have two fields. First is the username and second is the password. And below we have the login button, and at the bottom we have a button to go back to the home page. Now let us look at the code for this page. Now this is the login.php page. First in this page, I have started the session and checked whether that the session is already running, which means that the user is already logged in or not. Now if the user is already logged in, the session's user ID variable will be set. I have checked it using the isSet function. Now if this is true, then we have redirected the user to the admin dashboard. So there is no need to log in again. Now below this I have started the HTML tag. So this is the head tag, the title is admin login, and this is the Bootstrap link, and in the body I have first given a h1 heading which is admin login, and then created a login form. So the form's action is login.php, which is this page, and its method is post, and I have given it a Bootstrap class form control. Now below this I have created two input fields, so I have put them inside the table. The first is the username, and here I have defined the input tag. So its type is text and its name is uname, which is username. Now below this we have the password field. Its type is password and its name is pass. Now at last we have the login button. So its input type is submit and its name is login and its value is login. Now here the form ends, and below the form we have the back to home page button. So I have used the button tag here, and it will take us to the index.php page. Now here we have the PHP script for the login. So first we have included the database connection.php file. So for this I have used the include method. So this will put up the contents of the database connection file here. After that, I have checked whether the user has clicked the login button or not. So if the user has clicked the login button, and this condition will become true. So isSet function is used to check whether a function's value is null or not null. Now inside this if statement, I have stored the form data into the PHP variables. For this I have used the function MySQL real escape string. So this function escapes the special characters, if any, present in the input. So this is important because it helps prevent SQL injection attacks, which are often performed by using the character to append malicious code on an SQL query. So it requires two inputs. First is the connection which we are using, and second is the variable or the input. So here I have passed the post username. So I have used the post variable here. So it will remove any special characters and store it in the variable username. Similar thing we have done for the password. Now after storing the data, we have to check whether that the user with the username exists in the database or not. Now for this, I have retrieved all the data for the user which the user has entered. So the query is select all from admin where username is equals to the username which is entered by the user. Now after that, I have used the MySQL query function to execute this query, and this also requires two inputs, the connection and the query. And then I have checked the number of rows using the MySQL numRows function. So it will return the number of rows in the output. Now I have checked the condition if rows less than 1, which means that the row is equals to 0, and which concludes that the username entered is not valid or is not registered in the database. So then I have used the script tag and alerted the user that the user not found, and then reloaded the login.php page. Otherwise, if the user exists, then we have to check for the equality of the password. Now for checking the password, I have stored the password from the query to the phash function. So this is the hash which we have stored in the database. So I have copied it to the PHP variable phash. Now we have to check for the equality of the password which the user has entered and the hash which we have already stored in the database. For this we will use the password verify function. So if we use the password hash function to create a hash, then we have to use the password verify function to verify the raw string with the hash. So the first parameter is the password, which is the raw string which was entered by the user, and second is the hash which was stored in the database. Now this function will check for the equality and will return true if both are equal and false if not equal. Now if this condition becomes true, which means that the password is equal, then I have stored the ID of the user in the ID variable and set the session user ID as the ID. So the session's ID is the ID of the admin which is logged in. And after that, I have redirected the user to the admin dashboard. So the login is successful and the control is transferred to the dashboard. Now in the else condition, which means that the password verification failed, the hash did not match with the input password. So I have alerted the user that username or password don't match. And then I have reloaded the login.php page. Now let's see working of this page. Now as you remember, we have set the username and password as admin. So first I will enter a wrong username. So I will add admin2 and I will set the password as admin. Now if I click on login, it will show that user not found. Now if I add the correct username, which is admin, and wrong password, so I will enter 1234, and now if I click on login, it will say that username or password don't match. So it's working correctly. Now I will add the correct username and password. Now if I click on login, we are redirected to the dashboard page. So this is the admin dashboard Here first we have the title, and in the right side we have the logout button, and in the middle we have three buttons. First is to insert the student details, second to update the student details, and third to delete the student details. Now let us look at the code for this page. Now this is the admin-dash.php page. This page is inside the admin folder. So this is the dashboard for the admin. So in this page, first I have started a session and I have checked whether that the session user ID is set or not set. So we have set the session's user ID during the login process. So if this variable is set, it means that the session is running and the user is logged in. So then we have done nothing. Now in the else condition, which will be executed if the user is not logged in. So then it will redirect the user to the login.php page. So here I have used the header function and given the location. Now after this, I have included the header.php file. So this file contains the header of the pages. So this is the header.php file. Inside it I have defined the header. So this contains the starting tags for the HTML and the head, and this contains the head tag and the starting tag for the body. So after this file is included, so this code is inside of the body. So first I have printed here the logout button. So I have used the anchor tag and given the link as logout.php. So here I have given the style for the logout button, and below this I have printed the title, which is welcome to admin dashboard. So for this I have used the h1 tag. So this will print the title and the logout button. Now below this we have three more buttons. So I have created a new division of type container, and inside this we have three buttons. So the first button is for insert the student. So it will take us to the add student.php page, and the second button is update student, which will take us to the update student.php page, and the third button is the delete student button. It will take us to the delete student.php page. Now below this we have the closing tags. So that's all in the admin dashboard. So this is a very simple page with the heading, the logout button, and the three buttons to perform the operations. Now this is the add student.php page. This page will contain a form to add the student details. Now first in this page we have the header. So this contains the back to dashboard link, the title, and the logout link. And here we have the title, add students to the records. Now below this we have a form. So the first field is the roll number, the second field is for the full name, the third field is city, the fourth field is parent's contact number, the fifth field is standard, and the last sixth field is the image. And at last we have the submit button. So we will use this page to enter the data to the database. Now let's look at the code for this page. So this is the add student.php page. First in this page I have started the session and then checked whether the user ID is set or not set. If the user ID is not set, then the user is transferred to login.php page. Now below this I have included the header.php file and the title header.php file. So the header.php file contains the head tags and the title header.php file contains the header and the title. So this is the title header.php file. So this file contains the back to dashboard link, then the logout link which will take to the logout.php page, and at last the title, which is welcome to admin dashboard. So this is the content inside the title header.php file. Now below this I have used the if condition to check that the submit button is set. If it is set, then I have set it to false. Now below this I have given a heading, add students to the records. Now below this I have created a form. So the method for the form is post and its action is addStudent.php, which is this page. Now below this I have created a table, and inside the table rows I have printed the form. So the first field is the roll number. So here I have defined the input type as text and given the name as roll number, and I have set the placeholder as enter roll number, and I have also set it to required. Similarly, we have the full name, which is of type text, and its name is name, and it is also required. Next we have the city, and its input type is text and its name is city and is also required. Similarly, we have the parent's contact number. It is also of the type text and its name is pcon and it is also required. Next we have the standard. Its input type is number and it is also required. And at last we have the image, and its type is file and its name is simage and it is also set to required. Now at last we have the submit button. So its type is submit and its name is submit. So this was the form. Now when the user will fill the form and click the submit button, this condition will execute. So here I have checked whether the submit button is set or not set. So when the user will submit the form, this will become true and the statements inside this block will execute. Now after this I have included the connection.php file. This file contains the connection to our database. So here I have stored all the form data into the PHP variables. Now for the roll number, name, city, parent's number and the standard, I have used the post method, and for the image, I have first stored the name of the image into the image name variable, and now when the file is uploaded to the server, first it is stored in a temporary directory. So I have stored the temporary name into the temp name variable. So this was the file name and this is the name of the file and this is the temporary name. So this will return the temporary name and it will return the name of the file. Now after that I have used the move uploaded file function to move the file from temporary to the data image folder. So here I have first given the temporary file name and the location where we have to put the file. So it will move the uploaded files to the data image folder with the name as the image name. Now after this I have used the SQL query insert into student, and these are all the column names, and here we have the values. So for all the columns, here I have given the variable name, and for the image I have given the image name. After that I have used the MySQL query function to execute the query, and after that I have checked whether that the query execution is successful or not. So here I have checked if run equals true, then I have printed a alert box saying that data inserted successfully. So this is how the insertion of data will work. Now let's try to upload the details of a student. So this is the add student page. So now let's fill this form. So I will enter the roll number as 1 and then I will enter the full name. And then I will set the city and I will set the parent's number and I will set the standard as 1 and I will choose the image. So I will set this image and click on the submit button. Now as you can see, it is saying that data inserted successfully. Now if we look at the database, so this is the student table. So here as you can see, the data is added. Now let's open the project directory and check whether the file is uploaded or not. So this is our project directory and this is the data image folder. As you can see here, the image file is also uploaded successfully. Now this is the update student.php page. So here in this page, first we have to search for the student which we want to update and then click on the edit button. So I will set the standard as 1 and then I will enter the student name. If I click on the search button, it will show us all the records for the standard and the name. So if I click on the edit button, it will take us to the update form.php page. So here the form is pre-filled with the previous data, and here in this form we have to update the data. So this is the update student.php page. First in this page, I have started the session and checked if the session's UID is set or not set. If it is not set, then the control is transferred to the login page. Otherwise, I have included the header.php file and the title header.php file. So header.php file contains the head tags and the title header contains the title and the header for the page. Now below this I have set the heading as update data of students. And below this we have a form to search for the student whose data we want to update. So the first field is the standard. So here the input type is number and its name is standard and it is required. And the second field is the student name. So its input type is text and his name is studname. And third, we have the submit button. So its input type is submit and its value is search. Now below this we have printed the table for the student details which we have searched. So the table headings is the number, the image, the name, the roll number and the edit button. So here first we have checked whether the user has clicked the submit button. So this data will be only printed when the user will fill the form and click on the submit button. So here I have included the database connection file and I have stored the form data into the PHP variables. So the form method was post. So I have used the post variable here. And after that I have selected the details for the student for whom the user has entered the data. So the query is select all from student where standard equals to the standard. So this is the value which was input by the user, and after that I have used the AND operator. Now here I have used the like operator to match all the strings which contains the variable name. So I have used the wildcard characters with the name variable to form a regular string. So it will return all the matches for the names which the user has entered. So after that I have used the MySQL query function to execute the query. Now if the number of rows is less than 1, which means that the rows is 0 and no record is returned, so the message printed is no records found. Else we have used the while loop. So inside the while loop I have stored the array data into the data variable and used the MySQL fetch function to select the record from the query output. So first I have incremented the count variable and here I have printed the details. So the first is the count variable which will act as the serial number, and the second column is image. So here I have used the image tag and its location is inside the data image folder and the name is the data image. So the data image contains the name of the image file, and the third column is the name, the fourth column is the roll number, and the fifth column is a link to edit the details. So it will take us to the update form.php page, and I have passed the student ID via the URL. So I have set the student ID as the data's ID. So this will transfer the user ID or the student ID. So this link will take us to the update form.php page with the student ID as SID. So now let's go to the update form.php page. So this is the update form.php page. So this page will contain the form to update the data, and this form will be pre-filled with the previous data which was stored in the database. So first I have started the session and checked whether the session's UID is set or not set. If this is not set, then the control is transferred to the login page. Otherwise, I have included the necessary files, and then I have stored the student ID into the SID variable. So here I have used the get method to get the student ID from the URL. Now we have to print the form with the pre-filled data of the student which was previously entered. So first we have to select the details of the student from the database. So for this the query is select all from student where the ID is equals to the SID. So SID is the ID for which we have selected to edit the details. So it will select all the details of the student which we want to edit. Now after this I have stored the details in the data variable, and below this I have printed the form. So the first field is the roll number and its input type is text, and I have set its value to the data roll number. So this variable is from the database, so it will print the roll number in the form. Similarly, for the full name, city, parents contact number and standard, I have done the same thing. So for all these fields I have set its value to the previous value which was stored in the database. Now the last field is the image which is of type file. Now after this I have also set up an input type. So its name is SID and its value is the student ID. So we will require this ID to update the data. Now at last we have the submit button. So when this submit button is clicked, the control will be transferred to the update data.php page because we have set the action as update data.php and the method used is post. So this is the update data.php file. So this file contains the connection to the database. So here I have used the post method to store all the data from the form to the PHP variable. So here I have stored the roll number, the name, city, contact number, standard, the file, the temporary file name and the ID. And then we have moved the uploaded file from the temporary location to the data image folder. Now the query is update student, set name as the new name. So these are the new variables which are updated by the user. And in the where condition we have defined the ID as the ID which was selected for edit. So this query will update all the details for the particular student which was selected. Now after this we have executed the query and checked whether that the query ran successfully or not. Now if the query ran successfully, then we have shown an alert that data update successfully, and then we have transferred the user to the update student.php page. So this is how the updation of data works. Now let us try to update the data. So I will enter the standard as 1 and then enter the student name. If I click on search, so it will show us all the list of students which are matching with the input. So here if we click on the edit button, it will take us to the update form.php page, and this form is pre-filled with the data for which we have selected the edit button. Now I have updated the student details. Now let's choose the image. So now the form is filled with the updated details. Now I will click on the submit button. So it has redirected us to the update student page. Now the data is updated. Now let's go to the database. So if I click on the refresh button, as you can see the data is updated. The standard is set to 2, the name is changed and the city is also changed. Now we have seen how to add
and update the data. So this is the delete form. Now to delete the data, first we have to search for the student whose data we want to delete. So here we have to enter the standard and the name. So if I click on the search button, it will show us the list of the students. Now if I click on the delete button, it will delete the record. Now first let's look at the code for this page. So this is the delete student.php page. First in this page I have started a session and checked if the session UID variable is set or not. If it is not set, then we have transferred the control to the login page. After that we have included the header and the title file, and below this we have set the heading as delete data from the database. Now here first we have created a form. So the first field is to enter the standard and the second field is to enter the name. And then we have the submit button. The method for this form is post and the action is delete student.php. So below this we have printed a table with all the matching records. So the column names are the number, the image, name, row number and the edit column. So the edit column will contain the link of the delete button. Now here we have checked whether the user has clicked the submit button or not. Then we have included the database connection file, and after that I have stored the form data into the PHP variable. Now after this I have used the SQL query select all from student, where standard is the standard which was selected by the user and the name is like the string name. So here I have given the name variable and I have also put %sign before and after the name. So it will select all the students which will contain the name with the substring which the user has entered. So here I have executed the query. Now if the number of rows is less than 1, which means the rows is 0, then we have printed that no records found. Otherwise we have put up a while loop, and inside this we have selected the data into the data variable and then printed the data here. So the first we have printed the count variable and then we have printed the image. So we have used the image tag here, and then we have printed the name and the roll number. Now in the last column we have printed a button to delete the record. So it will take us to the delete form.php page, and we have passed the student ID via the URL. So that's all in the delete student page. Now let's look at the delete form.php page. So this page we have first included the database connection file, and then we have used the request method to store the ID into the ID variable. Now below this we have used the query delete from student and then use the where clause where ID equals to the given ID. So this ID was transferred via the URL from the delete student page, and this is the ID for the student for which the user has clicked the delete button. So here the query is executed. If the query execution is successful, then we have shown an alert that data deleted successfully, and after that redirected the user to the delete student page. So this is how the deletion works. Now let us look at in the web browser how this works. So here we have the student. If I click on the delete button, it will transfer the student ID for this student to the delete form.php page, and then it will delete the record. So now it has deleted the record, and if we try to search for that student again, then it will not show any record. So if I click on 2 and enter the student name, then it will say that no record found. So the data is deleted from the database.
Now we have seen how to add, update and delete the record. Now let's see how to view a particular record. So this is the home page, and here we have the form to show the details. So we have to choose a standard and enter the roll number. Then we can see the information of the particular student. So I will select the standard and then the roll number. Now when I click the show info button, it will print a table here which will contain the details of the student. So now as you can see in the table, first we have printed the image, and then here we have printed the roll number, name, city, parents contact, and the standard. Now if you want to see another record, we can again fill the form with the new details and click on show info. So the record is updated. So now it is showing the new record. So now let's see the code for this page. So this is the index.php page. We have already seen this page. In this page we have the form to enter the details for the student for whom we want to see the details. So this is the standard and this is the roll number, and here we have the submit button. So on clicking this button, we have first stored the form data into the PHP variables, and then we have included the function.php file. So it will put up the contents of the function.php file here, and then we have called the show details function and passed the standard and the roll number. So this is the function.php file. In this file we have defined the function show details, and it has two arguments. The first is the standard and second is the roll number. So this function takes two arguments and prints the record with the standard and the roll number given. So inside this function, first we have included the database connection file, and then we have used the query select all from student, and inside the where condition we have given the roll number as the roll number which was given in the form and the standard which was entered in the form. So here I have used the AND operator, and after that we have run the query. Now if the number of rows returned is greater than 0, which means that a matching record is found, so then we have printed a table. So the table will be printed just below the form. So here is the table, and we have set the class as table, the table bordered and the table striped. So these are the Bootstrap classes for the table, and then we have set the title as student details, and here we have printed the image. So we have used the image tag here, and we have set the location of the image as data image slash the image name, and after that we have printed the roll number, and similarly we have printed the name, the city, the parents contact, and the standard. So a table is printed with the records. Now in the else condition, if the number of rows returned is equals to 0, so it will show an alert saying that no record found. So now let's try entering a record detail which is not entered. So here if I enter the detail whose record is not present, so it is saying that no student found. So that's how the display for the student will work. Now that we have completed our project, now let's host the project on web server. Now for hosting the project, we'll use the site Infinity Free, which provides free and unlimited web hosting. Now first we have to sign up to the site. So I'll click on the sign up button. So I have already signed up. So it has taken me to the dashboard page. Here we can see the list of accounts. So we have to create an account first. So this is the create account button. After this it will ask us for the subdomain and the domain extension. Since it is a free site, so we have a limited number of domain extensions. So here in this field we can enter the subdomain name. So I will enter the subdomain as student management. Now if I search the domain, it is saying that the domain is available. Now we have to create our username and the password and click on create account. Since I have already created an account, I will click on home button. So this is the list of account, and now I'll click on the manage button. So this is our account dashboard. Here we can see various details. So first we have the MySQL details here. So these are the MySQL server details, and here we have the FTP details. So we'll use FTP for transferring the files to the web server. Now first let's create the database. For this we have to click on the control panel button. It will open a new control panel. So this is the control panel for our web server. Here we can see various options. In the databases section, we have to click on MySQL databases. So here we have the form to create a new database. Here in this field we have to give the name of the database. So I will name the database as student management. So I will click on the create database button. So below, as you can see, the database is created. Now let's click on the admin button. So it will take us to the PHP interface for the database. Right now the table structure is empty. So we'll use the import button here to import the database from our local machine. Now first, from our local host, we have to export the database. So this is the PHP interface in my local machine. So I'll click on the export button and then click on the go button here. So it will export the database. So here you can see the database file is downloaded. Now I will close this window and here I will choose the file. So this is our database file. So I will select this file and then I will click on the go button. Now the file upload is complete and all the query has been successfully executed. Now let's go to the structure tab. So here, as you can see, the tables are created. So our database upload is complete. Now let's upload the website files. Now to upload the file, we have to click on the file manager button here. It will open a file manager. Now it has an htdocs folder which is very similar to that of in the XAMPP installation directory. So inside this htdocs folder, we have to copy the folder. So here I have already copied the folder. Now after copying the folder to the web server, we have to make some changes in the file. So we have to make the change in the database connection file. Since in the web server, our server name is changed, the username and the password is also changed. So I will change these parameters here. So the host name is given here in the MySQL details tab. So I will copy this and paste it here. Now the username is, so this is the username. I will copy it from here and paste it in the username. And then this is the password. I will copy this and paste it in the password tab here. Now we have the database name. So I will change the database name also. So I have updated the parameters here with the new parameters and I will click on the save button. So now our upload is complete and configuration is also complete. Now let's open this file in the web browser. So as now you can see, I have opened the website in the web browser and this is running in the web server. Now if you want to search for a student detail, I will enter the details in the form here. Now I will click on the show info button. So here, as you can see, all the records are displaying properly. So our project is complete.